Born Reckless, Blood Rose Nights Book 1. Written by Keary Taylor. Narrated by Raven Wildwood. 1. You can't go to this kind of party dressed like that. I step out of the hospital and look down at myself. I'm wearing blue scrubs that are stained with more than one bodily fluid, and my hair is pulled up in a bird's nest of a bun at the top of my head. She might say it with snark, but I feel that smile slowly pull on my face. What? I'm not good enough for you tonight. I smirk as my eyes rise back up to meet hers. My best friend grins and with a laugh pulls me to her. She can't weigh more than 110 pounds, but she's insanely strong and gives the best hugs. Why didn't you tell me you were in the city? I ask, leaning back as I look into her blue eyes. Because surprises are always more fun? She says it in her no bullshit, duh kind of tone. Come on, I brought you something to change into. She grabs my hand and yanks me down the sidewalk to the limo parked at the curb. Elena Godfrey doesn't even live in New York City. She's from Chicago. We met at that snooty restaurant I was working at before I started my residency 18 months ago. Elena is in town every few weeks for business. I know she is rich. She's always throwing money around as if it means nothing. Hell, I know she even has her own private jet. In proving herself once more, she's brought a limo. You are so ridiculous, I say, as the driver opens up the door for us and she practically shoves me in. I'm just getting off a 10-hour shift. I'm shot. Can't we just watch a movie in my crappy apartment in my crappy bed? Hell no, she says as she climbs in after me and pulls the door closed. She reaches for 2 shopping bags, both from very expensive stores, and shoves them at me. I have a surprise for you tonight. Put this on. Elena's presence is enthralling. She's energetic and powerful, fun and intimidating. Being with Elena kind of feels like you're associated with a celebrity. She makes things happen. I glance at the driver, who climbs back into the seat, but Elena presses a button, and the divider rises between us. Juliet, hurry up, Elena commands. We're only 5 minutes away. Oh, so it's that kind of party. The hospital where I'm doing my residency is in a high-end part of town. This area is the kind of place you can only afford to live in if you're some kind of CEO or Wall Street guru. This part of town is about the money, the glitz, the glam. So, if this party is only 5 minutes away, it is going to be that kind of party. I pull out a matte black dress that feels like it's made of silk. Elena dumps the other bag, and out tumbles a box with shoes. They're black with deathly sharp heels and red soles. There's nothing in me that doubts Elena dropped $500 to $1,000 on this outfit. Seriously, pick up the pace, she encourages as the driver rolls forward. What's with the demands today? I bark, furrowing my brows at her. I pull my top off and shimmy out of my pants. I'm sorry, she says, leaning back in one of the seats. I don't think I've ever heard her say those words in the 18 months of our friendship. I'm just excited. I've been trying to make this happen for a year now, and I finally talked him into coming with me. You're finally introducing me to Alden? I ask, my eyebrows shooting up. What? No, she says, shaking her head as her brows furrow. We broke up 2 weeks ago. And you never thought to mention this until now? I ask, as my hands go up, my head shaking. You two were together for 1.5 years. Elena shrugs and reaches for a bottle of water. It's easy to get over someone when you walk in on them screwing their assistant. Are you kidding me? I snarl. I never met Elena's boyfriend in Chicago, but I now want to rip a few of his entrails out and strangle him with them. Whatever, Elena says with a shake of her head. I got pissed, did some screaming, broke some of his shit, and now I'm over it. But tonight is not about me. I pull the dress over my head, tugging it down over my body. It's awkward in this cramped space. Just as I finish strapping the shoes on, the limo pulls to a stop. Elena, I've been at work all day. I'm probably covered in disgusting bodily fluids. Neurology pushed me over to labor and delivery today. I say, in exasperation. My hair, my face. You look hot, she says, reaching forward, and with her dainty fingers, she pulls the pins from my hair, releasing it from its bun. She ruffles her fingers through it, fluffing the strands. She wipes at something on my face and smiles. Now, come on. She drags me out of the limo and shoves me right into the middle of it all. There are dozens of people outside. The building in front of us is lit up with intense red lights. There are 2 bouncers on either side of the doors. Elena slips her arm through mine and walks right past those waiting to get inside. Name? One of the burly men asks. Elena Godfrey, she says, just like the queen she is. The man checks his list, and after just 2 seconds, he nods us inside. There are over 100 people in here, easily. I'm not even sure what this building is. It looks like every other high-rise in the city, but I think maybe there are apartments above this level. We step into what looks like an exceptionally lavish lobby, filled with high-end furniture, a bar, windows revealing a lush garden out back, and black elevators. Whose party is this? I ask, having to speak loudly. There's music playing, though it's not blaring like it would be in a club. It's the number of people in here. Everyone is talking, each fighting for volume to be heard. Asahai Tanaka, Elena says as she looks around the space. He is one of my investment partners. It's his birthday. He owns this building. Thank goodness for that. With the noise going on, I'd be pissed to have to deal with this all night. It's pushing midnight. I look around, and, as usual, I feel out of place. All of these people seem to have some kind of connection. They're happy, laughing, talking, casual and easy. They're dressed like they have money to burn, and everyone is happy to show off. But here, it's just me with Elena. I'm not that great at making friends. I don't trust people. Not after everything I've seen, after everything I've been through. People are rarely who they seem. And my blood definitely isn't as blue as theirs. Still, it doesn't mean I can't appreciate the view. And it's almost like magic. The moment I tell myself to stop judging and to just take it in, I catch a pair of eyes from across the room. He's leaning against the bar, removed from all the others. He wears an obviously tailored suit, and the top 4 buttons of his shirt are undone. And he's looking right back at me. His eyes drop down the length of me, and I hate that I'm such a sucker. My stomach catches on something, and the air in the room tastes a little more electric. You want a drink? Elena asks as she continues looking around. Just some water, I say. My throat is dry as I continue locking eyes with the man, but the thought of anything but water after such a long shift sounds awful. If it weren't for my best friend, and the fact that I can't stop staring at Mr. Blonde God over there, I would so be going home to bed. Then again, how long has it been since I had fun? Since I let loose just a little and stopped overthinking every detail of life? It's been years of grinding away at medical school, and now an exhausting year of residency. Maybe tonight is the night to be normal. To remember that I'm a single woman on her way to being a neurologist. I've earned a night like tonight. Elena hooks her arm through mine, and my stomach does a jump of anticipation as we aim for the bar. The man angles toward the bartender and laughs at something he says. I kind of hate myself for the way my stomach flips. He takes a drink from the bartender, something fancy-looking in a fancy glass. His hair is a sandy blonde color, his eyes blue. His face is clean-shaven, and that jawline is insane. His nose is straight, and there's something about the vein rising up the left side of his neck that has me staring. And that saying that suits are to women what lingerie is to men is absolutely true. With only 10 feet between us, I watch as his eyes slide from me to Elena. Something in his gaze shifts. He looks at her contemplatively. Elena gives a tiny, excited squeal of excitement and pulls me forward so fast I stumble over my heels. Sorry, she says, completely distracted. He's here. And my blood fills with panic when Elena aims straight for the man at the bar. Mason, Elena says as she sidles up behind him. Enjoying the party? You know I wouldn't have come if it was anyone but Asahai, the man says, but as his eyes slide back to mine, he just kind of stares. His gaze once more slowly sinks down the length of me, before finally coming back to my own. And now, I'm very grateful you're so pushy. Elena's lips curl in a devious smile, and my insides feel like a lightning storm as the tastiest-looking man in the room keeps on staring. He's even hotter standing right in front of me than he looked across the room. Mason, I want you to meet my best friend, Juliet Doe, Elena says. And from her tone, I can tell she's very pleased about how this interaction is going. Juliet, I want you to meet my brother, Mason. And with those words, adrenaline spikes in my blood, and I feel a deep blush rush over my entire body. Brother? I blurt out, and it comes out a little panicked. Elena's brother? And I'm standing here, in front of her, shamelessly checking him out. Juliet? Mason says, his tone slightly surprised. He didn't know this meeting was happening tonight either. But slowly, a smile pulls on the corners of his mouth. It's nice to meet you. My sister talks about you all the time. He reaches out a hand, and tentatively, I take it. And sparks fly through my fingertips at the contact, straight to every feminine part of me. You too. I look over at Elena, and I cannot understand what is going on. She has this nearly manic smile on her face, and I've never seen her look so pleased with herself. Mason is far too much of a homebody, Elena says, as her gaze shifts to her brother. He seems all too happy staying in Chicago every moment of his life. This is the first time he's come with me to New York in years. I knew I had to seize the opportunity and introduce you two. Mason smiles, and that very feminine part of me reacts in very positive ways to how confident it is. Money never sleeps, he says to Elena. You know how many hours I'm going to have to put in when we get back just to catch everything up? Elena bumps him with her shoulder. Mason is the CFO of the company. And Elena is the CEO. I honestly have no idea what it is she does for work, simply that she's in business. Time to live a little, she tells him, and then raises an eyebrow as she looks at me. She gives a wink, and then looks around the room. There's Asahai. I'm going to go say hello. You two get to know each other. She reaches for a glass of red wine the bartender hands to her, with miraculous timing. Now that I'm paying attention, there's an insane number of people in here drinking red wine. It's either really good wine or really terrible, because it smells kind of weird in here. But just like that, Elena darts through the crowd, looking like a lioness on the hunt. I'm sorry, I say, my tone confused, and maybe just a little embarrassed. I have no idea what is going on. Mason gives this slightly embarrassed smirk and looks off to the side. I think my sister is trying to set us up. Instantly, my eyes rip back to his. I thought siblings were supposed to chase you away from their best friends. Mason chuckles. Elena talks about you all the time. Like, it gets annoying. She's been trying to convince me to let her introduce us for 6 months. I shake my head. Seriously? What could she possibly have to say about me? I'm the most boring person ever. I work, I go to school, and that's about it. He smiles again, and goodness, it's going to be really hard to keep him at arm's length if he keeps doing that. Trust me, according to my sister, you're anything but boring. And, come on, you're a doctor. I shake my head and look out over the crowd, seeking out Elena. I find her talking to a very handsome man with black hair and brows, laughing and smiling. Her eyes go straight to me, and she gives me this knowing smile. I honestly don't even know how this works between us. We literally have nothing in common, I say, with a shake of my head. But I'd die for that woman. She's the best person I've ever met. Funny, Mason says as he brings his glass to his lips and takes a sip. She says the same thing about you. My eyes slide over to his, and with a smile, I finally walk up to the bar. I ask for a water. So, Mason Godfrey, what makes us the perfect match? He chuckles, and it's kind of annoying how good a smile looks on him. If the god Apollo were to manifest into modern times, he'd look exactly like Mason Godfrey. He shakes his head. I don't know. My sister has this idea of a happily ever after for me, but it's a little too hard to maintain a relationship when you work as many hours as I do. So, she wants me chained to a workaholic, I say, smiling at the glass the bartender sets in front of me. And you're in residency, he points out with a smirk. He's not wrong. I don't have time for anything ever anymore. I think Elena's hoping I'll find something, well, someone, that I love as much as my job. Mason continues. His eyes slide back over to me, but not to my face. Normally, I'd tell a man off and yell, "Eyes up here!" But I'm shamelessly doing the same thing. Ever since she and Alden broke up, she's been on this kick that I need to find that special someone. It's been an obnoxious 2 weeks. I raise an eyebrow and look over at him. And she's decided that someone needs to be me. Mason shrugs one shoulder. You are her best friend. Trust me, nothing would make her happier than to have you as actual family. Are you proposing to me, Mason Godfrey? I tease. And I'm not sure what's gotten into me. I don't tease or flirt. I fire sarcasm and snark like they're my favorite ammunition for an AK-47. Juliet Doe, do you want to run off to Chicago and make babies with me? He asks, but he can't quite keep a straight face. I let out a laugh and shake my head. That got intense quick. Mason grins and bumps me with his shoulder just a little. Must be a family quirk. I don't think my sister would mind. I sigh and turn to look out over the crowd. This conversation has gotten intense, even if it is ostentatiously flirtatious. When the sum total of your close friends is one person, you don't have too many deep conversations. This is kind of nice. Auntie Elena, I say on an exhale. She'd either be the world's most amazing aunt, who spoils everyone completely rotten, or the kids would be so damn scared of her they'd never dare look at her. Mason chuckles. You're not wrong. My parents were bad enough before they died. Now Elena is constantly hounding me about popping out some nieces and nephews. Seriously, she'd be thrilled if I knocked you up tonight. Shit, I huff, looking over at him with a glare. You might be hot, but seriously, that's a little much. He takes in a deep breath and shakes his head. Sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that. It's just been a lot. Instantly, the weight in this conversation gets heavier, more real. I've lived with this expectation on my shoulders for so long. It's hard not to let it shape my personality. The way you talk, you sound like a prince who needs to produce some heirs to the throne, I say, my brows furrowing. He gives this shrug, one that I think says, you're not far off. Look, it's what I want, eventually. Someone to hold on to, a couple of kids, family. But I'm not even 30 yet. I'm just not ready. But the entire company, and my sister, are breathing down my neck. It's kind of terrifying. All that staring, all the flirting, and here is something different. Something real. Mason looks over at me, and there is something different in his gaze. I've never told anyone that before. My pulse picks up. My eyes fall to his lips. I've been working my ass off in medical school for the past 5 years. I've worked too many jobs. I've got this crushing amount of student loan debt hanging over my head. Our stuff might be different, but I think I get it. Mason's eyes are fully fixed on my lips as well. He nods. Sometimes all you need is a little fun. I nod as well. You're a lot calmer than Elena, I say with a tiny smile as I look away. I can see the similarities, your similar mannerisms, but you're not like her in a lot of ways. I'll take that as a compliment. he says, raising his glass. My sister scares the shit out of most people. Here's to being approachable. I laugh and watch as Elena looks our way again, and with a pleased smile, she walks across the building towards us. Go along with it, okay? Mason says quietly as he leans into me just slightly. "'Kay," I agree without thinking. It seems you two have hit it off, Elena says with that devious smile of hers. I asked Juliet to marry me, Mason says, casual and cool. I said yes. I continue it. We're going to start trying for a baby tonight, he says, without missing a beat as he takes my hand and pulls me out on the dance floor. Mason pulls me in close, and it's kind of hard to breathe as he wraps his hands around me. Over his shoulder, I catch Elena's gaze. She stares at us with her mouth slightly agape. I think it worked, I say, low in his ear. Oh, I'm not done, Mason growls. He spins me until my back lines up with his front. I feel his cheek brush mine as he slides his hands down my arms and then laces his fingers through mine, pulling me close. Are you always this forward? I ask. I try to keep it light, unconcerned, but I am. I really want to know because it will help determine how I proceed from here. I haven't talked to a woman outside of work in about 5 months, he says, as we sway in time with the music. But I'll take any opportunity to mess with my sister. And you're not what I expected. I don't know how to respond to that. But his touch, the feel of another body against mine, it's been ages. I've dated a few guys here and there in my 28 years, but never very seriously. Most can't handle me. Most run when they hear about my past. But for tonight, it's kind of nice to pretend that none of that other stuff matters. I decide to let it go. All the darkness that saturates my insides. All the weight my past pushes down on my shoulders. All the exhaustion in just trying to survive day to day. I let it go. I slough it off of me, and for tonight, I'm just a woman having a good night, dancing with the very attractive and single brother of her best friend. With a slightly bewildered look, Elena wanders off to talk to more people, leaving me to put my hands on Mason. The music gets louder as others dance. All that red wine gets emptied and the glasses set aside. The music gets sultrier. I see dozens of hookups happening throughout the party. Lips on necks, caresses, and tongues. No one is hiding anything in here. And the longer the night goes on, the worse it gets. It's really not that hard to see why you and my sister are so close, Mason says, as the pace of the music slows. He pulls me in and wraps one hand around my waist and takes one of my hands in the other. Slowly, we sway back and forth to the rhythm. You two have more in common than you might think. How's that? I question. He pulls our connected hands against his chest, and my face gets a little hotter. You're both sarcastic, he says, that smile pulling on his mouth again. You're both adventurous. Neither of you cares what people think. There's no way you could tell that about me already. I call him out. You haven't looked in the direction of a single person all night, besides me and Elena, Mason says. You're surrounded by wealthy, influential people. There have been dozens of men checking you out all night, but the only company you care about is my sister's. I swallow once. Is he right? Have I really been ignoring every person around me? I don't care about any of them. They're strangers in a crowd. They don't matter. But it throws me off that Mason has figured this out about me this quickly. You're unnervingly observant, I say, pulling my hand from his and looping it behind his neck to join my other hand. Mason pulls me just marginally closer. Only when it comes to people who matter, he says, his tone a little lower than before. My eyes slide back to his, and the intense look in his eyes has me frozen. You really should come back to Chicago with us, Mason says. He licks his lips, and I notice that his gaze shifts down to my own lips. I know Elena would be really happy about it, and... He trails off and glances away, and this time his face flushes slightly with embarrassment. What? I encourage. I find I'm dying to know what he was going to say. He shrugs, and it takes him another few moments to look back at me. I don't know. Maybe Elena wasn't wrong in trying to set us up. I haven't had this much fun in a really long time. The speed of my heart picks up, and I find I can't look away from him. This is stupid. There's no such thing as insta-love. There's simply infatuation, which might evolve into the real deal. But what's wrong with a little infatuation? When was the last time I just followed my feelings because it felt good? Still, I shake my head. There's no way I can afford to take the time off work. I'm definitely not like Elena in that way. I have rotations I can't get out of. You know she'll cover the pay you'd miss in a heartbeat, Mason states. I don't even get paid yet, but I know. I say with a sigh, because it's true. That's already proven in the outfit I'm wearing. It just feels... I don't want Elena ever thinking I'm friends with her because the money matters to me, because it doesn't. She knows that, Mason says. His hands slide just a little farther around my waist. What if I paid for it? Would that be better? My stomach does a little flip of excitement and ick at the same time. I shake my head. This is something I really don't like talking about. That's something you'll have to learn about me. Money has always been a touchy subject. That tends to happen when you grow up without any of it. I see the gears turning in his head for a few moments. What if it was Elena's birthday present from me? Would you come out if I covered it for Elena's gift? My eyes slowly rise back up to his, and something in me hesitates. You really want me to come to Chicago that much? Mason shrugs and then shakes his head. I don't know. I feel kind of crazy right now. You're not what I expected, Juliet. It's been a nice night. He's not wrong. It has been a nice night. A great night. I'm always hesitating when it comes to men. I can't say I trust many of them. But being here with Mason, I'm looking inside myself, searching for any of that wariness. And I'm not finding any. Elena's birthday is next month. That would give me enough time to arrange the time off. If it's for her birthday, I say, a small smile beginning to pull on my mouth. I guess I could deal with it for that. Mason's face breaks out into a grin, and he looks up, his eyes sweeping the crowd without really seeing anything. I'll arrange it all. I'll get your contact info from my sister. Oh my gosh, I hear a voice call from behind us. There's a donut truck 2 blocks down, and I am starving. Elena grabs my arm and starts pulling before Mason and I have even let go of each other. I stumble to the side, barely catching myself as Elena beelines for the doors. You coming? She calls to Mason over her shoulder. Just then, his phone rings. He pulls it out and looks at the screen. I'll catch up with you two in just a minute. I need to take this. But he holds my eyes for a moment, and a cunning smile starts pulling on his lips at the same time it does mine. It's a promise that there will be more of what's happened between the two of us to come later. Bye, Elena yells, pulling me with an insane amount of strength out the door. Have you taken something tonight? I ask with a laugh, because your energy is... Come on, Juliet. I'm acting my age for once, she says with a laugh as she swings her purse. Can we just make stupid decisions for once? I'm pretty sure you and Mason will be in bed together before the sun comes up. And you're okay with that? I ask doubtfully. I'm the one who introduced you two, remember? She declares like I'm stupid. I laugh with her and shake my head. Arm in arm, we head down the sidewalk. I should have been more aware. I should have been paying attention to my surroundings. I've lived in this city for years. I know what can happen after dark. But I was having a good night, for once. And for once, my guard was down. A man steps out between buildings as we pass, and instantly he gets in Elena's face. Just hand it over, he says, growling in a low voice. Between them, his hand clamps down on her purse. When you have as much trauma as I do, it doesn't take too much to get triggered. I'm instantly back to every man who ever thought he could take advantage of me. I'm back in that trailer park with lowlives visiting every night, with small packets of white powder, and money being exchanged or bodies being offered up if there wasn't enough of that. I'm watching guns fire off and women screaming. I see red. The entire world turns a bloody shade. Even Elena's eyes seem to flash the color. Back off, asshole, I say, stepping between my best friend and the man. I shove his shoulders. Hard. Juliet, don't, Elena says, her voice sounding alarmed. No, I'm sick of people like this, I say, as I shove the man once more. I've caught him off guard. He actually staggers back one step. Climb back into your dark hole and stay there. Just hand it over, and no one gets hurt, he says, his voice dripping with venom. Juliet, Elena growls in warning again. Don't. I can handle this. But I don't listen. I need this man in his place. I need there to be no fear inside of me, because I lived with it for far too long. I take a swing at him. And at the same time, I see something flash, brilliant in silver. And then, something hot rips through my stomach. I stagger back one step, and my hands go to my stomach. There's warm liquid there. There's something hard and unbendable. A loud snarl rips through the night. I stagger back, and in an instant, Elena is in front of me, colliding with the man. It doesn't make sense. She bites his neck. And with a yank, she pulls back, blood spraying through the night. She spits something out, and it hits the ground with a wet smack. At the same time, I fall back. My head smacks against the concrete as the man hits the ground in a heap. I feel lighter. Humans are made of mostly liquid, and right now, it's pouring out of me like a tap turned on. With every second, I feel it draining out of me. Juliet, Elena says as she turns. And she's a nightmare. Her eyes are glowing brilliant red. Black veins sprout from them, darkening her normally beautiful face. And blood drips from her mouth, from her elongated, pointed teeth. Juliet, she breathes again, and 1 second she's staring at me in horror, the next she's kneeling beside me, her hands hovering over me, unsure what to do. No, 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 not yet. Suddenly, the blade buried in my stomach is pulled out, and the pain draws a scream from me. Elena's hand instantly covers my mouth, stifling my scream. My eyes go wide, and I can't breathe. Where are my lungs? Where did all the oxygen go? And what is Elena doing? I feel her hand press into my stomach hard, too hard. I think she's trying to stop the bleeding, but I feel 2 of my lower ribs crack. What is happening? Why are her eyes glowing? Why is she moving so fast? Why am I suddenly lying on the ground, a knife wound in my stomach? Juliet, my best friend says, despair and grief in her voice. But she looks like a nightmare. The blood, the red, the black, the fangs. I'm so sorry. I should have reacted faster. I didn't think you'd really go after him. I gasp for air. Threatened you. I told you I could handle him, she says. I watch as her elongated teeth retract. She shakes her head. I'm so sorry. It will be over soon. Why isn't she calling an ambulance? Why isn't she calling the police? But I can barely keep 2 thoughts together. Everything is getting fuzzier. It's getting darker. I hear someone yell out. I hear worry creeping into the voices of others. Elena? A familiar voice calls from down the sidewalk. And then footsteps are running. Elena! Juliet! Mason's face comes into my field of vision. He doesn't look at his nightmare of a sister. His eyes go straight to my face, down to my stomach. It wasn't supposed to happen this way, Elena says in shocked horror. But her words are getting quieter. I feel like I weigh 1,000,000 pounds now instead of the lightness of a few moments ago. I had a plan. It was all supposed to be easy. And now... We have to get her out of here, Mason says, and I feel his arm slide under me. No more is he the charming man I was having a great time with, but a man who doesn't seem alarmed that his sister is a monster. We have to get out of here before the cops show up. Deeper, heavier, darker. Elena sobs, and suddenly it's not Mason's arms supporting me, but her thin ones. She cradles me to her chest like I weigh nothing at all. I'm so sorry, Juliet. I'm so sorry. The last thing I see is her tear and blood-soaked face. And then I see and feel nothing at all. 2. My world is fire and acid. For a few blissful seconds, minutes, hours, everything was fine. I dissolved into nothing. Death came to embrace me with cold arms that somehow felt comforting. In the dark, in the quiet, for the first time ever, nothing could get to me. Nothing could hurt me. My soul finally felt at peace. There were never any kids teasing me that I didn't have parents. There were never older boys trying to talk me into letting them touch me. There were never angry group home leaders smacking me because I'd gotten testy. It was just dark. And then the heat came. It gathered in my chest. It leaked out into my veins, and even though blood wasn't pumping through my heart, not yet, it traveled into every corner of me. Soon, it wasn't just heat. It was flames licking along my insides. A tiny wildfire that was able to fit within the confines of my arteries, the pathways through my body. I wanted to scream. I tried to scream. I was nothing but a rounding chorus of shrieks and pain. Then, the fire shifted into acid. It burned me away. It surely dissolved my skin. Next, it came for my muscles, then my organs. Finally, it ate its way into my bones, and then I was sure there was nothing left of me. If there was nothing left of me, how could there still be this burning, searing, agonizing pain? But I couldn't do anything. I laid there, lost in this hell, burning through death. I'll just be in the next room over. The very first words sink into my brain, making any kind of sense in this insanity. Take a break. It is still going to be a few more hours, and you can't be anywhere near her when that happens. Fine, but it can't be long now. It's 9. She died around 1:30. So hot. The heat gives one last blaze through my body. But finally, centimeter by centimeter, I feel the heat receding from the far reaches of my body. As I hear a door open, as I hear feet walk across the space, my toes are no longer engulfed in flames. As the door closes, and it's quiet in here, my fingertips finally cool. It smells clean in here, wherever I am. It smells like cleaner and laundry detergent and new furniture. But underlying it all, I smell the unmistakable scent of cigarette smoke and the sour scent of alcohol. There are voices, dozens, hundreds of voices, all beneath me, and I realize that I'm high up. There are layers and layers of people beneath me. Slowly, my hands cool. My shins lose their fire. My lungs stir, and I take in a deeper breath. Open your eyes, I chant to myself. But the fire hasn't completely released me yet. It's nice to meet you. I hear a voice in the next room over. I appreciate you taking the time to talk with me. Elena. I try to throw out a hand, to call out to her, but my tongue is still engulfed in that paralyzing heat. I do not appreciate the secrecy of this at all. A male voice with a faint Spanish accent says, But your message has been received. You are a woman with power and money, and I am always looking for a way to make more of both for myself. I think you'll be happy with my proposition, Elena says. My thighs cool, my biceps are freed. Our portfolio can't be beat. How old are you? The man asks, changing the topic. Let's just say, I'm a lot younger than you are, but my father trained me very thoroughly. The fire continues to retreat, shrinking central and inward. And my hearing doubles. I hear dozens of conversations around me, below me, clear as day. It's a beautiful modern world, isn't it? The man says. My own daughter is my predecessor. She's caught the eye of one of our royals. Very impressive, sir, Elena says, though her tone indicates otherwise. And all at once, the fire leaves every bit of me, except my stomach, my throat, and my mouth. My eyes slide open, and I take in a deep breath. Hot, so hot. My hands rise to my throat because there's no doubt in my brain that it will be consumed by flames, but my touch only meets smooth skin. I take in another breath. That smell. Oh, that smell. It's the best thing I've ever smelled in my life. And the heat in my throat flames even hotter, and all I can think about is that smell and how it will make the fire go out. I'd like you to meet her, the man beside me says. I hear a phone ring and a female voice answers it. I'd like you to join us. The woman agrees. And suddenly, I realize what I am seeing. Every detail. I see every bit of texture on the ceiling. I see every ridge of the wallpaper. Slowly, I sit up. I see a forgotten wine cork beneath the couch. I see a snag in the fabric of the curtains. It's as if suddenly I have 100K vision. Every detail, every pattern, none of it escapes my sight. But I breathe in again, and the flames grow hotter. My mouth waters, and the shape of my teeth suddenly feels different. But I don't process that. I'm on my feet. A second ago, I was sitting on a couch, and now I'm at the door. I breathe in again, and I hear her footsteps approaching. I hear every detail so clearly, it almost feels like I have X-ray vision. There's an elevator down the hall that closes, taking 3 people down into the belly of what I realize is a hotel. Hotter, hotter, hotter. I count down. 3, 2, 1. I yank open the door, and the woman doesn't even react before I'm on top of her. It's pure, feral instinct that draws my mouth to her neck, and I nearly moan in satisfaction as my fangs sink into her skin, puncturing it. And finally, some of the heat in my mouth, my throat, and my stomach dies as hot liquid spills out of her and onto my tongue. I draw in a pull, flooding my mouth. My eyes slowly slide closed. I pull again. Finally. It feels like I've been on fire for forever, and finally, here is some relief. And this relief is the best thing I have ever tasted in my life. The woman gives one tiny quick squeal before she goes calm and slack in my arms, before I have to grip her so she doesn't collapse at my feet. And it's so easy. It's like she doesn't weigh anything. I should stop. I don't know what I'm doing, but I should stop. But it tastes so good. The burn is so close to being extinguished. So I take one more pull. Just one more pull. Just one last pull. And then, on what I swear will be my final pull, nothing else comes out. Cold, hard realization begins to seep into my brain. Now that the burning inside of me is mostly extinguished, I begin to realize what is happening. I'm holding a woman in my arms. She looks young, about my same age. And now, as I look into her eyes, I see the vacant stare in them. I see the gray color of her skin. And she is that color because I just drained her of every last drop of blood. With horror, my hands automatically let go of her. She crumples straight to the floor. I suck in a breath. I smell more blood. I realize it now, that that's what smelled so good to me just a moment ago. I smell it all around me. I hear the sound of hundreds of beating hearts. If I focus, I can even hear the sound of blood as it pushes in and out of veins and arteries. I close my eyes and take another deep breath. Something pools in my mouth, and I feel the sharp prick of something piercing into the inside of my lips. I reach up tentatively and find elongated fangs inside my mouth. From inside that room, I hear things go silent. Elena was just talking a moment ago. She was engaged in a conversation. But now, all I hear from that room is silence. My breath rips in and out of me too fast. I feel every muscle in my body coil, tighten. Anticipation lights a fire inside my blood. I just killed someone. As I look back down at the woman on the floor, I know she's dead. It's because of me. I hear a door open, and as I look behind me, I see my best friend step out into the hall. With wide eyes, I watch as horror fills her face, and with quick, clipped steps, she walks toward me. She gets one glance over her shoulder before a man steps out behind her. "Juliet," Elena whispers. "What? It wasn't time. You were supposed to have a few more hours." She's walking towards me so fast, surely we're going to collide. I see the man behind her. I see it as his eyes fall to the woman at my feet. I see as they flick to my face and focus on my chin. I feel like my hand should be shaking, but it doesn't, as I raise one and touch my chin. My fingers come away with blood smeared on them. "Christiana," the man says in a horrified whisper. "Christiana!" Elena hasn't slowed her pace, but that man, his eyes come back to my face. His eyes narrow, and I have the feeling that he is memorizing every one of my features, committing my image to memory. "Don't stop," Elena says, as she reaches out a hand and suddenly breaks into an all-out sprint. She catches my hand in hers and tugs. And instead of stumbling, my brain finds extra time to sort out what my legs need to do. I turn, my feet move, my muscles flex, and together, the both of us sprint down the hall. There is a wall of glass in front of us. Outside, I see thousands of lights in the dark night sky. If we don't stop now, there's nowhere else for us to go but through that glass. "Elena?" I ask in panic. Behind me, I hear the sound of sprinting footsteps as the man chases after us. "Don't stop," Elena bellows. And like she has nothing at all to worry about, hand in hand, Elena leads me straight into that glass wall. It shatters into a million tiny pieces, and for one freeing moment, we sail through the night air. It's natural instinct. I don't know where it comes from. It's definitely new. But my brain is tumbling through all the possibilities, all of the trajectories, finding the best way to land and how to move when I hit the ground. Midair, Elena lets go of my hand. She too positions her body, ready for impact. My feet hit the ground, but my knees bend with just the right timing. Pain doesn't even bark into my feet. I roll perfectly, ducking my head, rolling my shoulder, and position my body so precisely that not a single bit of it hurts. Elena and I both pop up onto our feet at the same time. I look back and up, and up, and up. It happens so fast. I don't hesitate, and there is no difficulty. But instantly, my brain counts up to 39. 39 floors up, and I see the broken glass. Elena and I just jumped out of the 39th floor, and both of us are standing here, not a scratch on us. "Juliet," Elena says with panic, "we have to go. We have to get out of the city." Looking back, I see the man standing in the opening of the shattered window. His expression is one of fury, vengeance. "I will find you, and I will make you suffer as much as she did." The man's vow chills me to my core. I feel it in every ounce of my being. He means what he just said. Looking at him, it's easy to tell. This is a man of power. That was his daughter. I realize it now. He and Elena were just speaking in the room next to where I was laying, and he said that he wanted Elena to meet her. She was on her way to that room when I intercepted her. "Juliet!" Elena yells. I feel her strong hand, too strong, close around my wrist, and she pulls me toward the busy road. I follow after her. My eyes roam everywhere around me. There are lights, so many lights. There are towering buildings and flashing billboards. There are so many people coming and going. In these buildings, this is no normal city. Las Vegas. It's not difficult to tell where I am. There are so many recognizable landmarks. There's no doubt in me. We are in Las Vegas. Last I remember, we were in New York. It's where I live. How the hell did we get to Las Vegas? "Elena?" I ask, her name coming out as a panicked question. "Where? What?" I swear, I will answer all of your questions soon, but right now we have to get away from here. We have to get out of the city. That man is powerful, and he will come after us. She's dragging me down the sidewalk. Frantically, her eyes search the space ahead of us. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out her cell phone. She wakes the screen, taps it, then presses it to her ear. Done already? I hear Mason answer. The street is crowded. People are talking. I should not be able to hear him on the other line. Juliet woke up early, Elena says, her words barking fast and quick. Things didn't go well. We have to get out of the city, now. Meet us at the airport. I hear him swear on the other end. I can be there in 20 minutes. Elena slides her phone back into her pocket. So many heartbeats. I hear them all. I hear them pumping blood in and out of veins. I hear it as pulses spike, as they drop. That burn reignites in my throat. There's a fire in the pit of my stomach, and it begs to be extinguished. My nostrils flare as we pass a crowd. They smell good. They smell so good. Elena, I say, and her name comes out so rough it's barely recognizable. She glances over at me, and her eyes widen just a little bit. She curses, and her eyes start scanning the crowd. It needs to be someone alone. Someone who doesn't look like a tourist. Someone who will not be missed. Try your best, but I know how hard it is to control in the beginning. I should realize what she's saying. I should be able to process the fact that she's trying to tell me not to kill someone. But all I can think about is the burn in my throat and the thirst on my tongue. Half a block down, I spot him. He's alone. He's sitting in a space between buildings, and between his legs, he beats on a simple bucket. He's sitting on another one, performing for the crowd, but no one is paying attention to him. My feet pick up the pace. I'm barely containing myself. All I want to do is all-out sprint, but I know that I would run so fast that I might collide into someone, and possibly obliterate them in the process. Somewhere in the recesses of my brain, I process the impossible strength this new body possesses. 10 steps away. 5 steps away. 1 step away. I grab the man by the front of his shirt, and I don't even hesitate 1 second at the added weight of his body. He gets one yelp out before I pin him against a building, hidden in the dark shadows, and my growing fangs sink into his neck. His blood is just as good as the woman's. It's the best thing I've ever tasted. The most satisfying thing I've ever drank. I pull more and more and more. Somewhere in the recesses of my consciousness, I recognize the fact that Elena is standing in front of me and the man, her back turned to us. She's blocking any line of sight someone might have between us. She isn't shocked by what I'm doing. She isn't horrified. And as I pull the last drops from the man, I remember the last sight I had of her before the world went dark. Blood dripping down her chin. Her biting into someone's neck, coming away with a chunk of flesh. I remember her brilliant red eyes and the black veins sprouting from them. I let go of the man, his body hitting the ground instantly. Whatever Elena is, I think I'm that now too. What the hell? I gasp in horror. Elena, did you turn me into this? Let's go, my best friend says as she once more reaches for me and drags me back out into the open sidewalk. No. Come on, we have to get out of here. She pulls a tissue from her bag and hands it to me. With horror, I realize I'm walking around the streets of Las Vegas with blood dripping down my face. Elena hails a taxi, and we climb inside. The airport, please. 3. Elena is always so sure of herself. She is a businesswoman, through and through. And despite everything that just happened in the last 5 minutes, it's still clearly obvious. Her voice is calm and even and commanding. The taxi driver simply gives us a nod and pulls back out into the traffic. Questions are burning my mouth. They are rising up out of me so fast I feel like I could vomit, but I can't ask them now, not with someone else trapped inside this small space with us. So I hold it all in. I begin building a mental checklist in my head, a list of all of the questions that I need answered the very second we're alone. The drive to the airport feels like an eternity, despite the fact that my brain is ticking down the seconds. In reality, it only takes us 10 minutes to reach it. But there is so much riding on this. I'm so confused that it all feels like it takes 10,000 times longer than it actually does. Finally, we climb out of the taxi, and Elena pays the driver. But she doesn't head to the main doors. She walks up to an attendant window and speaks in a low voice to the man there. He nods toward a black car waiting at the curb. We climb inside, and just 4 minutes later, it stops. I look around to see that we're in a far corner of an airport. There are dozens of smaller planes around here. "Come on," Elena says. She opens the door, and we both climb out. There is a pilot waiting. A set of stairs extends down from the beautiful aircraft. The man doesn't look shocked or surprised when he sees the state of us. "Miss Godfrey," he says simply, with the nod of his head. "St. Louis," Elena says simply. "We need 24 hours there, and then we will return home. Mason is just a few minutes behind us." "Of course," he says. Such a good, obedient employee. I take a deep breath as we walk up the stairs and pass him. His heart still beats, but he doesn't smell the same as everyone else out there in the streets. He isn't human. Whatever the hell I am, whatever the hell Elena is, the pilot is the same. The interior of the jet is luxurious. There are 8 seats inside of it, each of them upholstered in plush white leather. The space is clean, and every bit of it screams money. "Are you still thirsty?" Elena asks. She reaches her hands up and slides her fingers through her hair. She's breathing just a little too fast, and I swear I can see the gears turning in her head. She's always so composed, always so in control. I've never seen her look so distressed. I swallow, and instantly, every bit of my focus goes to my throat, my tongue, my stomach. I feel sloshy. Like if you poked me with a needle, liquid would instantly start pouring out of me. "No?" Elena paces up and down the narrow aisle, one hand still laced into her hair. She nods, but her mind seems like it's a million miles away. "If you start feeling thirsty again, you have to tell me instantly. Mason is going to walk onto this plane, and you're going to be trapped in a small space with him. If you touch him, if you look at him the wrong way, I'm going to have to detain you. I don't want to do that. So like I said, if you start to feel thirsty, you will tell me instantly. We have blood stored in a refrigerator." And there, she has finally stated it. What I just drank so much of, what I just killed 2 people for. Killed. For blood. My insides quiver. I feel like I'm going to throw up, but I don't dare do that. If I throw it up, I know that I will be thirsty once again. Whatever Elena and I are, Mason is not. Okay, I say, and my voice shakes. I sink down into one of the plush seats, and my head falls into my hands. The world is spinning too fast. It's changing too fast. I don't understand. I was just a woman the universe hated, working her ass off in school. I was just going out with my best friend, flirting with a hot guy. Today, I woke up with inhuman senses. I killed 2 people. I had someone vow to make me pay. I wouldn't say I have ever had a normal life. Normal people have parents and siblings and stability. I never had any of those things, but once I became an adult, I started claiming a few of those things for myself. Now, the entire world has shifted on its axis. "You swear you're okay?" Elena asks, a minute or 2 later. My focus goes to my throat again. It's irritated, but it doesn't feel like it's on fire. "I'm okay." Lie. I'm definitely not okay. "Good," Elena says. "Mason is just pulling up." I want to ask her how she knows this. Her phone didn't ring. No one texted her. But I hear the car pull up. I hear a human heartbeat outside. And as I breathe in, I realize the scent that I am smelling is familiar. I pull my knees up into my chest and wrap my arms around them. And my heart starts beating quickly as I hear the sound of his footsteps rising up the stairs. Mason walks inside, and my eyes instantly go to his. His expression is worried, maybe a little surprised, but not in the way he should be. Whatever the hell is going on here, Mason is completely aware of it. But it's still there. That spark. That heat between us. The second I lay eyes on him, my lower stomach clenches, and a tiny fire ignites in my blood. Sit, Elena says. I see her boss babe mode turning on. Elena is the CEO of a major company. She knows how to tell people what to do. Let's go, she says, elevating her voice just a little bit. The pilot walks inside and closes everything up. As he walks into the cockpit, Mason takes a seat in one of the chairs. I'm seated in the one farthest back. He sits in the one farthest forward. There's something different in Mason's gaze. When we were at the party, he was looking at me like he'd gladly rip my clothes off the second we got somewhere private. And there's still heat there, but there's also conflict, hesitation. Guess turning into a monster is a turnoff. It's happened before, Mason says, as his eyes go to his sister's. The fourth day isn't an exact science. We pushed it too close. Elena's eyes simply slide over to meet mine. I should have been more careful. I thought I had time for that meeting. Juliet, I'm sorry. I thought we still had a few hours. What happened in there? It shouldn't have gone down like that. But I cut off when the aircraft shakes, the brakes releasing. I close my mouth, and we all wait as the jet taxis out onto the runway. I can hear the sound of the pilot talking to the air traffic control. They speak in jargon I don't necessarily understand, though I can clearly hear every single word. We wait for 2 minutes, and then we are cleared for takeoff. We roll into position, wait just a few moments, then the jets begin moving forward. Faster and faster and faster, until finally, the front wheels lift off the ground, and the entire craft is airborne. I have only ever flown in an airplane twice in my life. This should feel like a big deal, but considering everything that has just happened, it is the least of my concerns. What have you told her? Mason asks. Just like he was the other night, Mason is dressed in a well-fitted suit. He pulls off his suit jacket and lays it on the chair across from him. He unbuttons his cuffs and rolls them up his forearms. It's hard not to stare. He was beautiful before, but now my vision, I don't miss a single detail of him. Not the scar under his left eyebrow. Not the veins that trace their way up his forearms. The pulse under his jawline. No human being should look so good in business attire. Nothing yet, Elena says. She leans back in her seat, directly across the aisle from me. She leans back in her chair and crosses one leg over the other, but I see the way her muscles are tensed. I see the intense way her gaze is fixed on me. As she said, one wrong move and she will detain me, whatever that entails. What the hell am I ask, as it all comes exploding out of me. All of my insides are shaking like there's a 5.2 earthquake going on inside of me. Confusion and fear, and maybe a little bit of anger are bouncing around in my brain. I need answers. I need answers right now. We are vampires, Elena answers. Her tone is simple and even, like it's just a fact, like how the sky is blue and fish live in the ocean. Well, you and I are. Mason isn't. Not yet, anyway. Not yet. You and I, vampires. That's not funny, Elena, I snarl. My insides are getting hotter, but it has nothing to do with the burn in my throat. I'm not trying to be funny, Elena barks back. Honestly, I didn't know what you were going to become when we very first met. So don't think that I became your friend simply because I knew you were going to be like me someday. Her eyes soften as she speaks, but I'm still a hot, raging coal. But I can tell she's not lying right now. I've known her long enough to be able to read her body language. When I returned to Chicago after we first met, I talked to someone there who told me that I had met someone who would be my eternal friend. Eternal, as in someone who wouldn't die, just like me. Do you hear yourself? I say, with an annoyed laugh. Elena, you're the CEO of a huge company. You're richer than the royalty of some countries. I don't know what you've taken, but I suggest you stay away from it in the future." But even as I say the angry words, I realize I'm squeezing the arm of the chair so hard that it crushes beneath my hand. I'm 5'3" and weigh 130 pounds. I'm not strong enough to crush much of anything. "Vampires were made." Mason's voice cuts through to my brain. My eyes slide open and meet his. He leans forward in his seat, bracing his forearms over his knees. The look in his blue eyes is intense. There's darkness there. His eyes are filled with knowledge that the rest of the world is completely unaware of. Restrained is the man that put his hands all over me at that party. I watch him transform into someone commanding, someone who can take charge of any situation, even one that's absolutely absurd. "A long, long time ago. We don't necessarily know all the details. There was a man who was a scientist, I guess. He was looking for a way to make himself the ultimate predator. He had this obsession with the supernatural, and in the end, he became what you are, what Elena is. He became the first vampire." I want to stop this. I want to stop this entire conversation, rewind back into something that makes sense, and then press play. But Mason doesn't stop talking. "This Genesis vampire had a wife." Elena moves on. "And while he was a vampire and she was human, she got pregnant. Before he knew his wife was carrying their firstborn child, he turned her into a vampire too. Lo and behold, she still gave birth a few months later. The baby was born, and he seemed human. They raised him into an adult, but at some point, he died. Only 4 days later, he rose from the grave, and guess what? He was just like Mommy and Daddy." "Turns out their son was an asshole." Mason continues. "He got a little obsessed with power. Realizing he could do so much more than the humans around him, all he could think about was dominating them. So he ran around sleeping with every woman he could, hoping to create others that were just like him. The bastard succeeded. Over the course of 100 years or so, he had dozens of daughters and 7 sons. And every one of them, after they died, resurrected 4 days later as vampires. Turns out, a male vampire can sleep with a human female, and someday, the child they conceive will turn into a vampire too." "Our dad was a vampire," Elena says. Her eyes slide over to me, and the look in them tells me that she knows what she is saying sounds impossible. Yet, here we are. We always knew it. Our grandfather was also a vampire. The business in Chicago has been a family legacy since the mid-1800s. My father was born in 1903. My brain starts doing the math, and it's impossible. "Yes, Juliet, we're immortal," Elena says, a slight smile on her lips. "So long as no one drives a stake through your heart or cuts your head off, you're going to be the same age that you are right now for the rest of forever. So don't go getting staked or beheaded, or you'll be dead. This time for good." "That Genesis vampire," Mason continues, "the one who created all vampires thousands of years ago, the bastard is still alive, lives in Austria, literally calls himself the king." I squeeze my eyes closed. It's all too much. My brain is trying to process what they're saying, because they're acting like they believe this. But how do you process something like this? How do you make sense of any of it? "Anyways," Elena moves on. "No, you don't know who your dad was, but he was a vampire. Otherwise, you would have died on that sidewalk." That fresh wound opens instantly. "Your dad" are words that have so very rarely ever been spoken in reference to me. My eyes slide over to Mason. From the look on his face, I don't think that Elena has told him anything about my past. "Wait, you're saying you didn't turn me, or whatever?" I ask, as everything the movies and books has told me about vampires runs through my head. Elena shakes her head. "You can't turn someone into a vampire, at least not the kind we are." Of course there is more than one kind. You have to be born this way. People will refer to you as a born vampire. Mason interjects. And that's exactly what it means. After you died in New York, we put you on the plane and we came here. Elena sits there, so casual and calm, and considering what she has told me, suddenly I wonder, just how old is my best friend? You've been dead for 4 days. The resurrection process is a bitch, isn't it? And I instantly remember what it felt like before I opened my eyes, and everything looked different. The pain, the burn, the acid. Resurrection. The word leaves my lips. I test it out. I squeeze my eyes closed and shake my head. The mugger, his knife, all the blood I was losing, and then all that burning. I really died? Elena nods. You bled out on the sidewalk. I could have tried calling an ambulance. Maybe they could have stopped the bleeding in time. Probably not, though. But yes, you died. You said... I shake my head, going back to that night. You said you could handle yourself. Your eyes. I saw them flash red. Did you... Ugh. Did you rip his throat out? A small smile curls in one corner of Elena's mouth. He had just stabbed my best friend. He's lucky that I didn't have the time or privacy to slowly rip him apart bit by bit. Mason chuckles, and I glance over to see him shake his head. He's so calm about all of this, as if his sister isn't talking about killing people. Are you two actually siblings? I ask the first question that comes to mind. How come you're a vampire and he's not? I can't believe that question just came off my lips. I just asked someone about being a vampire like I believe any of this is real. Vampires aren't real. They can't be real. They can't. Yet, there is still blood staining my face. Yes, we are actually biological siblings, Mason answers. Mason and I are twins, Elena admits. In the 18 months that we've known each other, I always believed that Elena's brother was older than her. My sister was in more of a hurry than I was to make the transition, Mason says. We always said we would wait until we were 30. Elena changed her mind when she was 26. That was 3 years ago. You're talking about all this time, hundreds, thousands of years, saying you're immortal, and you're telling me that you've actually only been a vampire for 3 years? Somehow, it just doesn't sound right, considering everything else we're speaking about. Our father was 82 years old when we were born, and I promise he didn't look a day over 26, Elena says. It seemed he was going to be an eternal bachelor, until he met our mother. They were in a relationship for 3 months before he told her the truth about what he was. She loved him anyway. They got married, and lo and behold, just 2 months after they said their vows, our mother found out she was pregnant with us. They raised us, and we were almost like any other happy family. Until 4 years ago. You said they died in that horrible car accident, I say, recalling the night Elena told me about her parents. It was obvious how much she loved them. But with this new information, something doesn't feel right. Does that mean your dad was decapitated in the accident? The very second the words leave my mouth, I know I should have said them differently. I'm not the most sensitive when it comes to stuff like this. Elena swallows once and looks away. I couldn't tell you the truth at the time, she says. She picks a non-existent piece of lint on her pants. Our parents were actually assassinated. Sometimes gaining the power and money our family has earns you enemies. I sit back in my seat, and I can't find words. Assassinated. The man was caught and taken care of just an hour later. Mason fills in. His face looks marginally paler, and there's just as much grief in his expression as his sister's. But the damage was done. Godfrey Industries fell onto our shoulders. We'd been working at the company before they died, but we took over after. I stutter. I'm so sorry. Elena clears her throat, and I watch as she seems to push aside the pain, and she sits just a little taller. We all have our tragedies, right? With our father out of the picture, I felt like the both of us couldn't keep waiting another 5 years to resurrect. It's why I decided it was time a little less than a year after they died. I glance over at Mason, for now, ignoring that wait. So you're going to keep waiting until that magical 30th birthday? I ask. And then it hits me. To make the transition, it means he has to die. Shit, you have to die before you become a vampire. Maybe, Mason says. Weight settles between us all, and I suddenly remember what we talked about the expectation on him to have kids. Those kids will be immortal if he conceives them after he turns. At least, according to the madness they're spouting. As I look over at Elena, it's obvious there's an entire unspoken conversation happening. Elena knows his reasonings. Something in her eyes makes me think she's unhappy about something. I close my eyes and take in a deep breath. That was a mistake. The scent of what is running through Mason's veins flares my throat hot once again. I'll take that drink now, I say without opening my eyes. Almost instantly, some kind of cold, flexible plastic is placed in my hand. When I open my eyes, I see a bag of blood in my hand, exactly like the kind we use at a hospital. The cold disgusts me. I feel my lip curl at it. But looking up, something in my brain is still human enough to not want to take what I need from Mason. I bite into the plastic and drink the blood like a Capri Sun. I took you to Las Vegas because there are lots of options when it comes to people who can disappear and not be missed. I know it's terrible, but to be honest, pretty much everyone drains their first feeding. I had meant to take you out as soon as you resurrected, but that happened a little earlier than anticipated. It would have been a good place to lay low for a few weeks, but unfortunately, your first victim was the daughter of someone very important. Dread drops into my stomach. I won't ever forget the look on his face when he came out of that room and saw his daughter lying at my feet, or when he said that he would make me pay for what I had done. His name is Pablo Ramirez, Mason says. Eventually, you will learn all about the political system that exists within the vampire world, and how we avoid it. What you do need to know for right now is that certain vampires are considered royal. Those royals govern the world through houses. One of those exists in Las Vegas. Pablo Ramirez is not a royal, but he is important in their circle. He told me that his daughter was about to become engaged to one of those royals, Elena says. This is important because she was about to become a vampire, but wasn't yet. She could have married that royal and borne him royal children before she turned. Now, I cut that option off. The tie to a royal family, whatever the hell that means, and the option for future heirs. If it's true that only male vampires can create more vampires with female humans, this means that there will not be the children that had been planned. This all sounds so crazy. I never told Pablo who I was. Elena moves on. Simply that I have an impressive portfolio, and that I'm looking for a new investment partner in Las Vegas. He wasn't a fan of all the secrecy, but I didn't give him much of an option. So, thank heavens he doesn't know who I am. Though, if he digs too deep, it really won't be that hard to figure it out. So, we had to get out of Las Vegas. We need to lay low for a day or two before returning home. Home. Oh, shit. My brain starts running through how all of this is going to change my life. How am I ever supposed to walk back into a hospital when every person around me looks like a snack? When she says home, she doesn't mean New York. Mason says, his voice low. You're coming back to Chicago with us. No, I'm not. I automatically bark back. With the target on your back, there will be no safer place for you than Chicago, Elena says quietly. That part is going to require a lot of explanation, but for now, can you please just trust me that I will keep you safe? Trust me. That's not something I do. No one in my life has proved themselves worth trusting. except for this woman sitting across from me. I'm reckless and sarcastic and bitter. I don't like to let my emotions show. But right now, everything is so out of my control. I want to throw everything these two have said out the window without a parachute. But I loved the taste of blood. I killed 2 people in less than 2 minutes. I jumped out of a building and didn't get a scratch on me. The world is not the world I thought it was. It is so much darker and so much more complex than I ever dared imagine. My eyes rise back up to meet my best friends, and in them, I still see the woman who has made me smile more than any person in my life. I still see the person that I would do anything for. So, even though I'm terrified, I still answer honestly. Okay. 4. I've never been to St. Louis. Really, I've never been anywhere. Too bad this isn't a tourism visit. The plane touches down at the airport. The pilot rolls us to one corner of it and opens the stairs. I don't have any luggage. I literally have nothing with me. While Mason and Elena grab their bags and walk down the stairs, I walk out empty-handed. It's something I'm used to, but it's becoming a happily more distant memory. I bounced from place to place for years, and half the time I was taken out in such a hurry that I wasn't able to grab any of my very few belongings. I am one of the few people in the world who is able to start from scratch, from absolutely nothing, and not fall apart over the fact. Except that I'm 28 years old now, and I've been working my ass off for the last 10 years to change that. There is another limo waiting for us at the airport. Wordlessly, the 3 of us climb inside. Elena hands me another blood bag and insists that I drink it down. She's not wrong. Being in this small, enclosed space with 2 humans, the burn starts almost immediately. As soon as I finish the blood, it's easier to look at Mason without seeing him as a snack. We drive for 20 minutes before the limo pulls up in front of a hotel. I can tell it's a nice place, the kind of place I would never, ever be able to afford. A footman immediately walks out and takes Elena and Mason's bags from them. The 3 of us walk inside, and Elena checks us in under a fake name with a fake ID. I guess I shouldn't be surprised by this. She is what she is. And now, because of me, we have someone chasing after us. I can see how having a fake ID when you're a vampire would come in handy. The man at the counter hands us 3 room keys. Considering that it's 4 in the morning, this isn't exactly a typical time to be checking in at a hotel. But he doesn't question Elena. This is the kind of power she has. This is the kind of commanding presence that she owns. Silently, we ride the elevator up 9 stories. The elevator dings, and the doors open to reveal an opulent hall. We walk down to the very end of it, and Elena swipes her key. Doors open to reveal a lavish penthouse. There's a central living area, kitchen, and a large dining room. I see 2 doors splitting off from the main living area, leading to bedrooms. You should shower, Elena says. At the door, Mason takes our bags from the footman and hands him a tip. He walks back into the room and lays the bags on one of the couches. You still have blood on you. You can't keep walking around looking like that. You're a little obvious. She cracks a smile and winks at me. I will leave some clothes for you on the counter. We're close enough in size. You can make do until I get someone to pick some things up for you and bring them here. You're really not going to let me go back to New York? I ask, and panic starts eating at my insides. Everything I own is there. I'm so damn close to finishing my residency. Elena, I'm buried under nearly $200,000 of student loans. I can't just walk away when I'm this close to the finish line. Elena walks forward and runs her hands down my arms. I see compassion on her face, something that isn't there very often. I know what New York means to you, and I know how hard you've worked. You've had to fight so much harder than you should have had to, but you can't go back to that life. Would you really want to go back there, now that you know what you are, and be alone? I think about what she says, and her words make my stomach feel heavy. Elena has been trying to talk me into moving to Chicago with her for a long time, but I had school. I couldn't just rip my roots up and leave. I'm finally getting control of my life. But now, there's a doctor in Chicago. Mason cuts in. I look over at him and see him slide his hands into his pockets, and he looks up at me from beneath his eyelashes. A vampire doctor. He owns his own hospital, and a good chunk of his staff is like you. I'll talk to him. Maybe you can't go back to your residency, but I'm sure he'd be happy to finish out your training and give you a job when you're finished. If you still want to be a doctor, Juliet, we'll make that happen. We'll make that happen. Power is a strange thing. You either have all of it or none of it. In my entire life, I've been the kind who had none of it. I'm buried in so much debt, I say, in a hoarse whisper. I've been living off my student loans for the past year. Medical school. Your debt will be paid off when the banks open in the morning. Mason cuts me off. The look in his eyes darkens. There's something protective and demanding in them. I know this is shit, Juliet, but you can either go back to your life in New York and eventually get killed, or you can let Elena and I make this right and let us help you. But, Juliet. He shakes his head, and I've rarely seen such intensity. I can't let you go back to that city and be at risk. No one has ever tried to protect me. I've built this armor of bitterness and snark so I could protect myself. Mason doesn't know me. We've spent a few hours together, and they were intense and unexpected. But he doesn't know me. But that look in his eyes, it reaches something in me. It breaks that stubborn arrogance in me that says I can do everything by myself. Please, Juliet, Mason says, and his voice is little more than a whisper, and his eyes are begging. Let me help you. Goosebumps flash over my arms, and I feel something in me shift. We all have pivotal moments in our lives, and staring at Mason, letting him break through just a little bit of my armor, I feel that this is one of mine. Fine, I answer hoarsely. Elena rubs her hands up and down my arms again. I can keep you safe in Chicago. She continues. I'll explain everything. And I promise, I'll make sure you have an entire new wardrobe waiting for you when you get there. What else do you need? A laptop? A car? Whatever you need. I will make sure that it's waiting there for you. Elena, I say, in exasperation. I know you don't like accepting my money. She cuts me off. But sometimes you have to recognize when things are out of your control, when you need help. Please, just don't keep fighting me. Something burns at the back of my eyes. In all my life, there have been people who have made sure that my basic needs were provided for, but they did it because they were being paid to do so. But Elena is different. Elena cares. She gives a damn about what happens to me. Everything is going to be okay, Elena says quietly as she leans forward and wraps her arms around me. I finally understand how she's so damn strong, considering how tiny she is. I take a deep breath and know that she's right. Things are out of my control right now. I have to trust her. So, I simply nod and have no other choice but to swallow my pride. She lets me go, and without another word, I step into one of the bedrooms. It's just as lavish as the rest of the place. There is a huge bed in the center of the room, and big, expensive furniture is pushed up against the walls. There is a massive closet attached to it, a space that is bigger than my bedroom back in New York. And just to the side of that, I find a huge, beautiful bathroom. I start the hot water in the shower and begin peeling my clothes off. Standing naked in front of the mirror, I remember what last happened in New York. My fingers rise to my stomach. I remember how it felt when that mugger buried his knife in my stomach. But I look at myself and find there is no scar. There is absolutely no evidence of the injury that ended my life. However, I see drops of blood spattered over my neck. I see a small streak of it crusted and dried where it would have been covered by the collar of my shirt. With steam rolling through the space, I climb into the shower and stand under the boiling hot water. For about 10 minutes while I'm in the shower, I seriously consider running. I'm pretty sure I've lost my mind. I must have taken some kind of drug at the party. Maybe someone drugged me. All I drank was water, but it's definitely a possibility in this day and age. Maybe Elena has lost her mind. Maybe she's done something to me. Because the possibility that all of this is real is just way too much. But as I look down the drain and see streaks of red running down my body, I know I'm not running from this. I know I can't outrun this. Because I feel it in my body. I feel this new, inhuman strength. I can hear the sound of dozens of people sleeping. I hear them intake air and slowly let it out. This hotel is filled with the deep sounds of slumber. I can smell them, too. And even though my thirst is currently sated, their blood still smells amazing. I'm definitely not the person I was just a few days ago. So, I don't run. I turn off the water, and when I step out, I find the clothes Elena promised sitting on the counter. They're simple, a set of black leggings and an oversized shirt. I pull them on and step back out into the living area. I watch as Elena pulls the heavy draperies over the windows, and something in me senses the sun outside. Like a nagging thought in the back of my brain, I know that it's out there. I feel it stalking me, coming for me. And bizarrely, I feel a sense of dread when I think about the sun, when I think about the light. Do we catch on fire when the sun hits us? I ask, blatantly. Elena takes a seat in one of the plush armchairs. Mason is sitting on the couch. His elbow is propped up on the arm of it, and he presses his thumb and index finger to his eyes as if he has a headache. He looks exhausted. I guess he should be. It's well past the middle of the night, and who knows how long it's been since he slept. Thanks to me. A smile pulls on my best friend's face. You can feel it coming, can't you? Yeah, and I don't know what the hell it means. I snap. Elena chuckles. Next time you're standing in front of a mirror, take a good look at your eyes. Your pupils are fully dilated, and it's our biggest weakness. They can't go back now. So, excessive light, it's going to bother you. And the sun, basically out of the question. I've had some custom sunglasses made, and they help a lot. It's still uncomfortable going out during the day, but they make it possible. As soon as we get back to Chicago, I will get you a pair. That's it? I question, because I kind of feel like I'm on the verge of a panic attack, and the only reason I'm afraid of the sun is because it will be uncomfortable for my eyes. You are the result of generations of vampires. Mason pipes up as he lifts his head. For a couple thousand years, all the other vampires did not have the option of sunglasses. Fear and trauma can be passed down through DNA. That anxiety, that dread, it will help to keep you alive. He is so well versed in all of this. He's not even one of us yet, but he knows all the details. What would it have been like to be raised by a vampire father? We've been awake all night. How come I don't feel tired? Slowly, I begin going through that list of questions I had in my head. Elena shakes her head. Your body is changed, Juliet. It's better, faster, stronger. You'll find that as a vampire, you sort of have insomnia. Going to sleep is difficult. When you hear so much, when you smell so much, when you just don't get tired like you used to, it makes it difficult to sleep. I do still sleep, but only about once a week. It's all I seem to need. This is typical for our kind. How about food? I ask as I walk toward the kitchen. Because I'm not thirsty right now, but I am starving. I open the fridge, but it's completely empty. I check the cupboards, but they are just as barren. Thank goodness I find a basket on the corner of the counter, filled with snacks. You can eat as much as you like, Elena answers. We still need food. I mean, you won't likely starve to death if you don't eat anything, but you will be just as hungry as you were before. Trust me, I still have a weakness for gelato. I grab a bag of chips and smirk at my friend as I walk back to the couch and sit on the one opposite of Mason. I tear into it and start stuffing my face. Thank heavens, my taste buds still seem the same. Besides my newly acquired preference for blood. So, why is Chicago going to be safer for us? I move on to the next question. What's the difference between it and New York or Las Vegas? Remember that king I mentioned? Mason says. He has unbuttoned his shirt nearly down to his navel. With my newly acquired sense of sight, it's really hard not to stare. His name is Cyrus. Like I said, every vampire is one of his descendants and can trace their line back to him. He went to war with his son at one point. King Cyrus wanted to keep the vampires a secret. His son wanted to take control over the humans. Remember all of those children I mentioned? Two of them sided with King Cyrus, the rest sided with the son. In the end, King Cyrus killed his son and won the war. For their betrayal, Cyrus exiled those who sided with his son. For their loyalty, Cyrus rewarded those two who stood by his side. The descendants of those two sons are considered royals. The rest of us, who don't come from those two sons, we are simply referred to as born. Any other common citizen. Cyrus's greatest desire was to keep our kind hidden, but he also loves control. He is a sadistic bastard who keeps an iron grip on every one of our kind, which is difficult when you're only one man and the number of vampires in the modern world is in the hundreds of thousands. Elena traces patterns into the arm of the chair she sits in. So, he set up the royal houses. They are basically smaller governors of a certain area, and they are led by his royal descendants. He still rules as king from Austria, but his favorites, his royals, help him rule the rest of the world. There are 4 houses in the United States. Mason continues to explain. Las Vegas is one of them. It is ruled by the House of Valdez. Pablo Ramirez is not a royal, but he is part of the house. The House of Sidra rules from the Pacific Northwest. The House of Alloway is based in Massachusetts, and they rule the entire Northeast. And in the South, they can't seem to get their shit together. Their royal there rejected the role. Don't really know the details, but they've been a mess for a long time. My head is already spinning from all this new information, and I have a feeling that I haven't even heard the half of it. Instead of asking them to slow down or stop spewing all this insane information, I down the rest of the chips. The royals are powerful, Elena says. If you step out of line, it is their job to put you back inside it, or kill you if you won't comply. There have been literal wars because of the houses, and King Cyrus, the man is a psychopath. It's a well-known fact that he likes to play bloody games. He will pit vampires against each other just for the fun of it. This is a world filled with politics and power plays. It's actually incredibly impressive that Cyrus has managed to keep such a tight grip on his race all this time. But not everyone wants to be ruled by royalty, Mason says. I meet his eyes, and I see in them a man who holds power, a man who will not be ruled by anyone. He may be human, but it is easy to see he is a leader. Chicago is for those who wish to stay away from the power and influence of the royals. We are on the farther border of the House of Alloway, but the population of their area is so high, it hardly even matters, Elena says. We keep them away by keeping everything quiet. Every vampire who enters Chicago does so with the agreement that they will not stir shit, that they will keep their heads down, but most importantly, that they will keep their mouths shut. And Chicago is not just a haven for vampires. Nope. No. I don't know where this is going, but how can there possibly be more? Please don't tell me that werewolves are real too, I blurt. My heart is suddenly racing and my palms feel sweaty. Mason chuckles and shakes his head. I have good news for you. There are no werewolves in Chicago. But the vampires would not have stayed safe in Chicago if it weren't for other beings, Elena draws out. I sit back in my seat, slouching down as far as I can go without ending up on the floor. I press my fingertips into my temples. I don't have a headache, but my brain is past capacity right now. The other residents of Chicago cannot be as easily classified as the vampires, Elena adds. It's not exactly something I can explain. You will just have to see it for yourself. I'm trying not to think. I'm trying really, really hard not to imagine the possibilities. But there are images of ghosts and ghouls running through my brain. Mason stands from his seat and walks into the kitchen. He pulls a glass cup from the cupboard and fills it with water. You need to know what to expect when we arrive in Chicago tomorrow. Chicago stays safe because we are very selective in who we allow into the city. You will be interrogated. I sit up straight at that. Excuse me? Elena stands as well, though she only walks around to the back of her chair. She rests her hands on it. We have to be careful. They're going to want to know everything about you, who you know, where your loyalties lie, and you will have to get this pass to live in the city. Elena's tattoo isn't simply for decoration, Mason says as he raises an eyebrow. The tattoo allows me to be tracked, Elena says as she raises her left hand. There, on the outside edge of her hand, stretching down along the outside edge of her pinky, is a line of roses interwoven with vines. They know when I leave and enter the city. And you are okay with this? I bark. And who is this they? The Chicago Night Council, Elena answers. There are 4 divisions in Chicago. We might not be ruled by royals, but we still have a system of order. Mason and I are co-chairs of our division. The other 3 leaders make up the rest of the council. We keep track of the comings and goings within the city. We deal with problems when they arise, and we make sure that everyone stays safe within the boundaries of the city. So, yes, I am okay with the tattoo. I shake my head and stand. I walk from one end of the penthouse to the other. This is too much, Elena. It was one thing for you to tell me that I'm a vampire. Now you're moving me to another city. And you're talking about other creatures and paranormal councils. And you're just expecting me to just fit in and try to find myself a new normal? Elena and Mason exchange a glance. I don't particularly like what I see pass between them. We will both vouch for you, Elena says, but certain members of the council are suspicious. They're going to want more of a reason why we're letting you into the city, other than you're our friend. We're going to have to tell them that somebody is trying to come after you. So... Once again, Elena glances at her brother. Mason gives a deep sigh, and I'm pretty sure that's a glare he's giving his sister. The cover story is that you're coming to Chicago to be my new bodyguard for a few weeks. You will be living with me, in my penthouse, until you've gotten enough control to start your apprenticeship at the hospital. Me? I ask, as my brow automatically arches. I mean, I've been in more than my fair share of fights in my life. I've knocked more than one person out with a punch. But really? Yes, Juliet, really, Elena says with an arched brow. It's not like you're going to have to do anything, but we need a cover story. I shake my head and turn my whole body away from Mason. Living with him? I can barely keep my eyes off of him. How in the world am I supposed to keep my cool if we are going to be sharing the same space? If I'm supposed to follow him around all day, every day, pretending to be his security detail? That's enough, I say as I press my palms into my temples and take a deep breath. My head is swimming. I'm tired, though not physically. I'm going to lay down. That's enough for now. I hear her rather than see when Elena nods. You're doing good, Juliet. You're taking all of this a hell of a lot calmer than I expected. Sorry, I'll scream and break stuff later, I say. My best friend can make me smile, even in the craziest of circumstances. I hear her chuckle. Take whatever time you need. Process all of this. We will head back to the airport tonight at sundown. We will be in Chicago an hour after that. I don't say anything else. I cross the space and open the door to the bedroom. I lock it behind me, which I know is pointless and unneeded. But I need some space. I need some physical space to let my head sort out everything that was just thrown on me. So I lie down on the massive bed and I stare up at the dark ceiling, wondering how in the world this has become my reality. 5. We're on the ground, Elena says into her phone. My guys will follow you. a dark voice says on the other end. None of us say anything as the plane loses speed on the runway. Finally, it creeps along, making its way to its final destination. And when we stop, I look out the window and see two black cars waiting. And standing outside one of the cars is two men. "You don't need to be afraid," Elena says. She stands and looks down at me. "I swear, I'm not going to let anyone hurt you here." "I'm not scared," I say, and it's the honest truth. I've already killed 2 people and found the world is a much bigger place than I thought. Meeting new people isn't the intimidating part. Except those people are vampires, and others, which I have yet to learn the meaning of. Mason, Elena, and I walk down the stairs into the dark night, and for the first time, I set foot in Chicago. "Welcome back," one of the men says. They're both dressed in all black and look utterly deadly. "Mr. DeLuca is waiting for you." "How's his mood today?" Elena asks as she walks across the pavement to the other car. "Not great," the man says. A small smile pulls in the corner of his mouth. "Perfect," Elena says sarcastically as she climbs inside. I follow after her, and Mason brings up the rear. No one has to give directions to the driver. He simply takes off, and as I look behind us, I see the other car follow. The space is small. With the 3 of us, we're all cramped beside one another. Mason's entire thigh is pressed into mine. His shoulder brushes mine. And when I feel his fingers wrap around mine between us, my eyes fall down to them. He rubs his thumb soothingly over the back of my hand, and my stomach does a little flip. Neither of us looks at the other, but I don't let his hand go, and I will my face not to blush. Not even a little bit. Elena's phone beeps, and she looks at it. "Tabitha?" Mason asks. "Of course," Elena says. Her tone sounds somewhat annoyed. "She's meeting us there." "Who is Tabitha?" I ask. There are so many players being introduced, I feel behind. Lost. "My bodyguard," Elena says, her blue eyes rising to meet mine. "All members of the Night Council have them, except Roman, who you're about to meet. We had to reposition Mason's to shore up our cover story. That I'm coming to Chicago to be his bodyguard. Why am I not acting as Elena's bodyguard? I'm not sure." We drive for 5 minutes, and then we pull up in front of an old brick building. It looks abandoned. "We're here," Elena says, and I detect a hint of dread in her voice. I let go of Mason's hand and shift to leave the vehicle when Elena reaches out a hand and stops me. "Roman is intense," she says. "He's in charge of security in the city, and he takes his job very seriously because his job is so important. He's unpleasant, we'll put it that way. I just want you to be prepared for him." My eyes glance over to Mason, and his lips thin out as his eyes darken. Something tells me Mason and this Roman don't get along. "Okay," I say, because what else is there to say? The driver opens the door, and the 3 of us climb out. My heart starts beating faster as my eyes fix on the door. It's painted black, peeling. The building looks like a common place for murders. Mason reaches it and pulls it open. It still throws me off. I expect to be blind for a moment as I walk in, for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. But I see everything perfectly from the first moment. There is one folding table set up in the center of the room. A chair is placed on either side of it. There is a man seated in the corner, a tattoo machine next to him. His hair is curly, his face friendly and open, though shy. At least I can be sure he isn't Roman. As I step inside, a figure leaning against the wall straightens, and there isn't a doubt in me that this is the man I have been warned about. His shoulders are broad, his arms sculpted to perfection. He wears black from head to toe, matching his slightly too long hair. But his eyes, they're completely disarming. Vivid blue, such a stark contrast to his dark hair. He's beautiful, there's no doubt about it, but every inch of him screams predator, violent, dangerous. "Welcome to Chicago, Miss Doe," he says. His voice sounds like steel, if steel could speak. Hard, sharp, smooth. "My name is Roman DeLuca. Have a seat." His words are just barely polite, but goosebumps rise on my skin instantly. I've been around plenty of dangerous men in my life, and my natural instincts are telling me to run away, to not look this man in the eye. But I've been dominated by too many people in my life. I hate hiding. I won't ever cower. So I lift my chin high, and I cross the room to sit at that simple table. The man in the corner says nothing. Elena and Mason walk inside and position themselves along the outside wall. Roman takes the other seat at the table, and for 10 seconds, he just stares at me, his gaze intense, his expression unreadable. I'm biting my tongue because all I want to do is fill the awkward silence with biting sarcasm. But Elena warned me, so for tonight, I'll be smart and keep my mouth shut. I want you to understand that if you mess this up, your life will be in my hands. I stare at the man sitting across the table from me, and I refuse to blink. He's intimidating, and he knows it. His features look like they were carved out of marble. The man is a walking billboard of savagery. But I'm not going to bow under the weight of his stare. Yes, I answer. He didn't ask it as a question. It was absolutely a statement, a fact, something that sounds inevitable. But I'm the one being interrogated here. Do you understand why we value privacy in Chicago? He asks. He tilts his head just slightly to the right. Sort of, kind of, not really. Yes. Do you swear you will never speak about Chicago if you leave this city? He asks. He leans forward, his eyes so vivid, it's almost as if they have a life of their own. I do, I vow. No, I do not understand this place yet, but something creeps inside of my chest. It took up residence there the second I stepped off the plane. There is something different about this place. Whatever it is, I won't tell a soul. Partly because people would think I'd lost my mind. Do you have any family outside of this city? Roman asks, firing off the question nearly the second the words leave my lips. No, I respond, and that familiar, sharp knot in my stomach tightens just a little more. I have no siblings. My mother is dead. I never know who my father was. The man's eyes flick over to Elena. She stands poised and tense next to her brother, who watches this entire interaction with barely contained annoyance. Their family, brother, sister, and from the look on Roman's face, I'm beginning to wonder if having a full-blooded sibling is rare. They each have each other. But in the end, it's just me. I don't have anyone. As I look back across the table, I don't think Roman does either. Serious relationships? He asks next, his brows dropping into a furrow. Anyone who might come looking for you? My fingers, which were lying flat on the tabletop, curl with anger and embarrassment. My fingernails dig into the plastic, only it feels like butter with my newfound inhuman strength. I wonder if I'll ever get used to this. No, I answer, my voice low and dangerous. I don't have a boyfriend, a fiancé, a husband. I don't have any best friends back home who are going to miss me. My supervisor might get a little annoyed when I stop showing up, but even she won't give it more than a minute's thought. A face like that, and you're all alone? He asks, and the surprise isn't hidden from his face. Roman, Elena hisses. She takes a step forward, but her brother's hand snaps out, grabbing her wrist, stopping her. We all know you're an ass. You don't have to go proving it to her on her first night here. Just barely, a smile crooks in one corner of his mouth. He enjoys this. He enjoys the interrogation. He enjoys making people squirm. Just a few more questions. I've vouched for her, Elena says. Her temper is rising, and I smile as I watch it. I'm a council member, for Knight's sake. That should be good enough. But Chicago's safety isn't your charge, now is it? The man says, cocking his head to the side again and staring her down. Elena's lips narrow to a thin line, but she bites her tongue. Roman looks back at me with the slide of his eyes. I understand you're coming here because you're on the run from someone. Is there any chance they followed you here? I lean back in my seat, getting tired of this interrogation. I don't know. The draining happened in Las Vegas. We went to St. Louis from there, then we came here. I never gave the man my name, Elena says. My jet is registered under a shell company. Unless he hopped on the wing and came along for the ride, there's no way he could know where we are. Chicago will remain safe and quiet, I say. I tilt my head to the side, just like Roman did a moment ago. His eyes narrow for just a second. People are never sure what to think of me when they first meet me. I'm all of 5 feet 3 inches. My blonde hair and sun-freckled nose and cheeks make people expect a perky, happy California beach girl. That's not me. Not after all the things that have happened to me. After all the bad choices I've made. After I woke up from the dead 2 days ago and found the world was so much more complicated than I ever knew. Elena might have your back, Roman says. But if he comes looking for you, no one in this city is going to lay down their life protecting you. You're not telling me anything new, I say as I pick at my nail polish, even if his words sting. Roman, Mason growls. We shouldn't be letting you in here. Roman interrupts. You killed the daughter of a member of the House of Valdez. That puts you on the radar of the Royals, which is exactly what we're avoiding here in Chicago. This is why we have the barrier in place, Elena says, looking over at the man sitting on the stool. He fidgets, like he's nervous. His left leg bounces up and down quickly, and he picks at a hangnail absent-mindedly. We'll know the second he crosses over, if he makes it here. Chicago is a safe haven, Roman continues, ignoring her. He doesn't lean back. He doesn't lessen that intense stare for even 1 second. For centuries, the born have bent to the will of the royals and those damn houses. Chicago operates under the neglectful watch of a fire-haired idiot. We fly under the radar. Here, the royals mean nothing. Dozens have come to Chicago as refugees, seeking safety, solace. It's become a mecca for those that are more. Not just the vampires, but for those that are like him. He nods towards the man sitting on a stool in the corner of the room. There are hundreds of beings here who need Chicago to remain a safe place. Chicago is invisible to the outside world. We never, ever speak about Chicago. My heart starts beating faster as I listen to him. What he's describing, it sounds wonderful. It sounds safe. Elena promised I'd be safe in Chicago. Safety doesn't even seem real to me. I can't recall a single day in my life where I've truly felt safe. I understand, I say, my voice hoarse, and I swear, no one will ever hear the truth about Chicago from me. Roman continues to stare at me. With those insane eyes, I wouldn't be surprised if he could see all the way to my soul and read the truth right from my bones. One more thing, he says. If you create any bitten, it's an immediate death sentence here. You're fresh, meaning your control is nearly non-existent. So I'm warning you now. Watch your feeding. My brows furrow in confusion. Bitten? I'll explain it later, Elena says, with a sigh and the roll of her eyes. When Roman casts a dark glare in her direction, she just shakes her head. It's been 2 days, okay. We've covered a lot of ground in that time, but every single detail can't be told in that amount of time. Roman continues to glare, and I see the look of dark contemplation behind his eyes. Ink her, he finally says. He pushes his chair back and stands. He goes to stand in front of Elena, staring down his nose at her. She screws up, and it's going to be your head. Back off, Roman, Mason growls. He steps forward, placing himself between Roman and his sister. Roman just gives a cold laugh, a smile pulling on his lips. Roman is a vampire. Elena is a vampire. Mason is still very much human. The man in the corner stands and rolls his stool toward me, pulling his cart next to him. It's hard to tell how old he is. He could be 19. He could also be 35. He's medium built, and he carries himself in a way that makes me think he wants to be invisible. I can't blame him. He's human, and he works with a bunch of vampires who could drain him in just a few moments. My name is Warren, he offers, with a slight, timid smile. The tattoo will be your tracker. The barrier that surrounds the city reacts to the combination of your blood and my blood. When you leave the city, we know. When you enter the city, we know. You're going to permanently mark me in exchange for being able to stay here? I ask, in annoyance and disbelief, even though I knew this was coming. It's non-negotiable, Roman says as he goes to lean back against a wall, his arms folded over his chest. You can pick the design and where, Warren offers. It just has to be visible, Elena says. Obviously, vampires recognize each other by scent. But unless a vampire is marked in Chicago, you don't talk to them, not until they receive their mark. Passing an interrogation earns it for you. Until they're marked, you can't trust them. Roses are the most common tattoo in the world, Warren says as he gets his machine ready. They won't draw attention, but they'll make it easy to know who's been cleared and who hasn't. I swallow once. Elena warned me that security was tight here in the city. But this, man, these people are intense. I glance to Elena, and my eyes fall to her tattooed hand once more. All this time, and I thought she just liked the way it looked. I had no idea that it had a purpose. My eyes slide over to Roman. His rose is tattooed to the right side of his neck, taking up a large portion of the area. No surprise, his rose is black, just like his soul. Here, I guess, I say, indicating my left forearm. Just do whatever you want. Make it pretty? Warren just nods, and I watch in slight horror as he takes a knife and makes a small cut into the tip of his left thumb. He squeezes the blood that bubbles there into the cartridge, and he doesn't wait as he sets to my ink. I grimace when the pain first bites into my skin. Happy? Elena asks, annoyance dripping from her tone. Ask me again in 6 weeks, Roman says as he pushes himself off the wall and walks out the door we came in through. He's really not that bad, Warren says. His tone is still too quiet, too timid. Don't try to defend your boss just because he can still hear you, Elena says. Her words are venomous, but they're not aimed at Warren. From outside, I hear a hissing growl. Vampire hearing. Warren actually smiles, and it's kind of endearing. You told me he was going to be intense, I say, looking up at Elena. You didn't say he was going to be a dick. No, I thought I told you he was an ass, she says, annoyance still on her face. You didn't, I confirm. She makes a noise of affirmation and shrugs. He's definitely both. Just then, the door opens once more, and the sharpest-looking woman I've ever seen steps inside. She can't weigh more than 100 pounds, despite the fact that she's definitely taller than me. Her cheekbones are sharp, in a way that says she needs to put on 20 pounds. Her shoulders are bony. She wears a skin-tight miniskirt, thigh-high black boots, and a red leather jacket. She slides right next to Elena and says something in a language I don't understand. To my surprise, Elena answers her in the same language. Juliet, this is Tabitha, Elena says. And I try not to raise an eyebrow. This tiny, fragile-looking woman is Elena Godfrey's bodyguard? She doesn't speak English. She's Russian. Ah, now I get it. Nice to meet you, I say, despite what she just told me. Tabitha bows her head just slightly, a sign of acknowledgement. 53 minutes later, Warren declares me finished. I'm the proud new owner of 5 roses, interwoven with thorns and stems. He gives me some aftercare instructions for the next 30 minutes. Apparently, it will be fully healed in that time. Good luck, Warren calls as we head for the door. Thank you, Warren, Elena says. You'll come for Sunday brunch, right? Wouldn't miss it, he says, and I think that smile is genuine. Brunch? I ask with a raised eyebrow as we step out into the darkness outside. Elena smiles. What? Warren is a sweetheart. She slips her arm through mine, and together we walk into the limousine waiting for us at the curb. The driver jumps out and walks around swiftly to open the door. From the scent of him, I know he's a vampire too. The four of us climb into the limo, and as soon as the door is closed, the driver is nearly instantly back in his seat, and we roll forward. Thirsty? Elena asks as we head to our destination, wherever that may be. Yes, I say, because just at the thought, fire ignites in my throat. I take the bag of donated blood that she extends. She takes one for herself, and I notice that Mason looks away as her fangs extend, and she bites into it. The burn is always there. I wonder if that will ever go away, or if this is just part of my new life. Being in these tight quarters with a human intensifies the burn. So, the taste of the blood as it slips over my tongue and down my throat is one of the best feelings ever. If only it were warm and not cold. And coming straight from an artery. I shake the thought off, disgusted by myself. Care to explain what a bitten is? I ask, as I discard the emptied bag. Elena said that you couldn't be turned into your kind of vampire, Mason says. Once more, he's calm and collected, looking ready to walk into a boardroom. But you can turn others into a different kind of vampire, a bitten. My eyes slide over to Elena. You have to be careful when you're drinking fresh from a human. If you take all their blood, you'll kill them. If you take too much but don't kill them, their body gets flooded with our toxins, and they change. The bitten are different. They're not immortal, they still age. They're stronger than your average person, but nothing like us. They still drink blood, though. They're not near as in control of themselves as the born. And instead of red, she taps her temple, indicating her eyes, theirs are yellow. They are also slaves, Mason says darkly. When a bitten is turned, they wake up with an unfailing loyalty to whoever turned them. It's called the debt. It wears off after a while, but it could be months or years. As you can imagine, having any unwitting vampire slaves who have a hard time controlling themselves is a bad idea. Roman wasn't being dramatic when he said creating one will earn you a death sentence. It's just not tolerated, Elena says, and I don't doubt her from her tone. So be careful. Good to know, I say, and suddenly I'm not so sure I'll drink straight from a human again. How is one supposed to know what amount is too much? I look out at the city that flies by us outside. It's 3 a.m, so it's quiet out there. I did a little bit of research on the plane ride here. There are more than 2.5 million people who live in this city. It doesn't touch the 8+ million who live in New York City. There's the occasional homeless person milling about. There's 1 or 2 drug deals going on in the recesses. But for the most part, the world is asleep. I love living in a big city. After growing up in dusty trailer parks, the tall, towering buildings feel beautiful. And I'm never alone. I might have a total of 1 person in this world who I care about, but in a city, at least I'm never actually alone. There are always people. All you have to do is go outside, and there they are. Past towering skyscrapers we roll. By parks and museums. My feet are itching to get out and go explore my new home. But I'm here to do a job. And the sun is only a few hours from rising. Just a few minutes later, the limo pulls into the protective overhang of a building. It's impressive. Soaring high, it's built in a curved shape, almost like a crescent moon. It glitters in the night sky, way more lit up than any of the others around this time of night. At the very top, there is a sign that reads Godfrey Tower. I always knew my best friend was rich, the way she dressed, the way she threw money around, but I didn't know she was owns her own skyscraper in downtown Chicago rich. Welcome home, she says with a smile. I look up at the skyscraper, and once more, a flutter of nervous flies fills my stomach. I follow the Godfrey siblings out of the limo and step out into the cool April air. A man bows his head slightly as he opens the door. Miss Godfrey, Mr. Godfrey, he says in a low tone. Thank you, Peter, Elena says with a smile. As she walks by, she slips a $50 bill into his hand. Apparently, Elena bleeds green, not red. I expected a quiet, dead lobby when I walked in. It is the middle of the night. Instead, I find a bustling center. The ceiling rises 15 feet high. In the center of the room, there is a large desk, at least 20 feet long. It's glossy white and perfectly clean. A single man sits at it, a row of high-tech phones in front of him. He has one pressed to his ear now. All along the outskirts of the building, set back a few feet from the windows, there are tables. And at least half of them are occupied. Women and men, most of them dressed in business attire, chatting, working on laptops, having conversations with others. It's as if it's the middle of the workday, 10 o'clock on a Tuesday. "Welcome to the place you never have to hide," Elena says as she wraps an arm around my waist, stepping forward with me. We walk right up to the desk, Mason 2 steps behind us. The moment the man sees Elena, he wraps up his call and sits straight as a rod. "Poe, this is Juliet Doe, my friend I've told you about," she says, and the proud smile she wears when she introduces me just reminds me why I love her so much.
"Oh, wow, Juliet,"
Poe says, a light brightening in his eyes as he stands and extends a hand to me.
It's so wonderful to meet you. I'm so glad that you made it here."
Poe is happy, excited. He genuinely seems to be excited about life. He has darker curly hair that's barely under control. His nose is a little oversized, but his amazingly coordinated outfit marks him as handsome and approachable. "Nice to meet you," I say. That's not something I say too often, but he's so perky, I think I actually mean it. I take his hand and shake it. "I need you to make her a badge," Elena instructs. "Top-level clearance. She's going to be working with Mason from now on."
"You got it,"
he says as he sits at his desk once again.
"This is Mason,"
I hear behind me and turn to see him on his phone. And I get my first display of the CFO of Godfrey whatever. Good night. What they say about men with power. I think I finally understand it. It's everything I can do not to bite my lower lip and stare.
"Here you are,"
Poe says with a smile as he hands me a freshly printed plastic badge with a clip.
"Top-level clearance. Welcome to Chicago, Miss Doe."
"Thanks," I say, offering an unsure smile. "Let's take you to your new home," Elena says, with a look that's filled with anticipation. With a tug, she pulls me in the direction of a row of elevators. They're trimmed in gold, and the surface of them is so glossy, it's nearly a perfect mirror. "Give it a go," she says, nodding toward my new badge. I swipe the strip in the reader next to the buttons, and it immediately flashes green. Elena winks as the down arrow lights up. Distracted, and still talking on the phone, Mason walks up behind us and steps inside when the doors slide open. There are what seems 100 buttons for 100 floors inside, though they actually only go up to 61. But Elena doesn't press any of them. She nods her head for me to swipe my badge again. I do. Nothing lights up, but the elevator rises anyway. "There are only the 2 penthouses on the top floor," Elena explains. "Mine and Mason's, so I hope you enjoy privacy." The elevator slows and dings as it opens, and my jaw nearly drops. A hallway opens before us. The ceilings on this floor are just as tall as in the lobby. It's painted black, and complicated gold chandeliers hang from it. Concrete floors stretch out before us, and dead-end and floor-to-ceiling glass. "What do you think?" Elena asks as we walk to the glass, and I take in the view. It feels like I can see all of Chicago here. There are so many skyscrapers, so many lights. And I can see the water of Lake Michigan and the Chicago River. It's breathtaking. "It's nice," I say, keeping my tone even, all while suppressing a smile. "Jerk," Elena laughs as she shoves my shoulder. "Come on, all your new stuff should have already been delivered." There are only 2 doors visible from here, one on either side of the hallway. Elena aims for the one on the left side.
"All right, I'll see you at my office tomorrow,"
Mason says, and finally hangs up his phone. There's a coy smile on his lips as he walks up, one hand still in his pocket. His eyes slide from me to Elena and back to me.
"Welcome home."
He doesn't take out any keys. He doesn't swipe any security cards. He places his hand on the door lever and pushes it open. Decadent. That's the only word I have to describe this place. Everything is black and gold and white. An incredible view lies straight on from the door. I can see for miles, over the city, out over the massive lake. Windows stretch from the floor to the ceiling throughout the entire penthouse. I step forward, hesitantly following Mason as he walks into his home. The floors are black marble. There's a living room with black couches, and the space is large enough it could entertain dozens of people. I find a kitchen to the side of it, with black cabinets and gold fixtures. Any chef would kill to cook in that kitchen. Beyond that is a dining room with a massive table with seats for 14 people. Just the living area of this penthouse could fit 16 versions of my last apartment in it. I had the place renovated 2 years ago, Elena says as she walks forward, and from the look on her face, I can tell she's proud of herself. What do you think? I blink as I look around. It's overload. I literally can't comprehend this much wealth. The mirrors, the paintings on the walls, the rugs, the furniture, it's all just so gaudy. I guess when your name is Godfrey, you have to live up to the name. It's. I shake my head. For once, I don't have anything to say. I'm too shocked. It's ridiculous, Mason says as he walks in and goes to the kitchen. He opens the massive fridge and takes out a bottle of some kind of juice that looks stupidly healthy. But it's been in the family since our grandfather created the company. Which was, I ask. Just after the Chicago fire, Elena answers. He saw an opportunity in cheap real estate, made a fortune before he got stabbed at a poker game, resurrected 4 days later, and became a legend, the boogeyman, because there were dozens of witnesses who saw him die. Things just skyrocketed after he found out his father wasn't actually his father. I shake my head and barely resist rolling my eyes. This is starting to sound like a pattern. Vampire men. Your room's this way, Mason says, nodding his head down the hall. It's like a gallery of wealth. There is so much cool artwork on the walls, I'm having a hard time keeping up. All I want to do is take a minute or two with each piece, but I can see it in Mason's shoulders, his slowed walk. He's tired, and he can't go to bed until I'm squared away. There are half a dozen doors down this hallway. One is open, revealing an office. Another, a way over-the-top laundry room. Another reveals an entire gym with every piece of workout equipment imaginable. At the end, I see a bedroom. But Mason stops at the door just before it and pushes it open. The walls of this room look like they're made of marble. They're an exceptionally dark color, blue or green, it's hard to tell. But there are veins of gold running along every wall, connected, some finding their own course. This room was painted by someone exceptionally talented. A massive bed dominates the center of the room. I always wanted a 4-poster bed as a little girl, and now I've got one. The frame is gold, a rectangular cube that has black curtains hanging from it, pushed open at the moment. The room gets pitch dark, Elena says as she walks in behind me. The blinds are automatic. I had them programmed for you to come down when the sun goes up. The curtains around the bed will make it even darker if you want. You like? I turn around. This room is every bit as lavish as the rest of the penthouse. It's incredible. Mason walks across the room and slides a door open, revealing a balcony. I follow him outside, and my breath is taken away. The view is incredible. The lights, the buildings, the water. The balcony is shared. It connects with my suite, Mason says. You're welcome to use the pool. I didn't even notice it at first, but to the left, an infinity lap pool stretches along the balcony. The entire front of it is glass. It's too much. Just too much. I grew up in bedrooms where I could touch the walls on either side with both hands. That is, if I had a room and not just a couch. I have to get on a conference call with Tokyo, Elena says, drawing my eyes back. I'll come find you later, okay? I'm hoping you can get some sleep. Yeah, I say, following her and Mason back into my bedroom. I notice then that there are dozens of bags, all from expensive labels, sitting at the foot of the bed. Leave it to Elena to go so overboard. Thank you again. You've you've probably saved my life. She gives a suppressed smile and steps forward, wrapping her arms around me. It's my fault. If I had handled it differently, well, besides, you're my favorite person in the world, Juliet. This move was also selfish.
I'm right here.
Mason says, and over Elena's shoulder, I see him raise an eyebrow, a smirk on his face.
We literally lived in the same womb for 9 months, and I'm not your favorite person?
Elena just shrugs as she lets me go and turns for the door. I speak no lies. I'll leave you two to get to know each other. And I watch her walk out, leaving me alone with her human brother in my bedroom. Mason and I glance up at each other, and he gives me a little chuckle and an awkward laugh. Just a few days ago, we were flirting in New York. Guess you got your wish, I say, fighting the smile that pulls in one corner of my mouth. I came to Chicago. This is some first date, moving me right into your house. He laughs, and it's one of the most beautiful things I've ever heard. It's the kind of laugh that lights his eyes up and fills his entire face.
I guess we don't do anything half-assed in this city.
I press my lips together, and my eyes fall to the floor. Look, I don't know all the ways yet, but I know that me being what I am now changes things. We had one surprising, amazing night, but Mason takes a step forward and shakes his head. My eyes meet his once more, and I'm taken aback by the intensity in them.
You being a vampire doesn't change anything for me, Juliet.
He says softly. He brings his hand to the side of my neck.
What happened in New York between us?
He shakes his head once more.
I didn't expect it either, but I have no interest in cutting it off just because you're a vampire now.
My eyes fall to his lips, and it's really, really hard to look away. This sounds complicated. He shrugs.
Maybe, but complicated doesn't equal bad all the time.
I take in a deep breath, wondering just how reckless I'm feeling tonight. But at the inhale, the scent of him sends my brain spinning. My mouth feels dry, and the heat in the back of my throat doubles. I shake my head and push him back a step by placing a hand on his chest. Maybe. Mason, this is dangerous, because getting close, you have no idea how good you smell. Instead of being freaked out, a smirk forms on his face.
You're going to inflate my ego, Juliet.
Inflate or kill you, one of the two, I say, as I turn and head to the fridge. I take one of the bags from it and don't hesitate in chugging it down.
Your control will get better every day,
Mason says. Wisely, he doesn't follow me. I hope so, I say, as I brace my hands on the countertop. But until then, we need to be careful.
Just keep grabbing your snacks from the fridge, and not in my bed, okay? I'll put some trust in you not to kill me while I'm sleeping.
I roll my eyes at him, but still, his joke pulls a smile for me. Fine. I won't try to bite you while you're sleeping. Mason grins, sliding his hands into his pockets. I have a hard time not staring at those hands.
All right, I'll see you in a few hours. We have a meeting to go to at noon.
Sleep tight, I call, and I watch him turn and walk down the hall to his room. 6. Oh, Mason Godfrey is going to play dirty. And maybe he has a little bit of a death wish. I mean, he knows he's not actually going to die forever. In the morning, he wanders out of his bedroom wearing nothing but black silk pajama pants. His hair is a wild mess, but the sleepy look in his eyes is enough to distract me for a second from that perfectly sculpted chest of his.
Good morning,
he says, with a knowing, sexy smile as he walks past me into the kitchen. He says nothing more as he pulls some breakfast together and goes to sit at the dining table.
Did you get any sleep last night?
No, I answer automatically as I keep on staring at this ridiculously perfect male specimen. Are you trying to seduce me? He smirks.
Is it working?
Guess you're trying to jump the gun, too. I say, as I arch an eyebrow at him. You said Elena was in a rush to become a vampire. Seems she isn't the only one.
No,
He says, as he takes a bite and then swallows.
I'm just not afraid of you getting anywhere near my neck.
My breath comes in and out hard, which is bad because it means I smell him again. My mouth waters, and I'm pretty sure my eyes flash that telltale red. I get up off the couch, cross the fridge in half a second, and grab a blood bag. Without another tempting backward glance, I turn and walk to my bedroom. I would like to flip him off when I hear Mason chuckle, but he can't see through walls. I spent the night putting away all of the clothes Elena had brought up for me. They were definitely my style. They just all cost about 100 times more than I normally would have spent on any piece of clothing. I hung them all up in the closet, and I vowed that I would not allow Elena to look inside here. It was only maybe 1/6 filled. If she saw that, she would have even more clothes delivered. My presence here is under the guise that I'm Mason's new bodyguard, which means I'm to follow him around. I walk into the closet and survey my options. I pull on a pair of black pants and a black shirt, topped off with a black jacket. If I'm going to be a vampire bodyguard, might as well look the part. 20 minutes later, there's a knock on my door.
You ready?
Mason calls. I grab the pair of sunglasses Elena also had dropped off and slip them on, and with a determined, deep breath, I pull the door open. Well, crap. I've dated a few men before. Yes, I have a great appreciation for the male physique. But I've never spent time with a man like Mason. Every other man I've ever dated was someone normal. Someone who worked a normal job and struggled to make ends meet. But confidence and power radiate off Mason like it's a pheromone. No longer is he tired and ready to crash into bed. The man in front of me 1,000% can command a boardroom full of exceptionally rich people. Of that, I have no doubt. Careful, Juliet, he says, and he's wearing that smirk when my eyes meet his again.
The look on your face isn't hiding much of anything right now.
I feel myself flush, but I keep my poker face on as I brush past him and head for the front door. I'm thinking today sounds really boring, following you around, sitting in stuffy meetings.
Then I'll just have to try to keep you entertained today,
he says as he follows me. The words come out like a challenge. Great. Just how long is it going to be until I kill my best friend's brother because I can't keep my hands, or fangs, off of him? I severely underestimated the power and wealth of the Godfrey family. When Mason said he had a meeting at noon, he meant that he had a meeting of 12 investors, and he managed to secure a deal worth over $1 billion. And he talked about it like it was just a negotiation for a pack of hot dogs at a tailgate party. When the meeting was over, I climbed into the elevator with Mason, and we rose further up the building to the 58th floor. There, we got off and walked down the hallway. Do all these people work for you? I ask, as I take in the sights. There are endless rows of cubicles. All along the outside walls, there are glass-enclosed offices. Each and every one of them houses someone who looks powerful and important.
Yes,
Mason answers without hesitation.
Godfrey Industries employs over 4,000 people in this building alone. Nearly 200 of those are like you.
I blink hard, and the number rolls around in my mouth, seeming impossible. 200. 200 people who work in this building are vampires. That sounds so impossible. Romans said that Chicago is a mecca for vampires. I never realized that the mecca was a magnet.
Vampires have to provide a living for themselves, too,
Mason says. He slides one hand into his pocket, and I admire the way he walks from behind. I felt like a psycho all day because I just can't seem to stop staring.
Elena mentioned that there are different divisions that the Night Council oversees. Elena and I are in charge of the finances and employment of Chicago. It's not always safe for a vampire to go out and get any job. We provide them opportunities. We have an entire division devoted to job placement. If they don't want to work here in the office, we have other places they can go work. The second biggest employer in the city is Roman. There are people who choose to work for that asshole? I question. There are certain types of personalities that mesh with his, Mason says. We reach the end of the hall, and Mason pushes the door open. We step inside an office that certainly looks like it was made for a vampire. Everything is black. The ceiling, the walls, the draperies. There are built-in bookshelves along one wall, housing all kinds of documents and books. There is a massive desk dominating the center of the room, and an expensive-looking black leather chair pushed beneath it. Across from his desk, there are two other chairs, just waiting for clients to be seated in them. Roman tends to employ the more reckless residents of the city. Something prickles beneath my skin. Reckless. It's a word that has been used to describe me more times than I can count. A word aimed at me by school principals, social workers, and angry past employers. I think I'll keep that information to myself. Already, acting as Mason's bodyguard is boring, but it beats having to work under Roman DeLuca. Mason goes back to work, but I don't know how he can focus. He made it a challenge to entertain, and I'm annoyed to admit that it's working. He pulls his suit jacket off, stretching that white shirt over his broad chest in the process. He rolls his sleeves up his forearms, putting them on display. He makes calls, his tone commanding and sure. He sits back in his chair, lacing his hands behind his head, and every muscle in his body seems to flex. This is ridiculous. He's ridiculous. But he's winning. I can't stop staring. And every feminine part in me is saying that I have no problem with him winning this game. At 5 o'clock, the vast majority of the people working in this office leave. But not Mason. He sits at his laptop, tapping away like a maniac. Every 5 minutes or so, I feel the burn of his gaze upon me. I try to be subtle as I look up at him, but we catch each other staring at least half of the time. I get some satisfaction out of the fact that I'm not the only psycho here. What is surprising, though, are all the death glares I get throughout the day. There are half a dozen women on this floor who are looking at me like they wish I would just evaporate. And I realize it has everything to do with the very eligible and powerful bachelor I'm supposedly bodyguarding. I try not to let that inflate my ego. The Golden Prince of Chicago could probably have anyone here with the snap of his fingers, but it seems to be me that he's trying to seduce. I'm spent, Mason finally says at 11 p.m. as he leans back in his chair and laces his fingers back into his hair. I quite like the view. His arms bulge against the white fabric of his button-up shirt. He messes up his hair in the best way. What do you say we order some food and eat at home? I think that sounds like a good idea, I say. My voice comes out a little too low, a little too husky. The smile that pulls on Mason's mouth sets off a firework in my lower stomach. He gets up, and together we walk out of his office. As we walk to the elevator, I see that an entirely different group of people has come into the office. So, this is the night crew. The smell in here is completely different now. It's been burning my throat the entire day, the scent of all the humans around me. I've gone through every bag of blood in the fridge in Mason's office. But now that night has fallen, every one of these people in his office is just like me. Mason talks to two people on our way out. I don't pay attention. The details of the Godfrey's business doesn't mean much to me. But I realize that he is a kind man. And he's good with people. He talks to them, easy and calm. He doesn't just speak to them about business. He asks about their actual lives, like he cares. Good grief, the man beside me seems perfect. He's entirely drool-worthy, and he's genuinely a good human being. How am I ever supposed to behave living in the same space as this man? Finally, we step into the elevator, and it begins to rise to the penthouse level. Mason leans back against the rail, and his eyes scrape over me. What do you think? He asks. Can you handle hanging around me all day? I fight the smile that pulls on my mouth. I'm thinking you must be one of those weirdos who gets turned on by danger. You want the bare truth? He says, his expression slightly more open despite my comment. It's nice having you around.
It's hard to read the expression on Mason's face. There's plenty of lust, the evidence of our physical attraction written all over his face. But there's something deeper there, too. But before I can evaluate or question it further, the elevator opens and I smell her before I see her. Standing in the middle of the hall, right in front of the glass wall, is Elena. Her arms are crossed over her chest, and from the look on her face, I know things are about to get a little ugly. My brows furrow as Mason and I step off the elevator. "What's going on?" Mason asks. He shifts his suit jacket from one hand to the other. "Juliet, I need to talk to you," Elena says. It's the first time ever that she has directed this kind of a look at me, and the first time ever that she has sounded truly angry or annoyed with me. "What's wrong?" I ask. My stomach is already in a knot. She doesn't say anything. She simply turns on her expensive heels and heads to the door that leads to her penthouse. I glance over my shoulder as I begin to follow her, catching Mason's gaze. His brows are furrowed, and he gives a shrug, one that says he doesn't know what's going on either. Elena's penthouse is nearly an exact replica of Mason's. It's all decked out in gold and black and white. I don't think there's a single item in here that cost less than $1,000, and that includes the knickknacks that are set out on different shelves. I follow her down the hall all the way to the living room. "What is going on?" I demand. "Why do you seem so livid?" Elena turns, facing me. She stares at me for several long moments, and there's this look of angry confusion in her eyes. She searches my face, and I get the feeling that she's searching for the right words. "You can't fall in love with Mason." 5 long beats stretch out in silence between us, while her words register in my brain. "Excuse me?" Something hard and heavy instantly forms in my chest. Elena lets out a sigh and turns away from me. Her hands rise to her hair, pushing it back away from her face in anxious frustration. She walks back and forth in the living room. "I had a plan, okay?" she says. It feels a little bit like a dam has been broken, and all of it comes rushing out of her. "I never took an interest in any of the vampires here in Chicago. It would have been convenient if I had, but it just didn't happen. When I was 26, I was sick of the anticipation hanging over my head. I decided it was time to resurrect." Unlike me, for Elena, it was a decision. And the morbid part of me wonders how she did it. Somehow, Elena had to end her own life to initiate the process of her resurrection. She turns toward me, and her eyes find mine. "The company is just one aspect of it," she continues. "Mason and I are the 3rd generation running this company. We need someone to take it over in the event that what happened to our parents happens to us. But it's not just that. Our position on the Chicago Night Council will be passed down as well. So, since I never produced any heirs, all of that responsibility falls on Mason's shoulders." The brief conversation that Mason and I had at the party the night we met comes back to me. I didn't really understand it then, but I'm beginning to now. "Mason deserves to find love. I know that this is the way he will do this, even though there are other options if it really gets down to it," she says. Her tone is slightly pained. She doesn't like that this is the way it is, but she's a businesswoman. She accepts when things are the way they have to be. "Mason needs to find that someone he is going to love for the rest of his life, or at least for a very, very long time. And he has to produce at least one heir. A vampire father. That's the only way to create more vampires. More vampires do not come from a vampire mother. And suddenly, I know why all those human women were looking at me like they wished me dead. Mason is literally the most eligible bachelor in the city, and I cannot give him heirs. Yet, no one seemed to miss the way I was looking at Mason today, or the way he was looking at me. Elena shakes her head, and there is regret in her eyes. "I had a plan." Her voice cracks just slightly. "I knew that you and Mason would get along. I knew that he would take one look at you and wouldn't be able to look away. And after all the shit you have endured from all the different men in your life, I knew how you would take to him. My brother is one of the best people out there. So, when I finally convinced him to come with me to New York so I could introduce the two of you, and it was going so well, She shakes her head, and emotion gleams in her eyes. I was so happy. Everything was perfect. I could see it all laid out in front of me. The two of you could fall in love. Mason would finally resurrect. The two of you could get married, and the two of you could have as many children as you wanted. And when you were finished, you could resurrect too, and the two of you could have an immortal family. Elena's words are beautiful, but they fill every bit of me with dread. They make me want to run and hide. And then you. She struggles to get the words out. I've never seen my best friend be this vulnerable. I've never seen her display this much emotion, but it all shifts. And now she looks angry. You weren't supposed to die that night. It was supposed to be years down the road, Juliet. And now everything is screwed up. Something hot ignites in my stomach. It's sharp and wicked, and I've never been able to control my mouth like I should. Who the hell do you think you are to make all of those assumptions? I bark. My own dam bursts, and it all comes gushing out of me. You don't get to make all of these plans for people, Elena. I shake my head, completely astounded by her audacity. I get that you could have hopes for it. I get that maybe you wanted me and Mason to hit it off. But to be upset that things didn't turn out the way you wanted, you don't get to make those kind of choices for other people. Elena turns back at me, a glare darkening her eyes. You think I don't know that? She snaps. I understand how the world works, Juliet. I knew the two of you would hit it off. I've seen the way you two have been looking at each other from the second we walked into that party. But Juliet, you cannot fall in love with my brother. Ice cold water shoots through my veins. This isn't just about love. This is about a legacy. This is about politics. The vampires here in Chicago say they reject the royal way of life, but here we are, talking about the necessity of an heir. And I cannot give that to Mason Godfrey. I hate that I am at a loss for words. There's too much processing through my brain right now. I've had too many changes and too much information tossed at me in the past few days. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to think. And, for once, I'm not entirely sure how to defend myself. I know how powerful physical attraction can be, Elena says, her voice low and quiet. It's obvious that you and Mason have chemistry. But you need to be careful. You can't look at my brother the way you do when there is no future for the two of you. Heat pools in all of my extremities. Hot frustration is biting at the back of my eyes. Because while I am thinking about the chemistry between Mason and I'm also thinking about the honest conversations we have had, and the fact that he seems to like how messed up I am, and we've only known each other for a few days. I only have two people in the world that I can be like this with. One is standing right in front of me, and my best friend is asking me to stay away from the other. You can't control everything, Elena, I say. My voice comes out tinted with grief. I turn and aim for the door. Who said anything about love anyway? I don't wait for her to come up with a rebuttal. I go straight for the door and open it. I let it slam shut behind me. I take in a deep, rattling breath as I walk to the glass wall. I stare out at the city, though I'm not really seeing anything. For Elena, I would do anything. At least that's what I've always thought. I love her more than I've loved anyone else in my life, but I've never taken very well to someone who tells me what to do. So, I lift my chin, and I walk back into Mason's penthouse. The second I close the door behind me, I freeze. Mason stands at the end of the entry. He has his hands braced against either wall, as if he's blocking my way from entering the rest of the house. And he's shirtless. He still wears his slacks, and oh, how they are tailored to fit him just perfectly. But hunger flares in my stomach as my eyes rise over his chest, the valley that trails down to disappear beneath those trousers. And he stares up at me with heat in his own eyes. There's his own kind of hunger. There's a predatory gaze in his eyes. You've been driving me insane all day, Juliet. He growls. His chest heaves as he heavily breathes in and out. How the hell am I supposed to get any work done with you sitting beside me looking like that? I can't keep my eyes to myself. Intense rebellion rises up inside of me. It's an all too familiar feeling. But it's never been laced with an intense attraction and desire. I take one step forward, and then another. There is a tiny voice screaming in the back of my brain, one that says I cannot do this when my best friend just asked me not to. But when do I ever get what I want? When has what I want ever wanted me back? I stop just in front of Mason, and every bit of me loves how his heady gaze rakes up over my entire body. Gently, I raise one hand, and cautiously, I touch the tip of my middle finger to the center of his chest. Frantic electricity jolts through my body. Slowly, I raise that finger. Slowly, I allow my entire palm to flatten against his skin. I hear his pulse double in speed. He lets out a low, growling sound, and he covers my hand with one of his own. "Thirsty?" he asks. His voice is seductive and mind-melting. I take in a slight breath, and at the thought, my throat burns. I nod, just slightly. Mason's hand drops to my waist, and I can't keep my own hands away. One comes to rest on his chest, the other slides up to the side of his neck. "We can't fall in love," I say, my voice too husky. Mason's breath heaves in and out, his eyes burning as he looks down at me. "Who said anything about love?" A wicked smile begins pulling on my lips. I feel my fangs elongate in my mouth. "You're pushing your luck, Mason. You have no idea how good you smell." "I've never been afraid of a little bit of danger," he says, the words causing his chest to rumble. "I don't know how far we can push my self-control," I say, a sliver of hesitation creeping up inside of me. "We can't take this too far." He can't even find the words. Mason simply nods his head and pulls me closer. And knowing I'm going straight to hell, I pull him closer, and I sink my fangs into his neck. 7. I don't kill Mason. I don't climb into bed with him. I don't even kiss him. It's the weirdest, hottest physical relationship I've ever been in. This one is about blood, and touches, and sneaking around behind his sister's back. I told Mason what Elena had said. For a whole minute, he stared at me, silent. It was obvious there were a million thoughts racing through his head. But in the end, he'd simply repeated, "Who said anything about love?" And then he'd run his hand up my thigh, the hunger in his eyes deepening. "What Elena doesn't know won't hurt her." It made me feel like the world's worst person. Elena was my best friend, and I was doing exactly what she told me not to do. But there was the problem. She told me not to. Like she had any right to tell two adults what they could and couldn't do. 2 days later, she left for a business trip to Atlanta. And over the course of the next week, I didn't do those 3 things. I didn't kill Mason, I didn't climb into bed with him, and I didn't kiss him. I wade into the pool one night, looking out over the city. Cities are their most beautiful late at night, when the lights come out and the noise quiets just a little. I breathe it in with appreciation. The sound of a door opening pulls my eyes to the side, and I watch as Mason steps out of his bedroom in a swimsuit. With a smile, he steps into the water and wades his way toward me. He grabs my hips, and my entire body feels alive as he pulls me to him, and I wrap my legs around his waist. But we just stare at each other, my blue eyes searching his blue eyes. "What are we doing, Mason?" I ask. My voice comes out quiet and just a little bit rough. I don't want to say the words, but they're so pressing. I can't help it. He studies my eyes, and he doesn't ask what I mean. He knows exactly what I'm asking. "We're doing what we want," he answers simply. I reach a hand up, placing it against the side of his neck. I brush my thumb over his cheek. "We both know we have no future." Mason's grip tightens on me just a little bit, but it's not sexual. There's something protective about it. "I like being with you, Juliet," he says quietly. "With you, the pressure is off, and it's real." His gaze shifts over my shoulder, and his eyes go out of focus. "Do you know how many women have thrown themselves at me over the past few years? They know who I am, they know what I will become, and they know that the family legacy falls on my shoulders." His gaze returns to me, and something in it softens. "You're not fake, Juliet. You're not trying to get anything out of me." My heart breaks for him just a little. Mason Godfrey is a good man. The thought of anyone throwing themselves at him in hopes that he would say, "Yes, you will bear my heirs," it makes me want to claw some eyes out. He doesn't deserve that. Mason traces his fingers up my arm. His fingertips brush along my jawline, and then he brushes his thumb over my lips. I know this can't get too serious, but you're the best thing that's happened to me in a long time. I swallow once, and I feel that complicated spider's web of emotions inside me grow more solid. You can't fall in love with him, Juliet. You can't. I don't say anything. I wrap my arms behind his neck, hugging my entire body to him. And there's something familiar about the desperate way he hugs me back. He tucks his face into the crook of my neck, and neither of us say anything at all. Who said anything about love? Guess I'm about to find out just how strong my willpower is. Olena's back, Mason says one morning, 10 days after I'd arrived in Chicago. I stand in his doorway, watching him closely as he buttons up his shirt. I bite my lower lip, my eyes shamelessly drinking in every inch of him. He looks up, a smug smile pulling on his mouth when he sees my reaction. But there is no time right now. If we don't leave now, we'll be late for a meeting. The night council is meeting tonight. With that, my focus immediately shifts. I even stand straight, as if I need to prepare myself for the next sentence out of his mouth. You ready to meet the other council members? He asks, as he pulls on a suit jacket. You're half of what's on the agenda for tonight. Me? I ask. There's something thick and lumpy in my throat. Why? The rest of the council is worried about the circumstances under which you were let into the city, Mason says, as he walks out of his bedroom past me. But they want to meet you, especially that doctor you'll be working with. And considering Elena and I are vouching for you, they're curious why. This kind of sounds like a second interrogation, I say, as I walk after him into the kitchen. Nerves set my stomach sour. Maybe a little bit, he says, with a smile as he grabs 2 muffins from the counter. He tosses one to me, and I catch it. But mostly they're just curious. I'm actually glad for the distraction. With that information, my brain is focused solely on this meeting, instead of the nearly impossible task of not looking at Mason like we want to devour each other. Elena is back, and I know I can't be that good at hiding what's going on between us. But with another vetting looming over my head, Mason's body and smile are the furthest things from my mind. I stand as witness to 2 meetings involving both Mason and Elena. Tabitha stands beside me, her face stoic and flat. She doesn't say a word. Not that I'd be able to understand her. I wonder when Elena learned Russian. 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock. At 7, we all return to Elena's penthouse, and we all have a slightly awkward dinner without much real conversation happening. And finally, at 9 o'clock, the 4 of us head down the elevator and climb into the limo waiting for us outside. I've barely left the Godfrey Tower since I arrived in Chicago. Sure, I've snuck out twice in the middle of the night when I just couldn't stomach the donor blood. I'm proud of myself, though. I didn't kill anyone. With my shameful practice on Mason, I've gained some pretty damn good control. But the fresh air hits me in the face, and I actually startle. The open space, even though it isn't a whole lot until the next towering building, feels too exposed. And it's a genuine reaction when I look around, scanning the sidewalks, the street, for any sign of foul intentions. Maybe I'm starting to buy into my fake role too much. The car is silent as we roll into the night. The very last hints of the sun sink behind the cityscape, casting us in dark shadows. Further into the heart of the city we go, away from the river. 10 minutes later, we stop in front of one of the most beautiful buildings I've ever seen. Nestled between much, much taller buildings is a terracotta-clad, dark brown building. Only 11 stories tall, every single window is arched, and gorgeous columns stretch up each corner of the building. Detailed carvings are nestled into the details. It looks old, like the mansion of a wealthy industry person built in the late 1800s. Honestly, it looks like something that should exist in Gotham City. The driver opens the door, and Tabitha and Elena climb out, followed by Mason and then myself. I hate admitting that I'm nervous. I will never say it out loud, but as we walk up the stairs to this grand building, I'm sweating bullets. Not literally. I don't know if I can sweat anymore, but something about this feels official. It feels dangerous. I swallow once and hold my chin high.
There are two men standing at the doors, and the second the breeze moves in my direction, I know they're also vampires. For the first time, I bother to pay attention. One man has a series of roses tattooed across his knuckles, 8 of them. The other man has a shaved head, and his rose is tattooed on the left side of his skull. I glance down my own arm, at my own tattoo. How? How the hell is this thing supposed to tell people if I'm going in and out of the city? How did this blood of one human turn a tattoo into a tracking device? It's not like a microchip was inserted inside me. There are others here in the city, Roman had said. I wiped my hands down the sides of my pants, even though my palms are not actually sweaty. We walk into a big entryway. The entire thing is made up of this tan, sandy stone. Great walls stretch above us, and a massive chandelier hangs overhead. Straight ahead, there is a set of big doors. They are decorated with stained glass. I can't quite make out what the picture is supposed to be, but most of the glass is red. On either side of these doors, there is a beautiful set of curved stairs rising up to an upper level. A grand balcony overlooks the area where we are standing. Branching off of this central vein, there are numerous doors. It's beautiful. It's definitely old. It kind of feels like we're stepping back in time. Tabitha goes straight for that set of doors and pulls one of them open. There, she waits for Elena to walk through. With one glance over his shoulder at me, Mason walks through the doors as well. So, feeling a little bit like I'm going to throw up, I follow him. It's a ballroom. There's no other way to describe this space. Massive columns are set up around the outside perimeter of the space. The floor is covered in some kind of marble, but it's aged and chipped. There are windows, all of them high up, at least 20 feet in the air. The ceiling of the place is crisscrossed with an intricate set of beams. The closer I look, the more I realize that they have carvings in them. There are people carved there, hundreds of men and women. Extending from the ceiling, there are 4 black chandeliers, glittering crystals hanging from the arms. Straight ahead, in the middle of the room, there is a table set up. There, a man and a woman speak to one another. Just behind them, in the shadows, there is another man and woman. "Where is Roman?" Elena asks. She doesn't hesitate 1 second as she walks straight to that table. She lays her bag down on its surface and pulls one of the 5 chairs out.
"He's on his way,"
the man who stands at the table answers.
"He was dealing with an issue in South Shore."
Goosebumps rise along my arms. I try not to picture what kind of issues Roman might be involved in dealing with. Next to Mason, I approach the table.
"Juliet, this is Sigrid,"
Mason says. He nods toward the woman at the table.
"Sigrid Haugen. Sigrid, this is Juliet Doe."
"Our newest refugee,"
she says. She takes a step forward, and her eyes never leave mine once. She extends a hand, and cautiously, I take it. Her eyes narrow slightly at me the moment our hands touch, and I wish I knew what was going on in her head. She is thoughtful, her lips pursed just slightly, but it only lasts a moment, and then she offers a small, warm smile and releases my hand. With one breath, I know she is human.
"I will be very curious to learn more about you, Juliet Doe. It is not very often the Godfreys speak so highly of anyone."
She has a heavy accent, and I'm not sure where it's from. Nordic, maybe? She's very blonde, her hair a few shades lighter than my own. She has vividly blue eyes, and her stare is intense. It's kind of difficult to tell, but if I had to guess, I would say she's probably in her mid-30s. "I look forward to learning more about you as well," I say, because that's the honest truth. If she's a human, why does she have a position on the Chicago Night Council? She offers a smile, and while it is not scary, it makes something prickle underneath my skin.
"Juliet Doe,"
a smooth voice says from behind me. I turned to see the other man who was standing at the table. He wears a suit, but somehow the way he wears it feels entirely different from the way Mason wears his. His eyes are dark, so dark that they almost seem black. They are hooded beneath dark eyebrows and dark, thick, somewhat curly hair. He sports what seems to be 2 days' worth of beard growth. He's definitely easy on the eyes, even if holding his gaze isn't the easiest. His attention is intense.
"I've been very eager to meet you since Mason called me." "Juliet, this is Sebastian Vincent.
He is the head of the medical and blood supply division. Does this mean you're the vampire doctor who owns his own hospital? I ask. I don't miss the way his eyes trail down me, a smooth, slow slide down the entirety of me, before they once again return to meet my own. It's almost flattering, except he's supposed to be my eventual boss. Sebastian smiles, and there's something a little sensuous about it. When Mason smiles, it lights up the entire room. When Sebastian smiles, I expect candles to instantly flicker to life and for a bed with black silk sheets to magically appear. I am. Dr. Vincent. I say the name in my head, though I don't speak it aloud. Looking at him now, I realize why a suit looks so different on him than how it looks on Mason. Mason exudes CEO. He exudes wealth and financial power. Sebastian looks good in a suit, but I can just as easily picture him scrubbed in for surgery. There are 4 main divisions in Chicago, Elena says. She sinks into her seat and crosses one leg over the other. There is still something tight in her eyes when she looks at me, and some of the heat and awkwardness from last week remains. Mason and I cover the financial district. We are in charge of most of the finances, and the majority of the employment for those who need it here in the city. Sebastian runs the medical center. Hospital, Dr. Vincent corrects her. He casts a dark glare in her direction. Elena smirks, and it's obvious this is a running thing between the two of them. It's not frequent that vampires have a need for a doctor, but it happens. He is also our constant supply of blood. You could say he is the kingpin of Chicago. I arch a brow and look at the man. Sebastian gives a smile, and I can honestly say he is the most vampire-looking person I have seen here yet. I employ a few dozen dealers. They cover the city, distributing a steady supply. Distributing, Sigrid says with a snort. Do not make yourself sound so noble. We all know how you afford that penthouse. He doesn't distribute the donated blood for free. Costs have to be covered somehow, right? He says with a smirk. Sigrid just glares at him with a dark stare. This ought to be interesting. I'm supposed to work for this man? There are strong personalities here at this table. It leaves me wondering how they do not tear each other apart. I don't have to ask about the other two that hang back in the shadows. I'm here. Tabitha is here. I recall Elena saying that every member on the Night Council has a bodyguard except for Roman. Just then, the doors behind us open, and like the dark shadow of the devil, the man himself strides inside. You're late, Elena says. In his hands, Roman holds a rag. He wipes at his hands, and I realize that they are coated in blood. You'll have to forgive me. I had a few bodies to bury first. A wave of cold rushes across my skin. I thought he was a prick before. Now I see that he's just plain dangerous. Anything we need to be worried about? Mason asks. He walks around the table and takes a seat beside his sister. Just a recent arrival who thought they could get away with having a couple of bitten in their debt. Roman says, his voice low and rough. An instant death sentence. That's what Roman said. Apparently, he makes good on his threats. Let's get started, Sebastian says as he too takes a seat. I have a surgery early in the morning. When I think of vampires, I think of a completely nocturnal schedule. Light certainly sears my eyes with pain. I assume it is the same for everyone at this table, except for Mason and Sigrid. But from everything I've seen, these vampires do not keep an exclusively nocturnal schedule. I guess power and duty never sleep. On to the first order of business, Elena says. You have all asked about Juliet. You asked about our history and our connection. Her eyes slide over to me, and there I see that things might be awkward and tense between us right now, but she is still my best friend. We met a year and a half ago. There's nothing complicated to it. I was in New York on business and had a dinner meeting. Juliet was our waitress. We hit it off and had a good time that night. I had no idea then that she was one of us. It was all over her when she came back. Sigrid speaks up. It was more than just a coincidence. The friendship between these two, it was fate. And something kind of makes sense. Very briefly, Elena mentioned that when she returned home after we met, that someone told her that she had met someone who would be her immortal friend.
How? How could Sigrid know this? We grew closer, Elena says, moving on. I had hoped that things would go differently, but 2 weeks ago, my best friend here thought she needed to defend me against a mugger. Sebastian smiles at this, the amusement written all over his face. Roman's gaze on me remains cold, but I think I see something in them shift just a little bit. Perhaps my act of bravery puts me a little less deep on his shit list. She was stabbed, Mason says. His throat sounds thick. Maybe she could have been saved, but it was so out in the public, so open. And we knew it was going to happen eventually. She bled out, but Elena and I brought her back to our plane, and we went to Las Vegas to let the resurrection process finish. And what made you think that was a good idea? Roman glowers. The House of Valdez has been established there for over 100 years. Las Vegas is one of the most transient places in the world, Elena says. She lowers her chin, staring darkly at her fellow council member. Things didn't go as planned, and it was my mistake, but I don't apologize. You could have gone just about anywhere else, Roman seethes. You could have picked any homeless bum, nearly just about anywhere in the entire country. You could have gone to literally any state that did not have a house within it, yet you dove straight into a city where royals live. This event has already passed, Sigrid says. Her tone is calm, even. Berating another council member for something that is already over will lead to nothing productive. Yet the consequences of their actions lands in all of our laps, Roman says. His tone gets lower, darker, and the look in his eyes, it is ice cold. And if you were perfect, our father wouldn't be dead, Elena seethes. She gets to her feet, her palms pressed flat against the table. She leans forward, and her eyes narrow on Roman. For the first time, Roman shuts his mouth. His wicked stare does not ease, but his words do not lash out. Children, Sebastian says with a faint smile. You are making our guest uncomfortable. Every set of eyes snaps to me. I normally have a great poker face. I don't let what I'm feeling show on the surface. But I'm sitting underneath the scrutiny of 3 vampires. Pablo Ramirez is still in Las Vegas, Roman says. I can keep eyes on him for a week, but after that, I can't extend the resources. If he weren't so damn high up in the Valdez's hierarchy, I would just take him out and call the problem taken care of. So, for now, we all get to watch over our shoulders. His words surprise me. During my interrogation, he made it quite clear that no one in this city was going to have my back. To learn that he sent someone to keep an eye on the man who promised to get revenge, it's about the last thing that I expected. Good, Mason says. His voice is rough, and the annoyance in his tone isn't restrained. Next item of business? Nobody says anything for a moment. It's a silent debate if we are done talking about me or not. Apparently so, because just a moment later, Sigrid lays her hands on the tabletop, and my world is knocked further off its axis. The moment she touches the surface, glowing green lines shoot from the wood beneath her hands, out to cover the entirety of the table. Light shimmers and shakes, dancing on the wood. And when I look up to look at Sigrid, I find that her eyes are glowing the exact same shade. It's a map, I realize, a perfect map of Chicago. And on that map, there are hundreds of golden dots. At first, they all look like they are sitting still. But as I watch closer, I realize that some of them move. Many of them move perfectly aligned with the streets of the city. I look down at my forearm, and I realize those dots are vampires. And the glowing golden ring surrounding the city, this is the barrier that I heard spoken of. All comings and goings have been cleared in the last week, Sigrid says. Her glowing eyes follow the dots on the map. Those that were banished last month have not come anywhere near the barrier. There was a little issue in the Albany Park, but Roman took care of that on Thursday. Issues. Both she and Roman have talked about issues. Roman walked in with blood on his hands after solving tonight's little issue. Any sightings of new regulars? Sebastian asks as he looks over at Roman. There has been a man and a woman in town for 5 days, Roman says as he sits back in his seat. His eyes stay fixed on that map.
A couple. They're staying in a hotel, and so far, they've been good not to touch any of the humans. We're not sure yet if they're just on vacation or if they're looking to settle. We'll keep watching them for a few more days and evaluate.
I am beginning to understand that Roman is not simply a rough-and-tumble security guard. He has eyes everywhere. Nothing happens in this city that he doesn't see. Mason said that certain personality types work well with Roman. There has to be more than a few of those, considering he's had eyes on someone in Las Vegas, and at the same time, he's constantly controlling the issues and keeping an eye out on the comings and goings of every vampire in this city, tagged or not. Roman is just as powerful as any other council member sitting at this table.
What about hospitalizations?
Mason asks, as his eyes slide over to Sebastian.
Anything we need to be concerned about?
Sebastian's eyes float over the map. When they stop in one area, I wonder if this is where the hospital is located.
There were 2 females that staggered into the emergency room, both with puncture wounds in their necks. The blood levels were low, but not near low enough to be a concern for being turned. I don't know who was so careless, but yes, Evelyn had to step in.
Evelyn is particularly gifted. Sigrid speaks up. Though technically my charge, she works under the employment of Dr. Vincent.
Doesn't do anyone here any good if bite victims remember that it wasn't an animal who attacked them,
Sebastian says, as he looks up at me from beneath dark lashes. Are you telling me that you have someone who lives in the city who can alter memories? I ask. They're the first words I've spoken in a while, and they come out slightly hoarse-sounding.
That's exactly what I'm saying, darling.
Sebastian purrs, and there's something about the way he says darling. It doesn't come out sounding condescending. It doesn't come out sounding like a pet name. It comes out as velvet. As I look back over at Sigrid, it starts to make sense. You're a witch. There are witches in Chicago, not just vampires. Everyone smiles at that, looking very entertained. Witch is such an archaic term, Sigrid says. No one under my charge in this city would call themselves that. There are simply those who possess certain gifts. Those who are gifted are vetted and interrogated just as much as any vampire who wishes to live in the city. We all work together to keep Chicago a safe place. So, this is Sigrid's charge. She holds responsibility for every gifted person who roams the streets. Anything else? Elena questions, moving on like more perspective-changing information hasn't just been shared. Does everyone still have their assignments on schedule for the gala? Sigrid asks. When will it end? The surprises, the words that leave me guessing. Will it ever stop? Or is my new life one long slew of confusion now? Yes, Elena answers. I have the caterers lined up. The decorators have their deposit. The invitations have been sent. Wait, gala? I ask. As in, like, a vampire ball? A smile pulls on Sebastian's beautiful face.
Once a year, the Night Council hosts a gala. Every supernatural resident in good standing in Chicago is invited. Takes up this entire building.
We need to go shopping soon, Elena says, and finally, she offers me a smile. The gala is in 4 weeks.
I can't wait to see what you wear, Miss Doe,
Sebastian offers, and a coy, slick smile pulls on his face. I wait for it, but it doesn't come. Under any other circumstance, Elena would bite his head off for saying something like this to me, but she doesn't want me looking in Mason's direction. Maybe she's happy to have anyone who is not him come and try to sweep me off my feet. Instantly, my stomach is full of acidic ice. Roman makes this little noise of disgust, of annoyance. I look over and see him actually roll his eyes, just a little bit.
I have all of my assignments lined up,
Sebastian says, as he looks over at Sigrid, ignoring the awkwardness he created.
I have things ready,
Roman says.
If there is nothing else, I have some streets to get back to.
I'm finished, Elena says. Her tone is hard again, and we're right back to it. Every one of them stands and gathers their things. The moment Sigrid's hands leave the table, the map disappears.
I hope you'll save a dance for me, Miss Doe.
Dr. Vincent says, as his gaze comes back to me. He offers a smile, and I swear his fangs are slightly elongated.
Let's go,
Mason says. I glance over to find his expression dark as he looks at Sebastian. Something in me warms at the idea that maybe he's feeling just a little bit possessive. I'm not really sure what to say to him. My natural instinct is to say something sharp and snarky, but something tells me that's probably not the way you're supposed to speak to a council member, especially one you're going to be working for soon and is allowing you to stay in his city, knowing there is someone hunting you down. So I don't say anything. I press my lips into a thin line and simply give a nod. Sebastian gives a smile, tipping his head down just slightly. The move is voracious, but it still sparks a little bit of warmth in my stomach. I'm only human, after all. Take care, Sigrid offers. It was nice to meet you, I say, and the words are genuine. She might intimidate me, and she might confuse me because I don't understand what she is, but at least she has been direct and she has been kind. Neither of those are something I have experienced much of in my life. Tabitha follows Elena out of the building, and side by side, I walk with Mason. Without a word, we all climb into the limousine, and the driver aims us back to the Godfrey Tower. My brain rolls through everything that has just played out in the last hour. I think of Roman and his intimidating nature. I think of Sigrid and all the secrets she must hold. I think of Sebastian and his suave nature. Anger builds in my stomach. Elena would rather see me go to Dr. Vincent, someone I have a feeling is a habitual flirt, than see me get involved in any way with her brother now that I'm a vampire. She's the person who's loved me the most my entire life, and even she doesn't want me tied too close to her family. The tension builds within the limo, but nobody says a word. The 10-minute drive back to the tower is taken in complete silence. It's a relief when, finally, we park out front and all of us climb out. We step inside the building, and almost automatically, Elena and I glance at each other. There is no warmth in this look. There is tension and tightness. So I don't bother asking her where she's going when she peels off to one of the halls leading deeper in the building on the main floor. Mason and I head to the elevator, and we rise to the top floor.
You did good,
Mason says as the elevator doors close behind us. He shifts closer to me, almost imperceptibly, but with my vampire senses, it's obvious.
The council can be intimidating. I admire that about you.
He looks down at me, and I can't help it that my eyes are drawn to him.
You're not intimidated by anyone. You don't let anyone plow over you.
Except his sister. But I don't say anything. Silently, I slip my hand into Mason's. I lean against him and tilt my head to his shoulder. Even this feels wrong. When you've come to depend on no one but yourself for your entire life, it doesn't come naturally to lean on anyone, literally or otherwise. The elevator opens to the penthouse level, and he and I walk, hand in hand, to his door.
What happened in there?
Mason asks, as we walk into the living room.
I know things are awkward between you and my sister because of us, but something seems different.
I take in a deep breath, and suddenly, the world feels kind of suffocating. I cross to the huge sliding glass door that opens onto the balcony and step outside. The night is surprisingly cool, considering how close we are to summer, but it's refreshing. I place my hands on the edge of the railing and close my eyes for a second. There are millions of people around me, literally millions. It's why I like living in big cities. There are always so many people around. Yet, I always feel so alone. Until 2 weeks ago, Elena never would have let a man talk to me the way Sebastian just did. I say. My words try to catch in my throat, so they come out a little rough. Sometimes, even my best friend doesn't want me.
Juliet,
Mason says as he walks up beside me. He places his hand on mine, and I feel his eyes on my face.
Elena loves you.
But she doesn't want me too close, I say. I know I'm being harsh. I know that I'm spiraling just a little bit. But when you've never had a firm foundation beneath you, it's easy to feel like the entire earth is made of quicksand. If you don't stay on your guard, you'll be swallowed up.
Juliet, why is your last name Doe?
Mason asks, with hesitation. But I hear in his voice just how genuinely he wants to know the answer. I swallow once, my eyes roaming about the city. I think about the difference from where I am now to where I was so long ago. I was born in Kansas. At least, that's where they found me. I fold my arms on the railing and lean against it. This is a heavy story, one I don't like telling all that often. Not that anyone ever asks. Someone spotted us off the side of the highway and called it in to the police. No one is sure how we got there, but I was lying there, screaming my head off as it started to rain. Lying next to me, they found my mother dead. I've imagined this scene in my head over and over. It's something that rips the bottom out of me every time. Shit, I had no idea, Juliet. Mason whispers. So, that answers that. Elena never told her brother because Elena knows every bit of this story. They couldn't identify her, I continue with a thick throat. She had no ID on her. Her fingerprints didn't pull up anywhere in the system. They put her picture up hoping that someone could identify her, but no one came forward. But they ran her DNA and my DNA and proved that she was my mother. They declared her a Jane Doe. Mason makes a small sound, one that says he finally understands why my last name is Doe. They tried searching for my father for months, but how do you look for someone under those circumstances? They had no leads, they had no name, and I was just a baby, an infant. So, after a few months, they gave up. But they always left the possibility open that I might be claimed. I couldn't be placed with an adoptive family. I went into foster care. I turn away from the balcony and go sit on one of the massive chairs. Mason stays quiet as he turns as well and sits beside me. I tuck my knees up into my chest and wrap my arms around them. They bounced me around quite a bit until I was 8 years old, and then I lived with this old lady until I was 16. She wasn't one of those nice old ladies who likes to make cookies and sing you lullabies to fall asleep. She was the kind that liked to sit on the porch of her trailer and smoke 2 packs a day. She was the kind that liked to buy frozen packaged meals and toss them in my direction every night to make for myself. And she always had these horrible men that came and went. That place was such a shithole. She didn't work, so the only income she had was the check the state sent her every month for taking care of me. We were trailer trash. We were in a decent school district, so I can be grateful for that at least. I got a good education. But I was trash there, like literal trash. Everyone knew that I was the foster kid, the kid who was found with a dead mother. No one... I shake my head. The hurt still lives there, even if I try to redirect it into sarcasm and toughness. No one ever cared about me. I could have disappeared, and no one at my school would have even noticed. Juliet, Mason says softly. There's grief in his voice, regret. But what does he have to regret? It's not like he's ever done anything wrong. I shake my head. My birthday is in November, so I wouldn't have been very far into my senior year when I turned 18, and I swore I was getting the hell out of there as soon as I could. So I worked during the summers to get all the credits I needed to graduate early. I worked 8 hours a day, and then I did my schoolwork. There was no goofing off with friends, there was no dating or boyfriends. All I had was me. All I could depend on was me. Mason takes one of my hands and pulls it into his chest, but he doesn't stop me. Now that I've started, I need to get it all out of me. The day I turned 18, I grabbed my bags. I'd had them packed for a week, and I got in my car, even though it was a piece of garbage, and I literally just started driving. The old woman who I lived with for so long died when I was 16. After her, I was put into a group home. It was an actual house that we lived in, but it was a rotating staff of adults who came through to take care of us. We were seen as troublemakers, as the kids no one wanted. I ended up driving north. I got all the way to Pennsylvania before my car died. The engine started smoking, so I pulled over on the side of the road and got out. I grabbed my bags out of the back just as it lit on fire. It felt like a metaphor. The thing was a piece of crap, and now that crap was on fire. I took it as a sign that things could only get better from there. set the past on fire, move on to the future. I got lucky. There was a major train station only a mile from that. I continue my story. I didn't dare spend much money, so I bought the first train ticket that only cost $10, and that train took me straight to New York City. The day I stepped off that train into the city was the best day of my life. I remember looking around at all the people, all the buildings, all the lights, and I felt like a new person. Here, no one knew who I was. No one knew that I was trailer trash. No one knew that I was the daughter of a Jane Doe. It was a new start, I say. I mean, it was hard. It was really, really hard. New York City is damn expensive, and I was barely 18. I had been saving up since I was 14, but money only goes so far in that city. I got a job. I found an apartment with roommates who I thought only might kill me at night, but I made it work. I kept my head low, and I started learning how normal people live. I'm not normal. I'm well aware of this. I'm not good with people, and I don't trust anyone, really. But I'm trying. I'm working on it. Medical school was so hard to get into, I say. My grades weren't perfect in high school, so I started out at the community college level and worked my way up. I was balancing 2 jobs and school, but it wasn't enough. I started taking on student loans, but the weight of it hanging over my head felt crushing. But I wanted to prove to everyone who never cared about me that I could be something, that I wasn't just trash. People don't look at you like you're trash when you're a doctor. Grief strikes me hard now. It's been my dream for years. I've worked so hard to make this a reality. And now, I'm grateful that Dr. Vincent is willing to take me on and eventually employ me as a doctor. But it's just not the same. And then I met Elena, I say. Emotion cracks my voice. She had just as little intolerance for idiots as I did. She didn't trust anyone either. Something just felt different with her. It was like I had met my soulmate, except I wasn't in love with her, and she wasn't in love with me either. I shake my head and let my gaze fall into my lap. Gently, I feel Mason's hand caress the side of my face. He encourages me to look up, and I meet his gaze. It's not fair, any of it, Mason says. His voice is soft and calm, but his eyes are not. They burn with the intensity of what he's saying. You've had the odds stacked against you from the beginning, Juliet. By the statistics, you should be in jail, or homeless, or maybe even dead. But you're not. You're not any of those things. You're here, and I can guarantee you that life is about to be a whole lot different for you. And that's not just because of Elena. I had this conversation with myself once upon a time. I've read enough books to worry that this might happen to me, that I might take too quickly, too easy to anyone who might show me some kindness. I had told myself to not open my heart too quickly to someone who is simply a decent human being to me. I'm still cautious, but looking up at Mason, I think I'm getting a glimpse of what normal people experience. You're never going to go back to that person, he says softly. His blue eyes remain fixed on mine, so wholesome and filled with so much conviction. That person who was always alone. That person who only ever had one other human in this whole world that they trusted, that they could rely on. No matter what happens between us, Juliet, I swear I'm always going to be here. I will always be your friend. And something cracks inside of me. Emotions claw at the back of my eyes. Because this isn't just about the physical aspect. This isn't just about trying to be in some kind of a secret relationship. Mason just offered the words that mean more to me than any of that could mean. I will always be your friend. This place is meant for you, Juliet, Mason says. He brushes his thumb over my cheek. This place is for the rejected, the abandoned. Chicago is for those who never fit in. Chicago is for those who are not like others. Juliet. Mason pulls me closer by the back of my neck and touches his forehead to mine. Chicago is your home now. Here, you are going to find your family. He doesn't mean blood, and sometimes blood isn't what matters. Sometimes blood does not guarantee love. It does not guarantee loyalty. The family Mason speaks about, it's the kind of family that counts.
And with my confession, with all of the words spoken, I feel a weight lift off of my chest. I feel like I can breathe. I feel like the air is fresher. It tastes completely different. I look up to Mason's eyes, and I don't know what to expect for our future. I don't know if what's between us is going to end tomorrow. I don't know if it's going to develop into something more. But I do know that he is one of the best people I have ever met in my life. And for the second time in my life, I find myself grateful for a person. I let my eyes slide closed and reach a hand up to rest it against Mason's neck. I take one slow, deep breath, and I mean it with everything in me when I say, "Thank you." 8. I can't sleep the next day. Not that I've slept more than twice since I arrived in this city. Elena wasn't joking when she talked about that vampire insomnia business. Mason went to bed 3 hours ago. Boredom is starting to set in a little bit. I follow Mason around all day, every day, and I do literally nothing else. So, as I pace the penthouse, the only thing I have to focus on is the burn in my throat. I go to the kitchen and pull the fridge open. There are a dozen bags of blood on the top shelf. But as I look at them, my breathing grows harder. My stomach does this little turn, and the thought of that cold liquid slipping down my throat makes me want to throw up. I look over my shoulder in the direction of Mason's bedroom. I rock forward on the balls of my feet, poised and anxious to do something. I strain my hearing, listening for any kind of activity or movement in Elena's penthouse, but I don't hear anything. I never hear anything between the two penthouses. I can only imagine the kind of insulation that must have been used to deaden ears like mine. I don't think. I move. I grab my security badge from the table by the front door and slip it into my back pocket. Then I yank open the door and I walk outside. The elevator arrives in just 20 seconds, and I step on and press the button for the ground floor. The elevator slides open, and I step out into the main lobby. As usual, it's packed full of vampires. As I look around, I'm beginning to recognize familiar faces. So-and-so works in accounting, so-and-so is an attorney. In the 2 weeks I've been here now, I'm starting to recognize some of the repeat faces. But right now, my focus goes straight for the front doors. I push past them, and the metal frame of the door sings. I use way too much force. I'm lucky the glass didn't shatter, but my laser-focused brain can't process that right now. I step out onto the sidewalk, and my nostrils flare as I take a deep breath. Heartbeats. I hear heartbeats all around me. I'm surrounded by millions of people, every one of them smelling delicious in this moment. I set off down the sidewalk and begin looking in the shadows. Chicago isn't that different from New York. There are certain smells that are exactly the same. There are bridges scattered throughout the city. There are towering buildings that close you in, hiding the sky. And there are always transactions happening in the shadows. I see 3 drug deals happen in the first 5 blocks. I see 8 homeless people sleeping in various forms of shelter. A tent, a cardboard box, simply lying out on a bench. And for the first time, I see one of my own kind standing between 2 buildings. I watch as another vampire approaches. She hands off some money, and the dealer hands her an insulated bag. Even from here, I can smell the blood inside of it. I assume this is one of Sebastian's people. Vampire doctor and drug dealer. A sound pulls my attention down an alleyway. There is a grunt, followed by the sound of tipping trash cans. "Hey!" someone yells out, and then feet run down the alleyway. I'm moving before I think too much about it. We are an entire building apart, but as I move faster, I know that there's no chance the thief will lose me. Adrenaline surges in my body, and excitement sparks in my blood. My nostrils flare, and the thrill of the hunt takes possession of every muscle in my body. I hear him coming, and just as he steps out, I collide with him. My fingers wrap around his throat, and before he can react, I push him up against the side of a building. He doesn't even make a sound before my fangs extend and I sink them into his neck. I literally moan at the feeling of his blood hitting my tongue. I've been trying so hard to be satisfied with the donor blood, but some days it just doesn't cut it. Nothing beats this. I pull that sweet, coppery liquid into my mouth and I drink it down, cooling the heat in my stomach. The man stands there, stark still. He doesn't make a sound. He doesn't fight against me. He doesn't even blink. The toxins secreting from my fangs hold him completely immobile. I want to keep pulling more. I want to keep draining him. I could easily justify it. He's not a good person. It was someone like him that ended my human life. But I already have 2 deaths on my head. How high do I want to rack up that tally? Regretfully, I retract my fangs. I feel disgusting as I do it, but I lick over the bite wounds and watch as they close up before my eyes. I press my fingers into the artery in his neck and check his pulse. He'll be fine. I would like to get a number, though. Maybe Dr. Vincent could tell me exactly. At what point do we need to worry about taking too much blood? Not killing them, but them turning into a bitten. I let the man go, and he collapses to the ground. His eyes are hazy. I don't know that he will remember this or not. It's dangerous living in Chicago. With such a concentrated population of vampires, it isn't particularly safe here to be human. Not when every one of them looks like a walking snack. No wonder Chicago's crime rates are so high. I realize now that it's not just humans killing humans. There are more than just a few vampires who take their share of victims. It's then that I realize how important Sebastian's job is. And I realize how valuable someone like this Evelyn must be. Someone who can change a human's memory.
Hey, sweetheart.
I hear someone call to me from behind.
Looking for a little extra cash tonight?
I look over my shoulder, my brow furrowed in annoyed anger. I let that anger take control for a second, and I feel my eyes ignite red.
Holy!
The man stutters in fear. He turns and runs the other way. With a satisfied smirk, and my thirst somewhat sated, I head back to the Godfrey Tower.
I'm taking you somewhere,
Mason says. It's nearing 9 o'clock at night, and he's just finishing work for the day. It's been just as busy of a day as any other day has been. We haven't eaten anything yet. Care to disclose where? I ask. My tone is teasing, but I'm genuinely curious.
Across the city,
he says as he arches an eyebrow at me.
Just trust me, okay?
Trust. Not one of my strong suits. But I swallow my fear and I simply nod. The 2 of us go to the elevator and ride it down to the ground floor. Outside, there is a limo waiting for us. The Godfreys literally don't go anywhere unless it is in the backseat of a limo.
I'm taking you to meet someone,
Mason says as the car pulls forward.
His name is Malcolm Talos, but most call him the Historian.
At Mason's last words, a wash of goosebumps flashes over my arms.
He's been in the city for the last 15 years.
Mason continues. Sitting beside me, where our thighs touch, he traces a finger up the front of my leg. It's an absent-minded move, a gesture of familiarity, and it makes me smile.
He's Sigrid's on-again, off-again lover.
And he has his own special abilities, I assume? I ask. Mason's blue eyes rise to meet mine. He nods.
He's called the Historian because with a single touch, he can read your history. And it's not just a simple reading. He can communicate these pictures of your past.
The world gets a little colder.
No one should have to walk through this world having no idea who they really are,
Mason says. His voice is low, but tender. The look in his eyes is soft, and everything in them replaces the fear in me with appreciation. He's trying to help.
Malcolm can give you your answers, Juliet.
What if I don't like those answers? I ask. I try not to let my voice shake, but I'm not entirely successful.
At least you'll know,
Mason says. He slides his fingers through mine.
At least you won't have to wonder for the rest of your life. It's a long life ahead of you.
The limo pulls into an older part of the city. The buildings are smaller, the vast majority of them built out of brick. The area isn't as nice, though I've never been in more sketchy parts of other cities. And finally, we stop in front of the building with a sign above the door that says Chicago Medium. The place looks like a joke. It's painted dramatically, and all purple and black. In the window, I see a display of crystals and rings and necklaces that look like you could get them in any gift shop on Bourbon Street. This guy is for real? I ask. The doubt isn't hidden in my voice. Mason nods. He has to blend in, but this is how he makes his living. Obviously, most people think it's a sham, but Malcolm is the real deal. My throat feels dry. My heart is hammering just a little too hard. I've had questions about my past my entire life. Now there is the possibility that I might have answers in just a few minutes. I'm definitely not prepared for this. But Mason climbs out of the limo and extends a hand to me. I take it and let him help me out of the car. A bell rings above the door when we walk inside. The interior matches the exterior. The walls are all painted black, so is the ceiling. Dramatic black furniture is spread throughout the room. In the center, there is a circular table. 2 chairs are pushed up to it, and on its surface is a ridiculous-looking glass orb. Deep purple drapes hang from the windows. There is a counter in one corner of the room with a cash register. From this space, there is only one other door. And right then, a man walks out of it. For some reason, I was expecting an old, crazy man with a long beard and wild hair. For someone who claims to be a medium, I definitely wasn't expecting this guy. Then again, Mason did say that he is Sigrid's lover. He looks to be about 40 years old. But he is an exceptionally in-shape 40-year-old. He wears well-fitted black jeans and a black t-shirt that shows every contour of his arms and chest. Hanging from his neck, he wears one single clear crystal. His dark eyes are intense, hooded by heavy eyebrows. His face framed by a perfectly shaped, well-kept beard. Thick wild hair tops his head. Good grief, is everyone in Chicago stunningly beautiful?
Mason,
the man says. His voice is friendly enough, though it's rough.
It's good to see you. You as well.
Mason offers a smile. He extends his hand and the man shakes it.
This is Juliet Doe,
Mason says as he looks back at me.
Juliet, this is Malcolm Talos. It's nice to meet you,
Malcolm offers. His voice is soothing, friendly, and open. He doesn't sound crazy. He doesn't look crazy either. He looks exactly like someone who could crawl into bed with Sigrid and make her a happy woman. You too, I say, and I realize then that he did not extend his hand to me. Not like he did with Mason.
Mason tells me you've never known who your family is,
Malcolm says as he folds his arms over his chest.
If you are comfortable with it, I can try to see if I can get you some answers.
I shake my head, and my heart starts beating even faster. This wasn't something I ever expected. Not knowing who my parents were is just something I have come to accept in life. And now, this can change? I've never considered... Mason places a hand on my back, and the gesture is soothing.
It's okay if you're nervous,
Malcolm says.
Most people are a little freaked out when they walk through my door. It's your choice, though. If you want answers, I am happy to help. If you aren't ready, I'm here anytime. I'm not going anywhere.
My eyes slide over to Mason's, and I don't know what to say. His expression is open, maybe slightly apologetic. He really didn't give me much warning before. He offered a few details, and here we are. But I think of that conversation we had just last night, where I confessed to him the truth of my past. Mason can't bring them back from the dead. He can't fix the terrible childhood that I had. But this is one thing he can do. He can offer me the help of a supernatural being with extraordinary gifts. He can help me find my answers. No one has ever done anything so kind for me, so consider it. Okay, I say. The word comes out a little rough and a little fractured, but I push aside the fear and anxiety in my stomach.
Please have a seat,
Malcolm says as he nods at one of the chairs at the table in the center of the room. Mason's hand guides me in that direction, and he pulls it out for me. I sink into it, and he backs up a few steps, his hands folded in front of him. Malcolm pulls out the other chair and sits. He grabs the crystal orb on the table and sets it on the ground beside his feet.
That does nothing,
he says with a chuckle.
It's all just part of the persona, the experience. People think I need some kind of magic woo-woo object to be able to do what I do. Really, all I have to do is touch you.
Which is why he did not try to shake my hand earlier. All right, I say. I don't know what else to say. I'm so thrown out of my element, I don't know how to act or what to do. Malcolm lays his forearms on the table, palms facing up.
All you have to do is take my hands.
His instructions are simple and calm. I swallow once and glance back at Mason once again. He simply nods, a tiny, supportive smile on his lips. So I look back at Malcolm and I take his hands. My eyes snap closed, even though I didn't tell them to, and instantly, a rush of images washes through my brain. They flash so fast that I can't focus on just one. I see a rush of color, and gray, and black, and white. I see motion, and stillness, and life, and death.
You need to understand,
Malcolm says. His voice is even and low.
That I can only see the history of those in your line who are dead. I cannot see those who are still alive.
It's as if I can feel him sifting through my brain, like he's digging in a bucket full of sand. He's searching for all of the different lines that stretch back from me. He's quick and efficient. It's obvious he's done this 100 times, or 1,000.
Your father is still alive.
Those 5 words make me feel like I am full of ice-cold water.
I see no traces of him,
Malcolm says.
So whoever he is, he's still out there, alive.
I don't know why the news feels so shocking. It was only ever my mother who was found dead beside me. They searched for my father, and even though they didn't find him, that certainly doesn't mean that he's dead. But still, that knowledge sends goosebumps flashing down my spine.
But your mother,
Malcolm says. There's something about his tone, about the way he trails off. He pauses for a long moment, and in my mind, all I see is a gray wall, as if he just hit pause on whatever is happening. And then, clear as day, I hear his voice, but not through my ears. He speaks directly into my mind.
How much do you want him to know?
It's exactly the same, but it is definitely not the same experience as hearing him speak.
Mason, there's something... I've never seen something like this. How much do you want him to know?
I'm barely breathing. Just shallow intakes of air and shaky exhales.
Juliet?
Malcolm presses in my mind once again. I stumble. The words do not come over my lips, but I know that Malcolm hears them. I don't want him knowing anything that will make him look at me any different.
Mason.
This time Malcolm speaks out loud.
I'm getting some interference. Would you mind stepping outside? I think that might help.
He says it so smoothly and professionally, I don't doubt what he says. It's as if Mason is scrambling a satellite signal, and Malcolm is simply asking him to give us a moment to see if we can fix the problem.
Of course,
Mason says. My eyes are still closed. Still, all I see is that gray wall. But I hear Mason as he steps across the room and opens the door. A second later, that bell rings once again as the door closes.
Sorry about that,
Malcolm says, once again speaking out loud.
Considering what I'm seeing in here, I thought maybe you want this to stay private.
And that gray wall in front of me suddenly dissolves. And it's as if I'm watching a movie, and suddenly the camera zooms in. I see a baby lying on the ground next to a woman. I see no evidence of damage to her. I see no blood, no puncture wounds or bullet holes, but she lies there, still and cold. Her eyes stare up into the sky vacantly. Her hair is blonde, and her features are delicate. Her eyes are blue. Her face is frozen in an expression of worry and terror. That's her. Even if I didn't believe Malcolm was the real deal, I would still know this is in fact my mother. She looks just like me. And for the first time, I see the face of the woman who carried and gave birth to me. The baby is screaming. I'm screaming, crying. The clouds overhead are beginning to open. My chest is tight. My heart is racing so fast that I can barely think straight. They told me that I'd been found beside my mother in the rain. Here it is.
I see it. I'm witnessing it. And then the scene in front of me begins to rewind. I watch as the baby goes still with a squirm. She and the woman lie there in the dirt next to the highway, quiet. My heart jumps into my throat when a man with evil in his eyes walks backward out of a cornfield. He crosses to the woman, and in reverse, I watch her rise from the ground, the baby flying back into her arms. The man's hand comes to her throat, and I watch as the life comes back into her eyes. I feel emotions trying to choke me. Moisture pools in them, and it's everything I can do not to let them fall. He's killing her. This man, he's choking my mother to death, and I'm watching it happen. An evil, eerie green light emanates from his hands. The woman's eyes are wide with fear. I see his lips moving, but I cannot hear what he's saying.
"That's your mother,"
Malcolm says. His voice is low and quiet, as if he knows what the scene we're seeing means.
"She was one of us. So was that man. His name was Archer King, and we killed him here in Chicago about 5 years ago."
The new information is unraveling faster than I can process it. I feel like I'm barely breathing, because I see the woman crying, screaming. She clutches the baby tight to her chest, though it looks as if the baby is sleeping peacefully, despite the horror going on. But the man still has his hands at her throat. There is still that evil light glowing from him.
Archer's gift was his ability to absorb the gifts of others, but doing so killed the victims.
Malcolm continues.
We didn't know this when he first came to Chicago. The city was the worst possible place for him to be allowed into. He killed dozens before we realized what was happening.
The puzzle pieces begin sliding into place. I start to realize what it means, what I am seeing.
Your mother was a gifted.
I hear him rather than see him when he shakes his head in awe and disbelief.
She was a curse weaver. They're rare, incredibly rare,
Malcolm says.
Archer took that gift from her, and in doing so, killed her.
We continue watching the scene in reverse. I watch as this man's hands lower from my mother's neck, and he disappears back into the field. My mother pants for a moment, looking up and down the road as if she were desperate for help. And then she reverses, back into the field. Just before she disappears into the stalks, I watch the baby wake as the woman gives her a quick jerk. Screams rip from the baby. In reverse, I watch the woman race through the cornfield, muttering words neither I nor Malcolm can hear, her expression completely frantic. Tears are streaming down her face. And then the scene speeds up. The woman had been running for hours. Archer had been just behind her, on foot, in a car, for hours. Then the scene shifts to a dark house. She's all alone, and, by herself, she gives birth. I was told I was only hours old when I was found beside my mother. And now I see it. I'm witnessing my own birth, my own entry into this cruel, lonely world. I shouldn't be surprised by the circumstances I came into it. My mother was alone. She was scared. The world continues to rewind, and I watch as she makes frantic phone calls before the birth. She paces in the home of another woman, terrified and very pregnant. The scene rewinds further, and I watch her move from place to place, always scared. Slowly, through time, her belly shrinks. I don't see it, but I can feel it. That whole time, Archer King was hunting my mother. And finally, when she looks like she's only 4 months pregnant, maybe less, there is a man. They're in a small home, and she is crying tears, absolute heartbreak, as she says something to him. The expression on his face is oddly blank.
Your mother cursed him,
Malcolm says.
Your father. She knew Archer was hunting her. She knew he could kill your father, so she cursed him not to be able to find her.
The tears finally break free because I see the clarity return to his eyes. I watch as he desperately tries to reason with her. Their argument is one filled with desperate tears and yelling, but at last the scene calms. The woman, my mother, looks up at this man with complete adoration in her eyes. I watch as he places his hands on her stomach, and the look of love in his eyes is so intense it makes my chest ache. And with a small jolt of electricity, it hits me. This man is my father. And Malcolm said that he is alive. I study his face. I memorize every contour and plane of it, because I could find him someday. According to everything I've been told, I am immortal, and I couldn't become this way if he wasn't as well. His eyes are intense and focused. His hair is blonde, but not as light as my mother's. It's slightly longer, brushed straight back from his face. He wears a blonde beard that makes him look older than I think he really is. But most notable about his appearance are the twin scars on either side of his cheeks. They begin just on the outside of his lips and hook back up towards his ears. The man is rough. There is no question about that. There is history to this man, and not one bit of me doubts that. But as I look at the way that he looks at my mother, there is also not one bit of me that doubts that he loved that woman. The history continues to rewind before my eyes, and I watch as they live a life together. A life filled with impossible magic and blood. My mother knew that my father was a vampire. She knew that they didn't belong together because of this fact. But despite that, they clung to each other tightly. I watch in reverse as her stomach disappears, and they go throughout their life. They didn't stop in Kansas until my mother was pregnant with me. Before that, they traveled together for an entire year. And before that, they spent another year living on a boat, sailing from one place to another.
He was a pirate,
Malcolm says with a slight chuckle.
Can you feel her thoughts on it? The man she loved had been sailing the seas since the early 1700s.
I can feel it. Malcolm isn't making it up. And my mother loved that fact about him. It certainly explained the rough appearance and the scars. But time continues to rewind, and I watch as my mother walks backward from a boat, and then a dock. She gets in a taxi, then returns to a city.
Norway,
Malcolm observes.
I recognize the city. It's where she's from. The same country Sigrid is from.
In my mind, I feel him dig deeper.
They shared the same great-grandmother.
Which means, distantly, Sigrid and I are related. Her life continues to flash before me. I see her learning to use her abilities, cursing the bad men in her town, using them to punish those who wronged her. We are watching her life so quickly. I see her live a life at a university, as a normal young 20-something-year-old. I see her in a home, and realize that those are my grandparents. I see her as a young child, happy and content, and then as a newborn infant, being laid in the arms of her mother.
That is her,
Malcolm says.
Your mother came from Norway, Ingrid Eriksson.
And finally, after my entire life of wondering, I hear the name of my mother. The Jane Doe that I was found next to. Ingrid Eriksson from Norway.
John Bonny, that is your father's name,
Malcolm continues.
I've never heard of him. Though you should ask the Night Council. They're well connected. If they don't know anything, you could always reach out to one of the houses. If you look hard enough, maybe you will find this pirate father of yours.
My mind is spinning. For 28 years, I have wondered about these two people. I've tried to imagine them. And now, I'm seeing them, and they have names. Ingrid Eriksson, John Bonny. A witch, even if they don't call themselves that, and a vampire pirate.
Juliet, I want to impress upon you the uniqueness of the situation,
Malcolm says. And just like that, all the images in my mind disappear. I feel the warmth of Malcolm's touch recede, and my eyes open once more. The look on his face is filled with surprise and seriousness. He folds his hands on the table and looks right at me.
This city is filled with the gifted and vampires, but in the 15 years that I have lived here, I have never heard of them having a child together.
Of course, I am an unholy creation. Malcolm studies me, as if he can find information about what I am on my skin.
Gifts are typically hereditary. They usually pass from parent to child. Since your mother had gifts, it would stand to reason that you do too.
I shake my head and sit back in my seat. I need some space from all of this insanity. If you think there's anything special about me, all you need to do is kill me again and look into my past. I'm literally not good at anything but being a screw-up. Getting in trouble? Sure, I've got that covered, but anything else? I shake my head. I promise, nothing special got passed down to me. The look in his eyes grows darker, more serious. Juliet, this is the reason I had Mason go out. I can feel it. I could sense it the second you walked inside my shop. I don't know what you are, or what you can do, but Juliet, you are far more than just a vampire. Electricity races through my blood. The words, no, impossible, crazy, are raging through my system faster than oxygen. You're wrong. Malcolm folds his arms and leans back in his seat. I'm not. You can tell yourself that if it makes you feel better, but you need to protect yourself. There are individuals in this city, in this world, who would love to test you and see what you're capable of. They would love to try to take what you can do away from you, just like what happened with your mother. I thought you said Archer was dead. I spit. And you think there aren't others like him? Malcolm says. He was the leader of his own cult. We managed to wipe out the majority of his followers, but there are definitely still a few outliers out there. They would be all too happy to see what a gifted vampire can do. It's just my luck. I've already got one man trying to hunt me down. Now a mysterious cult with no face would be all too happy to look inside my brain and see if there's something extra special about it. All I'm saying, Malcolm says as he leans forward, his face only a few inches from mine, is that you need to be careful. You need to be able to protect yourself. You need to be aware of yourself. If you have any extra gifts, they can manifest at any point. Be careful what you let others see. Fear starts to trickle down my spine. I think of that man with his hands wrapped around my mother's neck, and that terrifying light coming from him. She's dead. She's dead because of what she could do. Curse Weaver. What does that even mean? You're in a good situation, Malcolm says. He continues to speak in a low, quiet voice. Mason is not a vampire, so I know that he can't hear us. But still, this is dangerous information. The Godfreys are as good of people as you could hope for. They would never take advantage of you like others in this city might. But you need to be careful. Malcolm rises from his seat and walks to the computer on his checkout desk and clicks a couple of things. It was nice meeting you, Juliet Doe. I mean that. I'm sure we will be seeing each other again. But I'm afraid I have another appointment in 2 minutes. Dismissed. Just like that, he dismisses me, on to his next appointment of insanity. Thank you. The words leave my mouth as my hand reaches for the doorknob. Hesitantly, I look over at Malcolm one last time. A small smile pulls on the corner of his mouth. You're very welcome. Good luck. I pull the door open and walk outside. Mason waits there, leaning against the side of the limo. As soon as I step outside, he stands straight. The look in his eyes says he's wildly curious, but also exceptionally worried. He doesn't ask anything, and for that, I kind of love him. He's the real deal, I admit with a tight throat. He had the answers I was looking for. I think Mason is hoping that I will share some of the details with him, but it's too close to my heart right now. It's too fresh. It all feels like a live grenade right now. Mason simply nods and says, "Let's go home." 9. As soon as we get back to the penthouse, I head straight for the shower. Something about having a man I don't know rooting around in my brain has me feeling dirty. I scrub my entire body from head to toe and wash my hair twice. It's midnight when I step out, steam billowing out of the bathroom behind me. I wander into the closet and pull open one of my endless drawers. I grab a matching set of silk pajamas, shorts, and a tank that fits so comfortably and feels so silky, I honestly feel naked. Thirsty, I walk out into the kitchen, my hair still dripping down my back. I go to the fridge and pull out a bag of blood. Ugh, it's so gross. But I suck it down all the same, and drink another when I'm finished. Movement down the hall draws my eyes to the doorway of Mason's bedroom.
He's just finished showering, too, as evidenced by his dripping hair and his glistening chest. He's wearing a pair of gray sweatpants, of course, nothing else. My feet set off down the hall before I think about it too much. He didn't have to do this, any of it, but especially the part where he tracked down the only person in the world who could tell me about my past. He's gone above and beyond out of his way to do everything for me since I got here. I reach the doorway and lean against it, crossing my arms over my chest. I watch him as he shuffles around his room, preparing what he needs for another busy day of meetings in the morning. I know I have to protect myself. I have to be careful. But as I look at Mason, I feel something I've never felt before in my life. Trust, mixed with appreciation, mixed with longing. I've been trying to keep things with the golden human prince of Chicago simply about our physical attraction. But then he went and did this tonight. Mason stops when he sees me in the doorway. His eyebrows lift, and there's this look of anticipation in his eyes. Thank you, I say simply. It's hard for me to be genuine. Half of what comes out of my mouth is sneering sarcasm, but I mean these words, and I hope he feels that. For taking me to Malcolm, for giving me a safe place to stay, for all the help you've given me. He stands there in the middle of the room, and the speed of his breathing picks up just a little. Of course. He says it so casually, like he does good deeds like this all the time, and I'm starting to think he actually does. I step into the room. I hold his gaze. Mason's eyes drop from mine to observe what I'm wearing. Who said anything about love? Maybe this isn't love, but it sure as hell is getting complicated because it is no longer just about attraction. I throw all caution to the wind when it comes to complications when I stop just in front of Mason. Slowly, softly, I raise my hand to his chest. His skin is warm. Through it, I feel his heart hammering. A slight smile pulls on my lips. He could have any woman in this city. Dozens of them would line up outside this bedroom for the chance just to stare at him. But I'm here, and he's done more for me than any other man in my life. Thank you, I say again, softly, as my eyes rise to meet his. And heat flashes through my belly as the look in his eyes goes primal. Anything for you, Juliet. Maybe it was him. Maybe it was me. But the next moment, our lips collide and move in unison, and my hands go behind his neck. Everything in me sighs and smiles wickedly when his hands clutch my hips, and he yanks me closer. My eyes slide closed as if I've lost all control. I pull Mason's lower lip between my teeth and tug, which gains me a very male grunt from him. He spins me around and steps me backward until the backs of my knees hit the edge of his bed. He places a hand against the fluffy black bedspread and lowers the both of us down to it without his lips leaving mine even once. My hands slide down over his chest, and I realize what I've been missing all these years. Sure, I've looked at guys in the past, but none of them looked like Mason. None of them felt like he does. It's very apparent Mason makes good use of his home gym. Our kisses grow more frantic, more possessive. My head tips back against the bed, and his lips trail to my neck. His free hand snakes its way up my arm, and then over to my jaw. He grips me there, turning my head to the side, and everything in me explodes into stars and fire as I feel his tongue trace its way up my neck. I've been dreaming about you for weeks. Mason growls into my skin, and I can't stop myself. I wrap my legs around his waist. I grip his wrists, and I roll us. It's so easy, it's laughable. It's as if Mason weighs no more than the pillows behind his head. My inhuman strength has him pinned back against the bed, his wrists constrained, in a fraction of a second. Instead of looking scared, a wicked smile just pulls on Mason's lips. One reflects on my own face as I bend down once again and conjoin our mouths once more. I've been imagining this moment since the very first second I spotted him across the building at that party. My imagination was trying to piece together what this view would look like, and it certainly didn't do it justice. My body responds to every hard plane of Mason's, and my entire nervous system is screaming more, more, more. But as I lean forward again, tracing my nose along his jawline, I inhale. Every bit of need in me doubles at the scent of him. The human, manly scent of him, but also the scent of what is pulsing through his veins.
Don't stop.
Mason growls, and something in his tone tells me it's an invitation to do what I'm currently imagining. I'm pushing the boundaries. I'm taking things too far, but that's my middle name. I've always been reckless. So I lean forward just a fraction more. My teeth elongate, and I sink them into his soft, warm flesh. A contented sigh escapes Mason as he leans his head against the bed. His entire body relaxes beneath me. I pull. My mouth fills with the most delicious taste in the world. My right hand slides up his chest, and I draw in another mouthful. More, more, more. That demanding part of me screams. And I can see it now. I could easily take everything from Mason. I could take every last drop of his blood, and it would be the best, most satisfying feeling in the world. For a moment. Until the horror of the fact that I'd killed him set in. Mason's not ready. It isn't his time to resurrect. And I have to be damn careful that no accidents happen. So I place a hand on his chest. I lick over the punctures in his neck, and they start closing almost immediately. And I close my eyes with a shaky moan as I pull back from him just a bit.
Juliet,
Mason says, his voice fluttery and contented, almost like he's drugged.
why'd you stop?
The haze in his eyes clears, and they meet mine. He genuinely didn't want me to stop. I wonder what it feels like to be bitten by a vampire. I'll never know now. But nervous shame bites at the bottom of my stomach, threatening to spill all the acid from it, dissolving us both. We have to be careful, Mason, I say, my voice soft. I shake my head. I'm still trying to get control over this. I can't be the reason you resurrect prematurely. I shake my head once more. We can't take this too far, or I might lose control. The look in his eyes is understanding, but there's still want there. There's still heat.
Then we'll just have to make the most of what we can do.
In the next beat, his hand comes to the back of my neck, and as he rolls me to my back, his lips come back to mine. He doesn't understand the danger he's in. He doesn't know that the taste of his blood is lingering on the back of my tongue, tempting me to take just a little more. He doesn't know just how damn good he tastes. But I've never been very good at self-control. So I go with it. I let him take the lead. And I ignore that little voice in the back of my brain that sounds a lot like Elena. You cannot fall in love with him. 10. I'm never going to get used to this. I asked Mason where I could go see Sigrid. He told me that all I had to do was call up his driver and he'd take me right to her. It was exactly as simple as that. While he headed off to another meeting, I rode the elevator to the ground floor, and when I walked outside, sunglasses in place, Mason's driver was standing there with the limo.
Miss Doe,
He says. His voice is low, the deepest I've ever heard.
Mr. Godfrey has asked me to take you to Sigrid Haugen.
He steps aside and opens the door for me. Thank you, I say awkwardly as I climb inside. There, I find a fresh stack of blood bags. I help myself to 2 on the drive. It's a 10-minute commute. We head north, and we roll past a beautiful sign that says Old Town. We turn at one of the most beautiful churches I've ever seen, and then we drive down a street filled with homes that all look well over 100 years old. Finally, we park at the curb. Patrick opens the door for me, and I look up as I step out onto the sidewalk. There is a row of townhouses in front of me. The facade is brick, but all the window trim and doors are painted black. Gas lanterns are affixed to either side of the door. I can't imagine a more fitting place for a witch who says she's not a witch to live.
Sigrid lives in the middle one.
Patrick says.
I'll be waiting here when you're finished.
Thanks, I offer, even though it seems crazy to me that he'd wait, not having any idea how long I'm going to be. I walk up the stairs, noting that even they are painted black. Just before I knock on the door, it swings open, and Sigrid looks out at me with a knowing smile. I've been waiting for you. How? I begin to ask, confusion furrowing my brows. But she simply gives that sly cat smile and holds her palm up. Her eyes flash that glowing green color, and atop her hand is a map. There, standing right where I am, is a glowing dot. Oh, I say, feeling stupid. Right, constantly tracked. My eyes drop to my tattooed forearm. Come inside, she says. Despite her accent and the unique way she pronounces her words, her English is excellent. She turns and walks into her home. I step inside and close the door behind me. The floors are a dark wood, and the wear in them tells of their age. The walls are painted a mixture of black and dark green. There are plants everywhere, on shelves, hanging from the ceiling, lining the floor, and all of the furniture is ornate and black. We walk into an entryway, and immediately to the right, there is an elaborate sitting room. Straight ahead, I see a dining room with a table that can seat 10, and beyond that, a kitchen with all black cabinets and brick walls. Just inside the front door, there is a grand wooden staircase leading to an upper floor. How is your thirst? Sigrid asks as she walks into the sitting room. She extends a hand to a big, overstuffed chair and sinks into its twin. I'm getting there, I say, being honest. I've only snuck out of the tower a few times since getting to Chicago, and I haven't even killed one person since arriving. Sigrid arches an eyebrow. Well done. It won't be long, and you could begin your apprenticeship with Dr. Vincent. I nod, even though the thought makes my stomach clench a little bit. Being a doctor is all I've wanted to be for the past 10 years, but doing that will mean leaving Mason. I flick that thought out of my brain. I won't make my decisions based off my feelings for a man I'm not supposed to catch feelings for. I met Malcolm, I say, changing the direction of the conversation. He's something to look at. There's something that reminds me of a panther when Sigrid smiles. This is a powerful woman. Something in me instinctually knows she doesn't just create magical tracking maps of Chicago. He's difficult to ignore, isn't he? I smile too, wondering if she gets the same thrill being with Malcolm that I get being with Mason. He certainly isn't boring. Sigrid tucks her legs up under her, and there's something endearing about this conversation. We don't know each other yet, but I feel comfortable in her presence, and her posture makes me think she feels the same. You came to ask me something. I nod. Malcolm told me the names of my parents. I never knew them. My mother was killed by someone you apparently know. Archer King. She answers immediately. I nod. Did Malcolm tell you what my mother was? I ask the question hesitantly, because Malcolm said that I need to be careful, that I need to protect myself. But I trust Sigrid, even though I hardly know her. He did not tell me, she says. The look in her eyes is dark, serious. But I know she must have been a curse weaver. Goosebumps flash over my arms. And how could you know that? She doesn't answer immediately. Her gaze wanders over me, almost like she's reading something off of my skin. Because you have a curse on you, and it's unlike anything I've ever felt before. It was a curse bestowed in love. I blink once, twice, 3 times. Curse? Sigrid shakes her head. What that curse is, I cannot tell, but I can feel it on you. It's a strong one. One of the strongest I've ever encountered. My mouth opens once, but no words come out, so I close it again. My own mother cursed me? A curse bestowed in love? Maybe this isn't so surprising. My entire life has felt cursed. There's no other way one person can have such bad fortune. But how was that bestowed in love? She also cursed my father, I say, choosing to move on because I don't know what to say or think about this new information. That he couldn't find her. She knew Archer King was after her, and she was afraid he would kill my father. I guess I wanted to ask if you knew either of my parents. My father's name is John Bonney. I appreciate that she actually takes the time to think it through. Her eyes shift to the side, and she's quiet for a long moment. I cannot think of anyone that I have encountered of that name, but I will ask around if you would like. I would, I say. And my mother, her name was Ingrid Eriksson. Malcolm said she was from Norway. Sigrid smiles, that knowing, cunning smile. And he also told you that this is where I am from. I just nod. Eriksson was the name of my great-great-great-grandmother. Sigrid continues. It is a common name in Norway, but considering our shared abilities... Wait, I say as I shake my head. So I'm cursed and gifted and a vampire? How is one person supposed to deal with all of that? Sigrid shakes her head. Dear Juliet, I knew you were more than just a vampire from the moment you walked into that council chamber. After working with so many gifted individuals, they have become almost easy to spot. But yes, you are unique. Do not look at yourself as anything less than a miracle. You wouldn't say that if you knew anything about my life, I say, with a shake of my head. I've never felt particularly gifted at anything, unless you count making stupid decisions and getting into trouble, which maybe is the curse. Sigrid lays a hand on my arm. We each come into ourselves in our own time. Your gifts are unlikely to be the same as your mother's. They are unlikely to be the same as mine. In time, when you need it most, you will find that hidden part of yourself. Just a few weeks ago, I would have said she sounded like a crazy person, talking about magical gifts and heritage and curses. I probably would have laughed at her and told her to wander back onto the set of whatever movie she was deep methoding her way into. But my entire world has shifted perspective. Does this mean I can call you my aunt? I ask, throwing a little humor into the situation, because it's one of the only ways I know how to deal. Sigrid laughs, just one quick, singular expulsion of breath. It's so big and genuine, she actually lifts her face to the ceiling for a moment. Dear Juliet, I would be all too happy to claim you as my niece. However, for your own good and these unique implications, it's best we keep this familial discovery between the two of us, yes? I smile, though it doesn't quite reach my eyes. I've never had anyone to claim as my own. It would be kind of nice to have someone, even if my relation to Sigrid is buried deep in the past. But she has a point. When did your gift manifest? I ask. Have you always known you were what you are? The look on Sigrid's face gets more serious. Her eyes fall to the floor for a moment, and she shakes her head. No, I did not know. My mother had no gift that manifested, and my grandmother assumed that I would not either. I did not know until I was 15. Her eyes rise back up to mine, and something in them has changed. They look haunted. I did not always make wise decisions as a teenager, she says. I got involved with a man who was older than I was. When I was 15, I found I was carrying his child. Ice drops into my blood. 15. When I told him, he accused me of sleeping around and claimed there was no way it was his. He denied me and the baby growing inside of me. But word spread throughout our town, word that I was a teenage whore. Life became very difficult for me. It makes me angry. It makes me angry that this man shut Sigrid out, that he didn't take any responsibility for his part, that people could be so cruel and believe stupid rumors. I could not take it anymore. I had a cousin who had moved to America a few years previous, and I begged her to let me move in with her for a while. Sigrid swallows hard, her eyes lowering once more. She agreed. I spent the last 4 months of my pregnancy living with her in California, and I decided that it was best for the baby if I let someone else raise it. I was only a teenager. I was not fit to parent a child. I was still a child myself. So, when he was born, I picked a nice family. I cried the entire hour I held him after his birth, but I did not hesitate when I placed him in their arms. We had agreed to a closed adoption, she continues. There would be no contact, and they knew that I was returning to Norway soon after the birth. It hurt too much to keep that wound open. And so they left with him a few days later, and I have never felt so anxious in my life. She quickly wipes away a tear that had fallen from her eyes. I ignored that feeling in the pit of my stomach, felt that it was simply natural. I returned to Norway, but the feeling only got worse. Sigrid reaches out and touches the end table between us. Instantly, a map of the city shoots out on its surface. There are hundreds of glowing dots, but for the first time, I see one that glows far brighter than all the rest. My gift is my connection to my son, Sigrid says, her voice raw. Do you know what kind of hell it is to feel the child you gave away to a better life? To always know exactly where he is, to sense him every single moment of his life. A chill washes through my blood as I realize. Warren is your son, I say hoarsely. Another tear breaks free from her eyes as she nods. I did not manifest the locations in a visible way for the first year, but I could always feel him. I always knew exactly where he was. His adoptive parents moved from California to Virginia when he was 5. They then moved to Michigan when he was 16, and when he was 18, he came here to Chicago for school. I lean back in my seat and rub a hand over my mouth, trying to digest this. I couldn't bear the agony anymore, Sigrid says as she shakes her head. I packed all of my belongings, and I moved here to Chicago just days after he arrived in the city. It took me 2 weeks before I worked up the courage to approach him. I can't even imagine how that must have felt for either of them. After 18 years, and Warren never knowing who she was. It was strained, and he didn't believe me until he confirmed things with his parents, Sigrid says with a jerky nod. But slowly, over the past 6 years, we have been building our relationship. I have been getting to know my son. Sigrid, I had no idea, I say softly, still at a loss for words. She simply nods. So, you see how we are able to track all of the vampires who come and go. His blood allows me to monitor everyone. Warren's gift is the barrier, but mine is to know where he is, and therefore anyone who receives his blood. Sigrid reaches across the space and takes my hand. It has not been easy, trying to create a relationship with the son I did not raise, but it has been the greatest blessing of my life. So, dear Juliet, I hope with everything in my bones that we can find John Bonney. I want to ask her about the man who killed my mother. The time frame fits. She would have been in the city when he was killed. But there has already been too much wait that has passed between us. It can wait for another time. Thank you, I say softly. The warmth and softness I see in her eyes when she looks at me is everything. For everything. We both rise to our feet, each of us knowing it's time for me to go. I've not even done anything, my dear niece, she says, offering me a smile as we walk to the door. And my chest swells. She's shown me kindness. She's paid attention to what I had to say. She hasn't looked at me like I'm going to screw up at any moment. You've done more than you'll ever know, I say softly, as I reach for the door. But Sigrid pulls me into her arms and gives me one of the warmest hugs I've ever had in my life. Her thin arms envelop me completely, and she tucks her face into my neck. She squeezes tightly and with such comfort. I squeeze my eyes closed. I can count the number of hugs I've gotten like this on one hand. If you ever get tired of being pampered in that golden tower, you are always welcome here, she says softly. And I have to try to blink back the emotion in my eyes when she releases me. Thank you, I say softly, my words coming out a little tight. I will see you later. She simply gives me a smile and pulls the door open for me. I make my way down the stairs. Patrick, Mason's driver, still waits there and opens the door to the limo for me. I sink down in the seat and gnaw on my lower lip as we roll forward. I feel raw. I feel exposed and vulnerable. So much about my life has changed since I arrived in this city. Every day seems to be a day of discovery, and it's insanely thrilling, but utterly exhausting. 2 days later, I'm headed out into the city on my own for the first time since I got here. Mason is working late, again, but we're both starving. He's been talking about this pizza place a little ways away, and instead of getting delivery, I offered to walk there and pick it up. I also might be thirsty, and the blood bags just aren't cutting it today. I've asked everyone I've come across if they know of John Bonney, but so far, everyone has said no. I try not to get my hopes up. I've learned better. But it's still disappointing that no answers are coming. Even Google had nothing to offer. I step out into the evening air, and I take in a deep breath. Summer is coming, and with it, the humidity is rising thanks to Lake Michigan. New York has its own humidity in the summer, but somehow this feels different. I pull directions to this pizza place up on my phone and set off down the sidewalk. I've heard the stats about Chicago. I've heard about the gang violence and the shootings. It's a pretty universal truth that you're not supposed to go out after dark in this city. Sunset is only 10 minutes away, but what do I have to worry about anymore? Unless someone comes at me with supernatural speed and a stake, I'm pretty confident I can handle myself now, thanks to this second life. Just as I'm crossing the street, a dark figure pulls my eyes to the side. When I also see a familiar pair of blue eyes, I stand up straighter. There's one person I haven't asked yet, and before I think this situation through, I'm following him. Except he seems to be in pursuit of someone. But now it's too late. Roman DeLuca grips a man by the front of his shirt and shoves him back 5 steps. "You have 2 options." Roman growls into the man's face as he shoves him back again, hard, into an alleyway. "Leave the city right now. I'll escort you just to be sure you don't get lost. Or you stay, and you deal with the consequences of your refusal." "You're not the king," the man hisses as he takes a swing at Roman. "You can't just tag me like cattle just so you can keep track of me." "There may be no king here," Roman says as he easily steps out of the way of the man's attack. "But it's my job to keep everyone here safe. Your refusal is a direct threat to us all. We don't let your kind of vermin into our city." "Come on," the man says, exasperated. "Who the hell do you think—" "You have until 3, Roman bellows as he stalks toward the man. "Make your choice. 1. The man curses, his eyes scanning the alleyway. I see him evaluating if he can escape or not. "Come on," he yells, his anger rising. His eyes flash red and black veins sprout from them. 2. Roman yells. He takes another step toward the uncooperative man. "You really want to come to blows over this?" The man seethes. I watch him sink into a slight crouch, his fists curling. 3. Roman says the word low and deadly. And in the blink of an eye, he's on the man. I hear the wet, sick crunch as Roman sinks his fangs into the man's neck. He swings a fist, and immediately, I hear bones breaking, and more wet sounds. Roman's fist has disappeared into the man's chest. The man's eyes go wide, his mouth opening in a horrified O. With a feral snarl, Roman yanks his head to the side, and he spits out a chunk of something wet. It hits the ground with a squishing smack. And then he yanks his hand back. His arm goes to rest at his side, and in his hand, I see something soft, and blood pours to the ground beneath his feet from it. His heart. That's the man's heart, and Roman just ripped it from the man's chest. The light in the man's eyes goes out. I watch it fade away, and as he falls to the ground, I see his entire body turn gray. He's dead when he hits the ground, this time for good. "You going to help me clean this mess up, or are you just going to watch?" Goosebumps flash over my skin as I realize that Roman is talking to me. "You just killed him?" I ask. My brain is struggling to catch up to this situation. "You just killed him because he wouldn't get the tracking tattoo?" Slowly, Roman turns to look at me over his shoulder. His eyes are brilliant red. So bright, even if I were human, I'd be able to spot them in the dark from 2 blocks away. Blood is streaked all down his chin, coating the front of his shirt. "You're going to have to learn that the world isn't so black and white, Blondie." I shake my head. I don't know, ripping people's hearts and throats out because they tell you no seems pretty straightforward to me. Roman turns finally, squaring off with me. "You trying to tell me you wouldn't go to whatever lengths necessary to protect what you love?" That word sends a shiver down my spine, but it's the look in his eyes that makes me feel numb. Pretty sure I don't have to be a monster to do it. He huffs just one laugh, and a smile that looks like a sneer pulls on one side of his mouth. "Sweetie, monsters are real, and they look like every person you've ever known." And with not another word, he turns and stalks back to the body on the ground. He grabs the man, hoists him over his shoulder, and walks away to the other entry of the alley. My stomach feels sour.
I kind of want to throw up. I want to scream and maybe cry and beat that evil asshole until he begs for forgiveness for being so savage. But his words resonate all too clearly in my brain. Monsters are real, and they look like every person you've ever known. I've met plenty of monsters in my life. I've been their victims all too often. A school administrator sexually assaulted me once. A Sunday school teacher once told me that I wouldn't have ended up in my situation if I weren't born rotten. A police officer once said that maybe my mouth earned me the black eye an older student had given me. And I know Roman's right. We all have a monster inside of us. If everyone else out there is a monster too, I need to be able to defend myself against them, especially monsters like Roman DeLuca. I want to learn to fight, I say 20 minutes later when I set the pizza box down on Mason's desk. Like, really, really learn how to fight. Want to take lessons with me? Mason looks up at me with a little surprise. He reads my face for a moment and sees how dead serious I am.
Yeah, I do.
He says, as a slow smile starts pulling on his face.
I'll make a call.
11. Mason hires a vampire named Francisco. He's an old vampire who has fought in some bloody wars. His body is lined with the scars to prove it. Every other night, he comes to the penthouse at 10. Together, Mason and I learn fighting techniques. We learn how to defend ourselves. We throw knives and stakes and make plans to go to a shooting range next week. I feel a little bad for Francisco. He's essentially having to teach two different kinds of lessons. Teaching a human to fight and teaching a vampire to fight are two very different things. But I feel my confidence level rising with every lesson. I feel like I might stand a chance if I have to go up against someone who wants to do me harm. I feel like maybe I can do this fake role I've been hired to fill and actually protect Mason if the need arises. And every night after Francisco leaves, it's Mason and me. We're still not having sex. Some nights I can barely contain myself when he gives me a lusty look. I've made it my most sacred vow that I will not be the cause of his death. But as we lie in his bed one night, and he traces his fingers up over my arm before cupping his hand around my shoulder, I wonder how I'm going to keep my feelings in check. Mason presses a kiss to the back of my neck, and I reach back to lace my fingers through his hair. He leans over me and grabs my jaw. He stares at me for a moment, and I wonder what's going through his head. Is this hard for him, too? Is he wondering how long this can last before this gets too serious, too real?
You're amazing, you know that?
He asks. His voice is low and soft. The same could be said for the look in his eyes. Something in my throat tightens, because I think of what caretakers said of me, what middle school teachers said about me, what employers said about why they were firing me. I've never been anything but a screw-up to anyone. And Mason Godfrey, the Golden Prince of Chicago, thinks I'm amazing. So I pull his mouth to mine, and I kiss him like it's the last thing I'll ever do. We're going shopping. Elena walks into Mason's office and stands there with her purse slung over her wrist. She's wearing her sunglasses and a pure white dress. It is cap sleeves and hugs her body perfectly before ending a few inches above her knees. Her hair is pulled back in a slick, high ponytail. Good grief, the woman exudes power and luxury. For what? I ask, trying to keep the annoyance out of my voice. Things are still awkward between us, and I'm getting awfully sick of it. I want my friend back. The gala is in 8 days, she says, a small smile pulling in one corner of her mouth. We better get hunting because we might need something tailored, and time is ticking. I glance back at Mason. He's suppressing a smile as he leans back in his big chair. He places his elbow on the armrest and cradles his chin. He looks surprisingly pleased by the situation.
I'll be wearing black and white, if you want to match.
Something suddenly hits Mason in the chest, and I watch as a small, decorative wire sculpture lands in his lap, and he gives a yell. I look over my shoulder to see Elena's hand swing to her side. The look of annoyance on her face is palpable. Idiot. And of course you're wearing black and white. It's the gala. I raise an eyebrow at my best friend and try not to laugh. Elena's temper is always only 2 inches under the surface.
Come on, she says, casting a dark glare at her brother before she turns and walks away. I glance back at Mason, and he just chuckles and shakes his head.
Good thing you've been taking all those self-defense classes.
You don't have to go and be so damn obvious about us, I say as I glare at him. I get to my feet and aim for the door, but Mason climbs out of his chair and steps into my path. Heat rises in his eyes, and he brings his hands up to my cheeks, gently brushing his thumbs over my skin.
I'm not afraid of my sister, Juliet,
He says softly, and then he presses a kiss to my lips. A sigh nearly escapes my mouth. My hands clutch his suit jacket, probably putting wrinkles in it. You should be, I murmur against his lips. She's watching us. So is half this floor.
I hope they enjoy the show,
He says, with a wicked grin as he deepens the kiss, his tongue sliding against mine. He tips my head back, allowing him deeper access. I'm out of breath by the time he lets me go. Mason smiles wickedly as he smooths the front of his jacket.
Can't wait to see this dress.
My eyes track him as he walks around me and returns to his desk. And knowing I'm flushing a brilliant red, I walk out. Oh, yeah, half of this entire floor is looking at me. The walls of Mason's office are this fancy glass. With the push of a button, they fog and you can't see through them. But currently, they're clear. All of them could see everything. I'm getting death glares, not from 4 women, but 5. Every one of them is human. My eyes search for Elena as I walk through the office. I find her standing at the elevators, her back turned to me. Just as I walk up to her side, the elevator arrives and the doors open. Elena doesn't hesitate as she steps inside, and hesitantly, I step in behind her. It seems you're getting plenty comfortable in Chicago, Elena says. I shrug. This city is growing on me. It's no New York, but it will do. Elena lets out a hard breath, and it's almost like the tension Mason just created burns out with it. Maybe we can have a real conversation after all. Do you think you'll be ready for your apprenticeship with Dr. Vincent soon? I take in a deep breath. Even in this elevator, I can smell the scent of all the blood that surrounds me. It sparks a small fire in the back of my throat. Soon? I don't know. There are still times when I look at a human and want to tear into them. It's kind of hard to imagine that I'll be able to work in any kind of emergency situation with blood around me. But I don't know. It's getting easier. I would be horrified if Elena knew that I was feeding off of her brother on almost a nightly basis. She might actually kill me then. Well, I can tell you that Sebastian is currently anxious for you to come and work with him, Elena says. He's getting kind of obnoxious, truth be told. Every time I see him, he asks about you. I don't know what to think of the good doctor. I've only met him the once, and he kind of seems like he should be the center of The Bachelor, happily surrounded by dozens of women who all think they're going to fall in love with him. He is certainly easy on the eyes, but as I have learned in the last few weeks, it really isn't just about looks for me. Well, we will see, is all I answer. Have you gotten any answers about your father? She asks, and I hate this stiff, all too forced conversation. No, I say. So far, no one has heard of John Bonney, and no one wants to talk about Archer King. The man was an evil overlord who nearly destroyed the city and killed dozens, Elena says, her voice tight. He's dead. Let him stay dead, Juliet. Well, fine. The elevator doors open, and we step out into the bustling lobby. Poe waves an enthusiastic hello as we head for the front doors. I genuinely like the man. He is sweet and happy and kind. He always seems thrilled to see me. He seems even more thrilled to see Elena. I'm not even surprised anymore when we step outside and there is a limo waiting for us. Elena has a different driver than Mason does. While Patrick is huge and scary-looking, Elena's driver is a serious and grim-looking Asian woman. She doesn't say a word as she holds the door open for Elena, and we climb inside. Tabitha is waiting for us. Elena and Tabitha exchanged a few words, all of them in Russian. Sometimes I wonder what they talk about. Is it all just work, or are they friends? It's hard to imagine spending so much time together if you don't actually like each other. Mason and I have spent lots of time together, and we certainly have taken a liking to each other.
It's a weird feeling not having a single dollar to my name, yet having every one of my needs met to such an extreme measure. I've always had to work my butt off. Every dollar has always been precious. But now, I don't get paid for the work I do. It's a temporary situation. But I have an exceptional place to live. There is always plenty of food in the fridge, and half of the time, Mason has food brought to us, prepared by someone else. I have a closet full of clothes that fit me just perfectly. I have more shoes now than I have ever owned in the entirety of my life. I don't particularly like this feeling. Sure, being spoiled is kind of nice, but the thought that I don't have even $1 to my name right now, it's a little scary. I make a mental note to negotiate some kind of pay when I begin working with Dr. Vincent. Sure, I am not a fully licensed doctor. I won't expect to be paid what a doctor would be paid, but I just need something. Anything would be better than what I'm dealing with right now. Slowly, I am becoming more familiar with the different areas of Chicago. So, I am not surprised when we head straight for the Magnificent Mile. It's a stretch of Michigan Avenue where all of the highest-end stores are located. We park outside the building that bears a name I would never be able to afford on my own, a name I would never even dream of walking into. But Elena looks like she's simply making a quick stop into Target as she climbs out and heads straight for the doors. I just shake my head and follow after her. Sometimes I forget. I forget just how much power and sway the Godfrey twins hold. When we walk inside, there are 4 employees waiting there for us, and there is not one other person in the building. Elena Godfrey blocked out the entire store for us. Gianna will take your measurements, and then you can start trying on dresses, Elena says as she looks over her shoulder at me. From the slight smirk on her face, I think she is at least somewhat aware of the ridiculousness of this situation. I hope you feel like looking pretty today, Juliet. Are you trying to say I don't look pretty every day? I ask sarcastically with a smile. Let me rephrase my question then, Elena says as she hands her purse off to one of the employees. I hope you feel like looking like a goddess today. I am whisked away to a fitting area of the store. Really, the space is gigantic. You could fit an entire boutique in this area. But swift and efficient, Gianna measures every bit of me. My hips, my waist, my bust. She measures the size of my upper arms, my wrists. She measures each of my thighs and even my ankles. And I realize that she isn't simply measuring me for a dress for this gala. Sneaky, sneaky Elena. Elena walks in, flanked by 2 women who have piles of dresses in their arms. She steps out onto the platform with me and unzips her dress. Without hesitation, she peels it off. Oh, to have her level of self-confidence. If you don't find anything you like today, there's probably time for them to make something custom. We really should have gotten on this a few weeks earlier, but work has been busy. The 2 attendants hang the dresses on a rack, one on either side of us. The attendant hands Elena the first dress and helps her slide into it. The attendant besides me looks at me expectantly, and I realize that she is waiting for me to strip down as well. It isn't that I'm necessarily shy about my body, it's just that the evidence of my past is written all over it. But I swallow my hesitation and my embarrassment. I pull my shirt off over my head and shimmy out of my jeans. The attendant's eyes go straight to my scars. There's a big one just above my right hip. 2 years ago, during the middle of class, I gripped the edge of my desk as pain ripped through me. By the time the class was over, I started screaming because it was so unbearable. Being in a class full of med students, it didn't take us very long to figure out that my appendix was bursting. I'd had it removed an hour and a half later. There is a series of scars spreading up the outside of my right hip. When I was 14, I had stolen some food from a grocery store. There wasn't any food at the house, and I was starving. I had run out of the store, the owner chasing me. I had aimed for the back fence as my escape. Too bad I hadn't noticed the barbed wire at the top of it. It had chewed up my skin. No one had bothered to take me to the hospital. I wasn't exactly bleeding out, but the scars formed, heavy and obvious. And then there is the strip of burned skin that stretches up the left side of my rib cage. It's maybe 6 inches high and 10 inches wide. When I was 7, I was in the car with one of my foster placements. I'm honestly not entirely sure what it was he did. I was young, obviously.
But somehow his car caught on fire. He got himself out pretty quick, but he left me to fend for myself. It had taken me an extra minute to get out of that burning vehicle. I spent 5 days in the hospital while they attended to my burns. The attendant stares. But Elena's eyes don't flicker to them, not even once. She knows my history, every bit of it. She knows that my childhood wasn't sweet or calm or stable. She doesn't judge me, and for that, I will always be loyal to her. But this is the difference between Elena and Mason. Mason has never asked about them. He's seen them, but I think he thinks he's giving me privacy by not making me relive the past. Sometimes, I'm not sure if I want to talk about it or not. Gianna takes a dress from a bag and unzips it. She holds it open for me to step into, and it glides up my body, soft and smooth. Once in place, she zips it up. No, Elena says, shaking her head. Definitely not this one. I stare into the mirror across from me. What's wrong with this one? It looks pretty. Elena glares at me like I'm stupid. The shape of the dress is all wrong for your hips. And besides, no one ever picks the first dress they try on. I chuckle at how ridiculous she is and shake my head, but the attendant doesn't hesitate. She unzips the dress and practically claws it off my body. The black of this dress is too matte, Elena says as she peers at her reflection in the mirror. I'm looking for something with a little more spark to it. She hardly even has to lift a finger. Her attendant unzips her dress and slips it off her body. My attendant brings forth a new dress, and like a good little dolly, I climb into it. Can we be done being mad at each other? I ask. It comes out a little tight. I hate to be the first one to wave the white flag, but when you only have a few people in this life that you care about, having even one of them isolated from you is painful. Elena looks over at me and studies my expression for several long moments. I don't want to fight with you, Juliet. You are my best friend. I miss you. But you're still wearing that expression, I observe. One that says you're not happy. Elena climbs into the next dress and lets out a hard breath. She stands straight as she steps in. I think that what you and Mason are doing is a bad idea. I think in the end, both of you are going to get hurt. You two are the people I care most about in this world. I hate the idea that in the end, you two might hurt each other. I shake my head as I, too, climb into my next dress. I don't think that what is going on between Mason and me is what you think it is. Elena makes a noise that kind of sounds like a snort. Are you trying to tell me this is all just about sex? That's not exactly what I want to hear about my best friend and my twin brother. We're not having sex, I say, as I look at my reflection in the mirror. I don't trust my self-control enough yet. Yet? Elena parrots between clenched teeth. Don't kill him, Juliet. I'm doing my best not to, I think to myself. I'm just saying that this isn't about deep, meaningful feelings. I'm not saying that I'm in love with your brother, and I'm not saying he's in love with me. He's just accepting. It's simple being with him. Easy. Elena doesn't say anything for several long moments. She looks at her reflection in the mirror, but I don't think it's the fit of the dress that she's thinking about. I look at my own reflection, and I don't like the lacy sheerness of this dress. Not this one. I realize just then that every employee in this building is human, and here Elena and I are having a conversation about not killing her brother, yet none of them seems alarmed. As far as I can tell, no one has called the cops to report the plotting of a homicide. I wonder, how many humans in this city are fully aware of how much of their population is made up of vampires? I realize that I have to let you and Mason make your own choices, Elena says. Her voice comes out a little too quiet, and I know she's not used to conceding like this. You're both adults. Once upon a time, this was everything I hoped for. The circumstances might be different, but I guess this sort of is my fault. I pushed you two together that day. I knew it was going to take. So I'm backing down. I can't support a relationship between you two now, but I'm not going to get in the way anymore. She doesn't look at me once. Everything about her body language tells me that she doesn't like saying what she's saying. Elena Godfrey doesn't back down. But for me, for her brother, she will do what it takes to make us happy. Thank you, I say. and I hope she can hear in my voice how much I mean it. I promise I will be careful. I don't want to see either of you get hurt. Elena still doesn't look at me. She stares at herself in the mirror, her gaze hard. She simply gives one nod and takes a deep breath. A sweetheart neckline, she says. I want to see a sweetheart neckline on Juliet here. It takes another 15 minutes, but when the attendant pulls out the final dress, it's like magic fills the room. I slide it up over my body, and it's as if it was custom made for me. The neckline is indeed a sweetheart shape. It accentuates my bust in the most perfect silhouette. It hugs my waist in a way that has me staring at my own shape. It traces the line of my hips halfway down before flaring out in beautiful ruffles. As Elena put it, today is about feeling like a goddess. It's all over your face, my dear, Elena says. I look up to see a smile on her face. That's the one. This is the one, I say in confirmation as I slide my hands down over the silky fabric. We will take that one, Elena says. And this one as well. The dress Elena is wearing clings to her body almost as if it is made of water. It has a high turtleneck, and tight sleeves extend down to her wrists. The dress is black, but it is covered in what looks to me like glitter. Elena shines like a midnight empress. We're looking for 2 more dresses, Elena says as she arches an eyebrow and looks over at me. It's been all work and no fun for too long, don't you think? I don't know what she has in mind, but with Elena, I trust her completely. Definitely. Find me something short and red, Elena says with a sly smile. 12. No, I say as I look up at the sign and shake my head. Just no. Look, I know he's a prick, but it's the only club in the city where you don't have to hide at all. Elena stands just behind me, grabbing me by the shoulders. I feel ridiculous and amazing at the same time. I'm wearing this little red dress. The fabric is the silkiest, slinkiest scrap of clothing I've ever felt. It hugs my chest and waist and hips like a glove. The neck is square and supported by thin, tiny straps that rise over my shoulders. My hair is curled wild, and my makeup is dark and smoky. I'm also wearing 4-inch heels, which puts me at normal height. Elena is dressed almost exactly the same, except her dress isn't shiny and has a V-neck. That man is evil. Why would I support him by going to his club? I protest. Because it's fun, Elena says, her voice low, spoken right into my ear. And because my brother is looking at you like you're the last prime cut of meat on the planet. My eyes slide over to Mason's, and she's right. The hunger in Mason's eyes sets my stomach on fire. Fine, I growl, even as a cat's smile pulls on my lips. I reach out for Mason's hand, and he takes it without hesitation, pulling me in tight to his side. Heat flashes down me at every point of contact made. Tonight seems like a good night to die, Mason growls as he leans down, his lips brushing the shell of my ear. Mason stumbles forward as Elena smacks him upside the back of his head. You said you were butting out, Mason bellows at her as he turns around and walks backward. Only if you two stop being disgusting in front of me, she barks with a glare. Shh, I say as I lean in, pressing my finger to Mason's lips. We've been given a gift by the goddess. Best not to push your luck. Mason smirks at me and turns around, tucking my arm into his. Thanks for being my date tonight, Elena says from behind us. I know I can always count on you, Warren. Anytime, he says, but he sounds nervous. No surprises there. He always sounds nervous. He looks great, though. He wears a suit that makes him look more grown up. Considering Sigrid had him when she was 15, I think that makes him about 24. I find a few of her features in him, mostly the shape of their eyes and the slant of their lips, but he must look like his sperm donor most. Seeing him and Elena stand arm in arm is kind of comical. She's the deadly viper of the business world, and he's the timid bunny with the magical tracking blood. My eyes rise to the glowing red sign above the doors as we approach. Roman Knights. Please, could he be any more arrogant? I can't believe Roman DeLuca owns his own nightclub, I say, as we walk up to the bouncer. There's a line of humans stretching down the block waiting to get in, but all we have to do is flash our roses and the man waves us in.
Roman's first love might be beating people to a bloody pulp, but all of the security tax goes to his employees.
Mason says. Security tax? That's new information. We step into a hallway. It's kind of sexy. The walls are covered with this textured surface that's shiny and looks like snake skin. All of the lighting is blood red. Could he be any more on the nose?
He doesn't take any of it for himself. He opened this club 12 years ago as a way to generate income. A lot of his crew work here as well. From what I hear, the pay is good, and the club is always packed.
He speaks the truth. Even here in the hallway, there are way too many people. And then we step into the main area, and the energy rises off the charts. There must be over 300 people in this space alone. The ceiling rises high, and as I look up, I see 3 railings circling this area, indicating 3 levels of balconies. Neon lights run in every direction, casting the entire space in red. It's a hypnotic sprint of color through the space, reflecting off those snakeskin walls. The music blasts loud and sultry. A DJ stands on a stage in front of the crowd. She's wearing a ridiculously large set of headphones, though only one of her ears is covered. She has a complex setup in front of her, and she bobs her head in time with the beat. And once I take in the surface stuff, I start noticing the details of what sets this place apart from any other nightclub. Not only are they serving alcohol and sodas at the bar, they're also serving blood. Couples aren't just making out in dark corners, fangs pierce flesh. I see one man whose eyes glow purple, and a woman whose hands grow black as she rubs them up a man's chest. As Elena said, no one hides anything in this club. And the population seems to be 30% vampire. I can't tell the difference between humans and the gifted, but I would wager that half of those who seem human to me are more than just human.
If it isn't the golden triad.
His voice makes its way down my spine like an ice-cold finger. The smile that was beginning to take over my face instantly dies a swift death. I turn, letting go of Mason's arm, and I nearly stop breathing when my eyes snap to him. Roman DeLuca stands there with his hands in his pockets. He's wearing a black pair of slacks and a black sports coat. He wears a black button-up shirt, but it's only buttoned halfway up. His hair is wild, and half of it falls into his face. And the steel cold in those blue eyes, he looks like a villainous wet dream. "Not tonight, Roman," Elena growls. "I was hoping you'd be out tonight."
"This is my club,"
he responds.
"And it's a Friday night."
"Good for you," Elena says coolly. "Glad to see you doing so well." She grabs Warren and directs the 2 of them toward the bar. Warren looks stricken. Roman is Warren's boss, and there's obviously no love lost between Roman and Elena.
"Stepping out to play with the monsters, sweetheart?"
Roman asks, and it sets me on cold fire when his eyes drop down the length of me, slowly. And just as slowly, they rise back up.
"Screw off, Roman,"
Mason growls. He takes my arm once again and leads me into the crowd. As we walk away, I hear Roman give a low laugh. So I raise my free hand and give him a middle finger salute. "Has he always been such an ass?" I ask, as we wander out into the middle of the floor.
"Yep,"
Mason says, as he pushes past people.
"He came to Chicago about 20 years ago. He's the one who figured out the barrier, and that Warren's blood could be used to track others, once he and Sigrid reunited. So, the rose tattoos were his idea. He started organizing security routes and keeping residents in check, but he's always been an angry prick. Never bothered to find the kindness to ask why."
It hits me then, the reality of being a vampire. Roman only looks like he's about 30 years old, and he definitely didn't do all of that when he was 10. Just how long has Roman DeLuca looked 30 years old?
"Dance with me?"
Mason asks, as he rounds in front of me, sliding his hand around my hips. And so I push it away. I shove Roman out of my brain, and I smile as I place my hand on Mason's chest and fall into the rhythm of the music. Sure, I'm getting death stares from a dozen women right now. They'd take me out now if it increased their chance to land Mason. But for now, he's mine, and I'm happily his. And this night is a night for fun, after a couple of long, wild weeks. I dance with Elena. We sing along to the songs at the top of our lungs. The more alcohol Warren gets in him, the more he lets loose. He's a bad dancer, truly terrible, but he's having the time of his life, and I can't help but feel myself getting a little soft spot for him. His eyes close, and he whips his hair back and forth, flinging his curls all over. The beat slows for a bit, and I pull Mason in. He wraps his arm around me, firm but gentle. As I lay my head against his shoulder, I've never felt so content or safe. "You're kind of perfect, you know?" I say softly. He rests his cheek against my head, holding me close.
"No one's perfect, Juliet,"
He says softly as he rubs a circle into the small of my back. "You are," I say, confident in my declaration. "I've spent my life around degenerates and thugs. You're richer than I can even comprehend, but it somehow doesn't go to your head. You're stupidly sexy, but you never once made me feel pressured. So, like I said, you're kind of perfect."
"Well, you seem to have brought out the wicked side of me,"
He says as he turns his face and his lips find my neck. One brush. That's all it takes, and my skin is on fire. His hands slide lower, and he pulls me closer, even though there isn't any space left between our bodies.
"So maybe I'm not so perfect."
I tilt my head, giving him further access to my skin. Slowly, gently, he kisses his way up the slope of my neck, and then his hand rests against my cheek, tilting my lips toward his. My body becomes the most intense fireworks show ever. Mason sets me off like an entire truck full of sparklers. His lips brush over mine, and then, all at once, he kisses me, aggressive and hungry. His mouth is hot, his lips demanding, and I all too willingly let him in. My hands rise up to tangle into his hair, and I exist in this moment, letting my body feel alive, letting myself be present. Until someone behind us clears their throat. I know it's Elena. I don't have to look. But Mason just pulls back and smiles at me. And neither of us says a word as we resume dancing, blending right into the beat of the next song, letting Elena and Warren step into our circle. It's an hour of nothing but fun, of acting like the young, stupid 20-something-year-olds we are. When he's completely out of breath, Warren wanders off to the bar, and Elena follows him, a protective look in her eyes. In his pocket, I feel Mason's phone vibrate. "You take that," I say, speaking loudly to be heard over the music. "I have to run to the ladies' room." Mason just gives me a nod, and I turn to go find the restroom. "You don't deserve him," someone hisses as I walk by. My brows furrow as I pass by the woman giving me a deep glare. "I don't remember asking your opinion." I don't slow in my quest to find the toilets. I press further into the crowd. "Outsider trash," someone else mutters. "Born and raised," I say confidently, not even bothering to look for who said this insult. They don't stick. They don't. But that niggling feeling in the back of my brain, the one that says what Mason and I are doing is wrong, gets a little more persistent. Die, insecurities, die. Finally, I reach a hallway. There are 3 doors. Straight ahead, the door reads emergency exit. To the right is the men's room, to the left is the ladies'. I push my way inside and walk right past the woman gathered at the mirror. Doesn't matter where you are, where you live, there are nasty people everywhere. Sometimes I'm one of them. People are monsters, all of them, just like Roman said. I take care of business and wash my hands. But just as I'm reaching for a paper towel to dry them, a sound from outside the walls draws my ear. It sounds like a fist hitting a gut, and then a skull cracking against a concrete wall. There's scuffing, and 2 yells. "Leave it alone, Juliet," a voice in the back of my brain says. "Just leave it alone." But as I throw the paper towel into the garbage and step out of the restroom, it isn't right back into the club that I turn. It's left. Toward the door that says emergency exit. I pause. An alarm should sound if I push this door open. But with the noise level so high in here, would anyone even hear it? When I hear the sound of something being dragged over gravel, I push against it. No alarm sounds, so I step through and look out into the dark alleyway. I catch the sight of 2 men dragging a body around the corner, and just before they disappear out of my sight, I see that the body being dragged has a familiar, hard face. Roman. I slip my ultra-high heels off and leave them beside the door, and on silent feet, I follow. Who the hell would be crazy enough to go after Roman DeLuca? I watched that man tear another man's heart out of his chest. I watched him bite his throat out. Yeesh. What's with vampires and biting people's throats out? I watched Elena do the same thing right before I died. I peer out around the corner and watch as the two men drag Roman into a building, one that looks an awful lot like a warehouse. Considering that Roman isn't moving or fighting against them, he has to be knocked out. Or dead. No, not dead. As I listen hard, I can still hear the sound of his heart beating.
Connor said the guy was a prick.
One of them growls as I hear them drag Roman deeper into the building.
Guess they weren't kidding about him keeping a close watch on this city. I told you we should have aimed for Detroit,
the other man says. I take a deep breath and confirm what I already suspected. They're both vampires.
Sebastian Vincent has too tight a hold on the blood trade. The city's loyal to him.
Shut up,
the first says. As I peer into the warehouse, I watch as they prop Roman up on a chair and start binding him to it with chains.
Detroit smells. And Chicago smells better.
The second scoffs.
Look, let's just take care of this asshole and get out of here. I may have taken things too far with those women last night. I have a few bodies to take care of before the sun comes up.
You took them both and didn't share?
I would think he was being sarcastic, but his tone says he's totally not.
I'll let you watch next time,
the second says, and I can practically hear the smile in his tone.
The third one had the best scream.
My stomach turns sour. Whether this man simply drained them or raped them, it's hard to tell. But either way, they're dead now. And from the sound of it, that man Roman killed the other day, the one who refused to be tagged, and these two other men, are looking to set up an illegal blood trade. I don't want to know how they plan to get the supply. At least Sebastian has access to clueless donors. Creeps. Disgusting, perverted, evil creeps.
He's waking up,
the second man says. I search the ground, and when I spot a 6-foot length of rebar, I grab it and silently slip inside. I watch as the first man pulls a gun and presses it to Roman's forehead, tipping his head back. Roman gives a muted noise, and slowly, his eyes flutter open.
Rise and shine, pretty boy,
the man sneers.
I wanted you awake for this. I wanted you to see what happens when you touch our friends.
Just as Roman opens his mouth to say something dark and grim, the man shoves the tip of the gun in his mouth.
We don't need to hear anything more from you. We just wanted you to see the consequences of your arrogance.
Roman's eyes narrow and darken. But as I take 2 steps forward, watching my step so I don't make a sound, his gaze slides over to me. Just then, the second one starts to turn around. Adrenaline burns through me, and I know I've got about 1 second before I lose my element of surprise. One moment, I'm standing by the door. The next, I'm standing just 3 feet behind the man. I swing for the back of his head. Blood sprays through the air. Roman kicks a foot out, connecting it with the gunman's knee. It snaps backward. I swing again, driving the rebar through the second guy's chest. With a sick, wet sound, he falls to his knees. The gun fires, but as I round with my rebar, I see Roman lean forward, so fast he's barely visible. And with one quick lurch, he pitches himself, still chained to the chair, into the man's middle section, sending them both to the floor. As the man tries to aim his gun at Roman, I throw myself at him, rebar at the ready. His rib cage makes the most satisfying crunch as it breaks, and then I meet soft, wet muscle. With a feral yell, the man lets out his last breath, and I watch as he fades to gray, dead. You sure pissed off the wrong people, I say, as I run a hand down my dress. Only my hands are covered in blood, and I smear it over myself. I straighten and look at Roman. He's lying on his side awkwardly, still chained to that chair. I cross to him and grab his sleeve and pull him upright. I give him a quick little smirk. There's something satisfying about seeing him bound with blood splattered all over his face and neck.
What are you doing here, Juliet?
He asks. His voice is rough, and I think I detect just a slight hint of panic in it. Saving your ass, apparently, I say, as I walk behind him. I grip the back of the plastic chair and yank it, breaking it. As Roman shifts forward, it slips free, and the chains loosen around him. When he stands, they fall in a pile at his feet.
I had it handled.
He growls as he straightens his fancy clothes. Those icy blue eyes glare at me through the dark. Sure looked like it, I say, giving him a condescending glare.
You shouldn't be out here.
He growls as he looks around the large, empty space.
There are some things even a vampire should stay out of.
I walk toward the entryway, thinking of all the training Mason and I had been doing. I'd taken it because seeing how savage Roman was freaked me out. Now, I just used that training to save the very same savage. Did you know all the horrible things those guys were doing when you killed that man? I look back at Roman and hold his brilliant eyes through the dark. He's hard to read. I think there's a trace of gratitude in them, but mostly he just looks furious.
Yes,
He growls. I don't want this truth to change how I feel about Roman. I thought he was just overreacting, that he just felt like killing someone that night. Turns out, the man was truly a bad person.
Care to judge me more?
He asks, and the tone of his voice holds my attention. It's filled with venom. There's something... I shake my head. I don't want to think about the possibility of Roman being a decent person. You might have had a valid reason for doing what you did that night, but you're still an asshole. I saved your life. I think you can handle the cleanup. Before I can analyze the look on his face any further, I turn and walk out of the warehouse. 13. I had no idea what it really meant when Elena referred to this vampire and supernatural party. The afternoon before the gala, someone knocked on the door of Mason's penthouse. I'd gotten bored of following him around, fulfilling my role as his bodyguard, so I'd gone home. When I answered the door, Elena was there with a woman who looked more plastic than human. "This is Britta," Elena had said. "She's here to do your hair and makeup." "Oh," I muttered as she pushed her way past me into the penthouse. "Okay." "We will leave at 8, Elena said as she walked away. "Be ready by then." "It's 4 o'clock, I said in disbelief, because how could she think there was any chance I might not be ready by then? "I'm aware," she said, without looking back at me. She walked into her own penthouse and closed the door behind her. Britta was bossy. I thought Elena was bossy, but this woman was worse. She ordered me in the shower. I told her I'd already showered this morning. She didn't care. When I was done showering, she slathers a concoction of oils and lotions over my skin. As a vampire, my skin doesn't need it. She didn't care about that either. I was glowing and dewy when she was done with me. She filed and buffed and polished my nails. She blow-dried my hair and curled it in a way I never would have accomplished. And just as she's finishing contouring my face, I hear the door open. "Please save me," I call out, being overly dramatic. Britta gives me a dark glare, but doesn't stop blending my face. I hear Mason's footsteps coming down the hall.
Sorry, I should have warned you how seriously Elena takes this gala.
He's only 5 feet away when Britta suddenly darts to the door of my bedroom and slams it shut. "No sneak previews," she says, her tone dead serious. "You can see her when you can witness the full effect." "Calm down, lady," I say in annoyance, and maybe a little bit of shock. I blink at her, blown away at the audacity of this human woman.
"It's fine, Juliet,"
Mason says from outside the door. I can hear the smile in his tone.
"Who doesn't love a grand reveal? I'll be waiting in the living room when you're done."
"Traitor," I growl as I sit back and close my eyes as she starts applying color. "You're supposed to tell her this is your house and you're the boss."
"When it comes to women, I've learned that I'm never the boss,"
Mason says, and I can perfectly imagine the smile on his face. "Smart man," Britta says, with the arch of an eyebrow. I hear the sound of Mason's chuckle, and then his footsteps retreating to his own bedroom to get ready. I glance at the clock, and it's as if I've stepped into a time warp. When Elena told me I had 4 hours to get ready, I thought she was insane for thinking that much time would be necessary. But as Britta finally finishes her last touches, somehow, we're supposed to leave in 10 minutes. "Not a single person at that party will be able to take their eyes off of you," she says as she zips me up in my dress. See for yourself, gorgeous. I step in front of one of 5 full-length mirrors hanging on one of my walls, and I feel like I barely recognize the woman looking back at me. My hair has never looked this glossy or been this tamed. It falls around my face in soft, loose waves, almost in a vintage style. My eyes are the perfect shade of smoky without looking like I'm going to a club. My skin practically glows, and the dress. I run my hands down the front of it, and I remember how I felt when I tried it on for the first time. Maybe Elena is right. Maybe there is magic and power in how you look. And for the first time, I feel like the woman standing in front of that mirror can stand next to the Godfreys and look like an equal. Thank you, I say simply. Britta simply gives a nod and pulls the door open. She steps out, looking up and down the hall. You ready, handsome?
I'm ready.
I hear his low voice from the living room. And suddenly, my heart is hammering. I never went to a prom. I was always working, or there was that one year my caretaker died and I spent the night at the social worker's office. It was always one depressing thing or another. Not that I'd ever been asked, anyway. No one wants to take trailer trash to prom. So, I never got to experience this. The getting ready, the grand reveal, taking in the look on his face. I think I'm getting a do-over in this second life of mine. I step out of the bedroom and I make my way down the hallway, and my eyes immediately lock with his as I come into view. That's reverence in his eyes, that's wonder, and everything in me breaks into a sprint. It breaks free, wild and eager. It tells me to stop worrying about the future and how it will affect Mason, because being with him feels like a fairy tale. I feel like Cinderella, only this prince is happy to let me still be my sarcastic, slightly bitter self. Even tough girls want the fairy tale.
Juliet.
He breathes, but he doesn't say anything else. I smile as I walk to him, and I know I'm blushing. His eyes are taking me in, all of me. What do you think? His eyes rise to mine, and he only shakes his head. And then he rushes forward, and one hand wraps behind my neck, and the other goes around my waist, and he kisses me like he wants to keep me, like I'm something precious, like I have value. He's the Golden Prince of Chicago. He could have anyone he wants. I'm not high class. I don't come from a good family. I haven't finished school yet, and I have nothing to offer him. But the way he's kissing me, I almost believe that nothing about my past matters. Don't you dare mess it up all before the whole supernatural population can see all my hard work. Britta barks from behind me, utter annoyance in her tone. Mason backs away just slightly, just until he can look in my eyes.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
A knock sounds on the front door, and Britta crosses to answer it. There, Elena and Tabitha stand, each of them looking like a goddess of the underworld. You polish up nicely, Elena says, with a proud smirk. I take a dramatic bow, the skirt of my dress sweeping at my feet. I stand corrected. Looking like a goddess isn't so bad after all. Elena winks and nods out to the hall. Let's go. We need to be there to greet the guests as they arrive. So, I take Mason's arm, and we all head down the elevator. We climb into the waiting limo, and I smile to myself. It really is a prom do-over. Mason runs his thumb over mine, and I catch him staring at least a dozen times. Not that he's trying to hide it. We pull up in front of that beautiful Gothic building, and we each climb out. There are dozens of people rushing around, but from their attire, it's obvious that they are the hired help and not the attendees. Event managers rush over to Elena and Mason the moment they climb out of the car, and we all make our way up the steps and then through the front doors. This building was beautiful before. It's a spectacular fantasy land now. Everything is decked out in flowers and sparkling fabrics, and all of it is black and white, with little hints of gold here and there. The entryway is so lavish, I take a solid 2 minutes just to take everything in. When Elena steps forward to push the doors to the ballroom open, I follow her and have to consciously not let my jaw drop to the floor. There are a dozen tables lined up against the side walls on each side. They're decorated with black tablecloths and elaborate centerpieces that look like they have to cost thousands each. Flowers and sashes of fabric hang and are woven around the chandeliers. A string quartet is set up at the front of the room, each musician dressed lavishly. It's kind of awe-inspiring.
My oh my.
A smooth voice says as it approaches. I look to the side to see Dr. Sebastian Vincent walking up. He's dressed in a mostly white tuxedo, and he looks like an incubus and an angel had a siren of a baby.
Juliet Doe, you're leaving no survivors tonight, are you?
Sebastian, I say, with a somewhat tight smile and the bob of my head. I'm on my own for the first time with this man. Mason and Elena are rushing around, making sure everything is ready. You're looking very immortal tonight. His brows furrow, and he gives me a smile before chuckling.
Not quite sure how to take that. How are you adjusting?
I shrug and look at all the busy work going on. Fine, I guess. Not sure how anyone is really supposed to measure the adjustment to their new undead life. He chuckles again and people watches with me for a moment. He's in charge of this party too, but his job must be done. I get the feeling that he is a very punctual and organized person.
I'm looking forward to you starting your apprenticeship,
He says.
We're understaffed at the hospital. We could use someone like you, someone who's not afraid of difficult circumstances.
I wonder what he knows about me that made him say what he's saying. Soon, I say, feeling a little uneasy. I'll be ready soon.
I hope so,
Sebastian says, and there's a smile on his face, and he glances at me with what I swear is a blush.
I've got a nice apartment set up for you, just a block from the hospital.
I hadn't thought about that part. That once I was working an actual job and not just pretending to be a bodyguard for the sake of Roman letting me stay, that there would be no reason for me to keep living with Mason. My eyes slide across the room, and I see him there. And something in me knows. My time with Mason is ticking down. Things will not be able to continue on as they have. That's kind of you, I say flatly.
You don't like me very much,
Sebastian says, and his words rip my eyes to his. His brows are furrowed, and I'm actually surprised at the saddened sincerity in his tone.
And I'm not sure why.
I don't know you, I say honestly, and I feel kind of bad, and I rarely feel bad. I'm not the kind that trusts easily, so don't take it personally. I don't like the vast majority of people on this planet. Sebastian chuckles at that.
Your candor is refreshing, Miss Doe. I look forward to the opportunities we will have in the future to get to know each other better. Perhaps we'll find some common ground. Excuse me.
And he steps away to go do whatever a night council member does during a gala. As I watch him go, I see the last person I want to see step through the doors. Roman DeLuca looks like the devil, if the devil were made of beauty and darkness. His hair is just as wildly styled as ever. His gaze looks more intense than I've ever seen it. He's dressed from head to toe in black, of course. And damn him, that tuxedo is perfectly tailored to that body. I don't move when those icy eyes slide over to me. The teeny tiny smile that curls on his lips tells me he caught me staring. And without shame, without hiding it, his eyes drop down the length of me. I saved his life last week. I killed 2 other vampires because otherwise they would have killed him. I'd walked back to the club afterward, and Elena had freaked out. I was covered in blood, after all, and it was smeared down the front of my very expensive dress. I'd explained what had happened to the group, in very simple terms. No one seemed to know what to think of it. I'd saved a night council member's life. No one knew how that might impact things, my future, so we'd all left it alone and never spoken of it since. And here the man is, staring at me across the ballroom, and every primal survival instinct in me screams, run, predator. I should have let them kill him. Okay, not really. But why did I take it upon myself to save his life when I despise him so much? You look magnificent, my darling. I look over my shoulder to see Sigrid walking up. I glance back at the doors, but Roman is gone. The relief that spreads through me is immediate. As do you, I say, with a raised eyebrow. Okay, I'm not a goddess. That's 1,000% Sigrid. She's wearing this slightly off-white dress that is beaded in the most beautiful way. It hugs her frame and leaves her looking like dessert to drool over. Wrapped around her and draped over the crooks of her elbows is a white fur stole. Golden earrings hang from her ears, and golden leaves are interlaced into her fantastic updo. I mean, look at you. Sigrid gives another one of those singular laughs, face upturned to the ceiling. You flatter me, but it is nice to see you again. I have missed you. So have I say, realizing that it's true. Something in me aches for her, and I think that this is maybe how people feel about their families. Malcolm, you look dashing. He walks up behind Sigrid, looking every bit like he belongs at this party.
Thank you. It's good to see you again, Juliet.
I simply bob my head, and an old clock in the corner starts chiming, announcing the 9 o'clock hour. Excuse me, my dear, Sigrid says, as she touches my arm gently. I have to go greet the guests. I will find you later. Enjoy the party. I smile and nod, watching as she heads for the doors, Malcolm following after her. They're a team. Maybe they don't all like each other very much, but as I watch the 5 Night Council members line up, they just look so natural, like they've all been doing this for a long time, and like they were born to lead. Was I born to do anything? Instead of sinking into that sad thought, I turn and make my way through the going crowd to find something to eat. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Even the food is stupidly wonderful. I take a plate and start a slow route around the ballroom, watching the crowd. If this party is a representation of the supernatural population of the city, it's about 2/3 vampires, 1/3 gifted. I wonder if the gifted get nervous at events like this. If the vampires decided they were hungry, I wonder how many of them could stop them. I'm sure some of them have physical capabilities, but for the most part, I'd wager on the vampires. How? How does this large of a population go undetected, not just from these royals everyone keeps talking about, but from the entire world? There are probably 400 people here. And yes, I've heard that Chicago is a mecca for vampires, but this is still only one city. There's still the great big world out there. How many vampires are hiding out there? There must be hundreds of thousands. This vampire king must be powerful, way, way more powerful than I've ever given him credit for. If he's kept a population this large a secret for thousands of years, just how? I shake the thought off and watch as the crowd finds their places. Some go straight for the food. Others right to the bar, which is mostly serving blood tonight. Others go right for the dance floor. In most ways, all of these people seem like any other people, except for the fact that they crave blood and have this extreme aversion to the sun. Oh, and their supernatural strength and speed. And the immortality part. I shake my head and ditch my plate.
What you're doing is wrong, you know.
I freeze in my tracks as a voice calls out. I turn and look back at a man seated at a table by himself. He's ordinary. Someone I wouldn't remember if I saw him passing by.
Do you understand the weight on Mason Godfrey's shoulders?
He asks. His eyes are cold. His lips are thin and judgmental.
Do you fully comprehend the wealth in his company? That the board expects the company to stay in the family? Do you realize that if he does not produce an heir, it puts his entire legacy, company, and financial stability at risk?
I want to say something. I want to flip him off and move on. But that guilt that has been building inside my stomach for weeks now gets twice as heavy.
Do you understand that feelings and physical attraction are not enough?
He asks.
Those two things do not make a long-term relationship. A shared future, shared goals are fundamental. Do you even know Mason Godfrey? Or is he simply the golden-hearted savior who made you a false, temporary princess?
I swallow, but my throat is too thick. You're nothing. You're no one. You're no princess.
Think of others,
he says coolly.
Think of Mason.
Bile pushes its way up. I wish I hadn't eaten all that rich food. I can't find even a single word to say to this man, so I turn and I walk away. I wander through the crowd aimlessly. I look around and I take note of all the looks that come my way. And if they give me any kind of second thought at all, it's with disapproval all over their faces. I'm the dirt nobody with a tragic past. I'm the daughter of a pirate and a dead gifted woman. I grew up in single-wide trailers, and as a teen, I was sent to detention more times than I can count. Maybe that man was right. Maybe it started out as simple attraction. But Mason did pluck me out of all of that. He paid off my massive debt, he put me up in that penthouse, and he kissed me silly and made me feel better than any other person on this planet has. Mason is a good man, one of the very best. But do we have anything in common? Do I really even know him? Or is there some kind of hero worship going on? I feel like I'm spiraling. I feel sick. I don't want to be at this fancy party with people who despise me because I'm with their golden prince. I want to go home. But home is still a place I've never had. I turn, looking for the exit, when someone reaches out for my hand, and my eyes meet my best friend's. "Juliet, what's wrong?" she asks, her brows furrowing. "You look like you're 2 seconds away from a panic attack." "That's 'cause I am," I say. I'm breathing too hard. My brain is spinning, and it just goes faster and faster as I see other dark glances cast my way. I can't stay here. I need to get out of here." The look in her eyes deepens, concern wrinkling her brow. She takes my hand and leads me past everyone, out into the hall. From there, she guides me upstairs and to a private room. It's an office, though it doesn't look like it's used. Detailed dark wood covers everything. A dusty desk sits across from the window with an ancient-looking chair pushed under it. Empty bookshelves line one wall, showcasing nothing but more dust. "What's wrong?" Elena asks, as she guides me to the chair. She's all anxious anticipation, unsure if she needs to buy me ice cream or rip more throats out. I lean back in the chair, my eyes wandering to the side, and I shake my head. I'm a selfish person, aren't I? She meets me with silence for a long moment. She didn't expect that to come out of my mouth. There isn't a single person in this world who isn't selfish. My eyes slide to hers, and my chest feels tight. She's been amazing to me. She's had my back for the past year and a half. And because I had the hots for her brother, I just ignored what she had to say about the two of us. "I'm sorry," I say, my words coming out slightly hoarse. "I've been being a bad friend since I came here." Elena's brows furrow, and she crouches in front of me. She places a hand on my arm. "What's going on?" she asks quietly. I swallow once and shake my head, looking away from her. I'm just finally realizing that I can't just do things because they feel good. It isn't how the world works. I've been immature. I know what I need to do. She places a hand on my cheek and turns my face to hers. "Juliet, you're scaring me." She does look scared. She looks kind of terrified. "You don't need to be," I say flatly, "but I think it's time I start my apprenticeship with Dr. Vincent. I need a day or two to get myself mentally prepared. He said he's arranged an apartment for me. I'll be moving out." I think she realizes what this means. Slowly, something dawns in her expression. Her eyebrows raise just a bit. "I'm going to be a better friend from now on," I say quietly. I hold her hand tight, hoping she can feel how much I mean this promise. I swear. Elena seems at a loss for words, something that rarely happens. But she simply presses her lips together, and she nods. "Come on," I say, forcing a smile onto my face. "We should get back to your party. Quite the turnout." "Yeah," she says, absent-mindedly, as she rises to her feet at the same time I do. She follows me out the door, and we make our way down the stairs. Just before we walk through the main doors to the ballroom, Warren steps out. His eyes are a little too wide, maybe a little panicked. "Everything okay?" Elena asks, reaching for his hand. "Yeah, fine," he says, dismissive and distracted. "Juliet, I need to talk to you." My brows draw together and my gaze slides to Elena. I simply give her a nod, and she hesitantly walks back into the party. "What's going on?" I ask, as he grabs my arm and drags me out the front doors. It's quiet out here, as quiet as it can be on a Friday night in Chicago.
You know how we have the barrier that tracks the comings and goings of all the vampires?
He asks. His words all come out in a panicked rush. Obviously, I say, as I raise my left arm, the one with the rose tattoo that is mixed with his own blood. Warren nods.
Well, I can put certain markers on the barrier, things like thoughts and intentions.
Excuse me? I ask, as I arch an eyebrow. He nods once more.
When you came to the city and we learned that someone was after you, Roman had me put a marker for anyone who enters the city with ill intentions toward you, or Elena, or Mason.
My entire body goes cold. Oh shit.
Oh shit is right,
He says. His eyes dart up and down the street, and he looks scared.
Someone with the intent to hurt you just entered the city about 10 minutes ago. Whoever this guy is, he knows who Elena is, and he is pissed.
He says the last word with a frantic sing-song tone.
He doesn't know who you are, but he's figured out who Elena is, and he's on the warpath.
Damn it, I curse. What else can you tell me? Warren shakes his head.
That's it. I can just read his intention as he crosses the barrier. Since he's not tagged, we have no way of tracking him.
But if he knows who Elena is, there's one pretty damned good guess where he might find her.
Juliet, he plans to kill her if he can find her,
Warren says, in a breathy, terror-filled slew of words. I'm not going to let that happen, I say, with a shake of my head as I turn away.
Wait,
he calls after me, even as I search the road for Patrick and head to the limo.
You need some backup.
But backup means those that I care about might get hurt. So I ignore Warren and slip into the seat as Patrick opens the door for me. Back to the Godfrey Tower, I instruct.
Yes, ma'am,
he says, shutting the door. My heart is hammering. I don't have anything on me to defend myself or attack with. I could search around for another piece of rebar. That worked out nicely before. But who am I kidding? That was a lucky twist of fate. But anger makes my heart beat faster and hotter. This asshole is threatening my friend because of what I did. I'm seeing red, and my hands are burning for some bloody action. 10 minutes later, we pull in front of the doors to Godfrey Tower. I thank Patrick and speed through them. Poe, I bark as I walk up to his massive desk. Has anyone you aren't familiar with come asking for Elena? I ask. Dark hair, kind of scary looking. Poe's eyes widen.
Yeah,
he says dramatically.
Just 2 minutes ago. I told him there is no Elena here, and when he heard my lie, he got really nasty and mean. But he ended up storming out. I mean, you just missed him by like 30 seconds.
Shit, I breathe and race back for the door. I step out into the dark night and look up and down the sidewalk. Patrick is already gone. Even though the party is happening tonight, he takes his job very seriously and has stayed on duty. The sidewalk is empty, and the only sounds are those in the background. The city never sleeps. I close my eyes for a moment and take in a deep breath. My brain tries to untangle the complexity of all the smells out there. Since coming to live in Godfrey Tower, I've come to recognize the scent of many of its employees. I search for any scent that is unfamiliar. And almost immediately, as soon as I focus on it, I find it. The smell that doesn't belong, but one I've smelled just once before. I follow my nose down the sidewalk. My eyes are scanning the shadows, searching for a familiar face. Down the block I walk, barely keeping my pace slow enough to look natural. And as I walk past one of the towering skyscrapers, suddenly the smell does not continue forward, but up. My gaze rises, and I know it's too late. A dark figure drops on top of me, knocking me right to the ground. And when something hard and heavy hits me in the back of the head, it's lights out. 14. There is a terrible taste in the back of my mouth. It's metallic and stale. And my neck. A small groan escapes my mouth as I try to lift my head. It feels like it weighs 1,000,000 pounds, but the weight of it sagging is making my neck feel like it's going to snap in half. With a soft sob, I find the strength to lift my head, and I stare straight into a pair of dark, angry eyes.
I've been waiting for you to wake,
he says. His voice is low and calm. It resonates with power.
I thought this was going to be difficult. You've eluded me for 7 weeks. Who knew that it would only take 20 minutes to find you once I pinpointed the correct city?
Good for you, I say, glaring at him darkly as I turn my head from side to side, stretching out the stiff muscles. You must be very proud of yourself. He swings an arm and catches me across the cheek with the back of his hand. My head snaps back harshly, and I would probably have tipped right on over, except I realize that my arms are outstretched to either side of me, and chains wrap around both of my wrists. The chains are anchored to bolts in the walls on either side of me. I'm sitting in a chair, but strung up crucifixion style. Pain rips through my face. I'm pretty damn tough as a vampire, but it was also a vampire who just hit me.
You ought to take this situation very seriously.
The man seethes as he looks down at me.
I made you a promise, and I make good on my promises.
That's very noble of you, I say. My eyes scan the room, and I begin to evaluate this situation. We're in a dark room, and it smells damp and old. There is a dirty window high up to the right of me, and considering the angle of the dim light coming in, I think this might be a basement. There are dozens of boxes stacked around me, but from their sagging nature, I have a feeling they've been sitting here for a while.
What's your name, sweetheart?
The man asks as he crouches in front of me. Mary Poppins, I say, as I continue to search this space for anything that might help me get out of this. The man swings at me again, this time with the other hand. Unfortunately, he was wearing a big blocky ring on his middle finger. I feel my skin split open.
Your sarcasm will get you killed tonight,
he growls.
Now what is your name?
Queen Elizabeth I sneer at him. Pretty sure you're going to kill me anyway, right? You make good on your promises, remember? He swings a full punch at me this time. He catches me on the underside of my jaw, and my head snaps back with such force that if I weren't a vampire, I'm absolutely sure my head would have detached from my neck.
You're young enough to think your sarcasm is funny,
the man says as he walks in a slow circle around me, adjusting the cuffs of his shirt.
You're young enough to think that I will lose my patience. I've lived a long life. I have all eternity to make you suffer.
Ow, 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 ow. Something must be broken. Can vampires break bones? Surely my spinal cord has detached from the base of my skull, at least. There's blood gushing down my face, and the skin is starting to throb. But as I listen to his words, something dawns in the back of my brain. That woman I killed, I say, as I sit up a little straighter, feeling blood trickling down my face. You said she was your daughter, right?
Yes,
he says in an angry hiss. I nod. Annoyance sparks in my stomach. From my limited understanding, born vampires can only be created by a vampire father. You're a vampire. So if that woman is your biological daughter, she is still alive. What the hell? Why are you going to torture me to death if she's still alive? Pablo rounds in front of me and places his hands on the arms of the chair I'm sitting on. The look in his eyes promises death. A really horrible one.
My daughter may be walking among us as an immortal now, but you have robbed her of the future that had been promised to her. You have robbed her of the opportunity to bear children to a royal. You have robbed her of her place in the House of Valdez. You have robbed her of a place of power and influence.
Oh, once again, this is about a woman's ability to bear a man's children. It makes me a little angry. It definitely grosses me out. But I guess I get why he's still pissed. Well, you can tell her you're welcome for me. At least now she doesn't have to be breeding stock. I see the swing come, but I don't even feel it. It's just a whoosh of air, and then it's back into the dark for me. I wake up. Pablo beats the crap out of me some more. I'm a bloody, messy mess. It's a good thing my dress is black, because I'd look like an absolute nightmare if this thing were white. He continues to ask my name, and when I don't give it to him, he gets physical. Jemina Albertson, Juanita Domino, Doc McStuffins, Esperanza Francisco Dominguez. He doesn't like any of the names I give him. I don't know why it matters. I don't understand why he wants to know my name so bad. He's going to kill me in the end anyway. What does my name have anything to do with that? I'm not sure how long I've been in here when his phone rings. It has to have been at least 5 hours. Maybe 10, possibly 100. It's hard to tell. But his phone rings in his pocket, and he reaches for it, turning his back to me. He speaks Spanish, and I don't speak Spanish, so I have no idea what he's saying or who he's talking to. It's a smell that draws my attention. Familiar, comforting, and it makes me sit a little straighter. Just barely, I hear the sound of footsteps outside. That familiar scent is joined by another, and then another. But I must not be the only one who heard the slight noise outside. Pablo goes silent. He stands a little straighter, and his eyes dart toward the door. 5 sets of footsteps, all making their way straight to us. You know, I'm getting a little too comfortable over here, I say, speaking louder than necessary. I think there's a blood-free space just below my left ear. Don't you want to do something about that? I have a few more pints left in me. But for the first time, Pablo does not rise to my taunting. He still stands with his attention peaked, his eyes fixed on the door. I definitely expected more out of you. I continue to set my mouth off, trying to cover the sound of the approaching footsteps. You're sure acting like this is a big deal, but I don't think I've even screamed once. Isn't that embarrassing? There's a sound above us. I hear quiet footsteps. Pablo gives a feral hiss, and without hesitation, he turns and explodes through that high window. The footsteps no longer try to be quiet. Pounding and barreling, I hear the sound of more than one door bursting into splinters. Juliet! I hear more than one person yell. Down here! I call out. Just then, Elena bursts through the door, immediately followed by Tabitha. He just jumped out that window, I say, my voice growing slightly frantic. He heard you coming. Hurry! Without hesitation, Tabitha jumps through the window, and I hear the sound of her sprinting footsteps racing into the night. I look back and watch as Sebastian Vincent, Sigrid, and Warren run into the room as well. Shit, Sebastian hisses as he jumps to my side. His fingers are deft and careful. He tortured you? You know, I didn't even think about it until today, I say, as Sebastian's fingers brush over me, searching for all of the injuries to my body. His daughter isn't even dead. I drained her, but she resurrected 4 days later. All of this, and she's not even 6 feet under. What were you thinking? Elena hisses as she goes to the bolts attached to the wall. She yanks on them once, twice, 10 times, and finally, it pulls from the wall. Going after him by yourself? That was completely unnecessary, Juliet. He threatened you, I hiss. He went to the Godfrey Tower and was trying to use you to find me. You're so stupid, Elena says, her voice beginning to grow frantic. Juliet is alive, Sigrid says, in that calm way of hers. That is what is important. For now, we need to focus on tracking down her attacker. For now, we need to get Juliet some medical attention, Sebastian says. He grips the chains that wrap around my wrists, and with one sharp yank, they snap and fall to the ground. I'm taking you to the hospital. Gently, he grabs for me. When my head spins and my knees nearly give out, Sebastian scoops me into his arms. Wait, where is Mason? I ask, as I press a hand into my forehead. But that hurts even more. Everywhere hurts right now. When I told Elena and Mason what happened, Elena shoved Mason at Roman and told him to not let him follow us. Warren explains. He looks scared, nearly frantic. Maybe he realizes that he should have handled the situation differently. Mason kind of lost it, but Roman locked him in a room. Roman and his team are out searching the city. The others follow as Sebastian carries me up the stairs. We enter the lobby of a slightly run-down-looking apartment complex. We walk out the front doors, and Sebastian heads off in the direction of the hospital. How did you guys find me? I ask. I close my eyes and try not to focus on the motion of Sebastian's gait. My stomach rolls. Tagged, remember? Elena says. I look back at Sigrid, and for the first time, I am grateful for those flowers and vines tattooed on my forearm. Thank you. Of course, my darling, Sigrid says. I just wish it hadn't taken so long for everyone to realize you were missing, and then think to tell me.
My bad.
Warren pipes up.
I should have known. I should have just stood on the platform and announced to the entire gala that Juliet had run off to attack the man who had sworn to kill her. That was stupid,
Sebastian says, in a low voice as he looks down at me.
but I have to admire your guts. Not too many newborn vampires would have your level of confidence.
Sebastian might be right. I'm not sure that I like him, but his words pull a smile from me. Stupid is my middle name. I brush it off, even as my entire body throbs. How long was it, Warren?
Not quite 3 hours,
He answers. Shit, it felt like an eternity. I've never been to Sebastian's hospital before. My eyes widen as he walks up to a set of enormous doors. It stretches 8 stories tall. It looks brand new, and it's beautifully modern with tons of glass and shiny stainless steel surfaces. He doesn't go through the emergency room doors. He walks straight through the main doors, and nobody questions him as he carries me through the lobby and down the hall. He pushes his way through a door that has his name on it. Once inside, I realize that this is his office. But it's not just an office. There are medical supplies neatly organized and put away. Gently, Sebastian sets me on my feet and nods for me to sit in the chair in the corner. But just as I'm about to sit down, I catch a glimpse of myself in the full-length mirror on the wall. I look like I just walked out of an explosion. Cuts and bruises cover my face. There is blood stretching over at least half of my exposed skin. My dress is ripped and stained with blood. I almost look like the main girl in that scary movie, Keary. I've been hit before. I wish I could say it was the first time a grown man has struck me, but it's not. Somehow, I always get back up. I always get back on my feet. I always swallow it all down, every emotion, every bit of anger and hurt and resentment. I stuff it all into a little box, and I bury it with sarcasm and cynical humor. But for some reason, it's kind of hard to breathe right now. It's hard to look in that mirror and see the physical evidence of what was done to me. I think this is what I would look like if all of the emotional trauma that I've been through was visible on my skin.
Can you all give me a minute with Juliet?
Sebastian asks softly.
She's going to need a few stitches until her body heals on its own. I just need a minute to do a quick evaluation.
Nobody fights him. Each of them nods and steps out into the hall without a fight. Sebastian closes the door after them and turns back around to face me.
You've got to be in some pain,
he says as he crosses to a cupboard and pulls it open. He begins to set some supplies on a metal tray.
Do you want anything for it? Human drugs don't do a lot for vampires, but I've created my own blend that seem to help our kind.
I shake my head. I've seen too many addicts to feel comfortable taking much of anything. I'll survive this. Sebastian just nods and slides the cart over next to me. Gently, he encourages me to sit in the chair.
Something about pain makes you feel alive, doesn't it?
I stare at him with my eyes slightly too wide, because he's right. I've always felt that way. It's one of the reasons why I've always gone looking for trouble, because it makes me feel like I'm actually alive. Yeah, I say quietly. He puts some alcohol on a cotton swab and starts cleaning off my wounds. It stings, but not near as much as it would have when I was human.
Before I came to Chicago, before I went to medical school, I was in a dark place. I made my money by fighting in underground boxing rings.
This shocks me. Dr. Vincent, organized and punctual member of the Night Council, once upon a time fought in illegal fights? When did you resurrect? Before or after you went to medical school?
Way before,
he answers. He threads a needle and with skilled hands, he begins to close up some of the cuts on my face.
I lurked around some pretty shady parts of Brooklyn for a few years when I first resurrected. Got into some trouble. Should have died more than once. I was in self-destruct mode. But sometimes we hit a turning point, you know? One day I realized I was squandering an opportunity. I was this new, exceptional being, and I had forever in front of me. So I took a few years to figure out who I wanted to be. And slowly, I started making my way through medical school. I cringe as he continues digging the needle through my flesh. I wonder how many of these will turn into permanent scars. Great. More of those are exactly what I need.
How old are you? I ask. Sebastian chuckles, a smile on his face. I'm the oldest one on the night council. Compared to me, all the others are babies. You didn't answer the question, I point out. He snips the thread and starts in on the next set. I just turned 119 this year, he answers. His tone sounds a little grim at the number. Shut up, I say, as my jaw drops just slightly. Sebastian chuckles and finishes up another set of stitches. It's true. There's a reason why I hesitated in telling you. Once you get past that 80-year mark or so, it tends to freak people out. You're a grand total of a few weeks old. I wasn't looking to gross you out and make you think I'm a petrified mummy. Good thing we all stop aging, I say, because even though I've had my doubts about him, Sebastian Vincent only looks like he's about 33 years old. He looks strong and handsome. He looks like the doctor in a soap opera. Not that I will ever say those words out loud. He sets the stitching tools aside, and gently, he presses his thumbs into my face. Nothing feels broken. You're bruising, but those will heal up quickly. You should take a few hours to rest. But soon enough, you'll feel good as new. I offer him a tight smile. Thank you, I say, and I'm sorry. Maybe I judged you too quickly. Sebastian shakes his head. It's fine. I understand. When you've had a rough life, it's hard to trust that anyone is good. I want to know more. I want to know what makes Sebastian say the things he's saying, because they all feel familiar. It's almost as if I'm listening to a recording of my own thoughts. I'll start my apprenticeship in 5 days, if that's okay, I say. And for the first time, I feel confident about this, that this is actually a good idea and might work out for the best. I need a few days to wrap things up and a day to move into that apartment, but I think it's time to move forward. It's hard to evaluate the expression on his face. I think there's hope in Sebastian's eyes, anticipation, maybe excitement. I think that sounds perfect. I know it's time to leave. I know now that plans have been made, that I need to get things in motion. But I was just tortured. I was beaten and battered. And when I walk out of this office, it's back to people who have never known a day of hardship in their lives. As I look up at Sebastian, I really want to talk more. I want to ask him what the worst day of his life was, because I have a feeling we could compare stories. I want to ask him what the worst thing he ever did was, because I know I've done some things I'm not proud of in the name of survival. Sometimes, people surprise you. It's easy to take one interaction and judge them from there. I need to leave, but something deep down in me doesn't want to. I nod once, and then I stand. I think I need to get out of this gown. I look like a walking nightmare. Sebastian chuckles at that. Go home, Juliet. Clean up, get some rest. Here's my number. He reaches for a business card on his desk and grabs a pen. He scrawls something down on the back of it and then hands it to me. That's my cell phone number. Call me when you're ready to move in, or for anything. I'm happy to help you get situated. I look down at his phone number. This life evolves quickly. My second life is certainly exhilarating, and here, I can feel the next stage of it unfolding. Sounds good. Thank you. Sebastian simply nods and then pulls the door open. Good night. You are a mess, Elena says as she shakes her head. Your dress. Sorry about that, I say as I brush my hands down the front of it. I'd offer to pay you back for it, but I'm pretty sure it would take me a year to work it off. Idiot, Elena says as she shakes her head. I don't care about the money, but that dress was magic on you. The others have a quick laugh at her ridiculousness. What's being done about security? Sebastian asks as he steps outside and slips his hands into his pockets. Juliet can't just walk back home like nothing has happened. Roman has his entire team searching the city. They don't think he's left yet, Sigrid says. Patrick has taken Mason back to the tower, Elena says as she folds her arms over her chest. They've called in every security employee we have. No one without a badge is getting in the building. We placed 4 guards on the penthouse level. No one's getting to you, Juliet. The thought makes me squirm. All this fuss over me. And then it hits me.
My entire life, there wasn't one single person that I felt I could rely on. There was never anyone who had my back. But tonight, 7 people went entirely out of their way, putting their own personal safety at risk to save me. My throat tightens. I'm not human anymore. I might want to drink blood now. I lost my mortal life, but I gained the friendship of these people. They went to all this trouble for me. Thanks, I say, my voice coming out hoarse. Can we go back to the tower now? I feel kind of disgusting. Elena smiles and nods. She reaches out for my hand and takes it. Let's go home. Home. I can't say that the penthouse has ever felt like home. A lot of good has happened there, but I knew the place wasn't mine. But I'm not going to correct her. I glance over my shoulder at Sebastian one last time. I'm not sure what to say, but I offer him a slight smile and he gives me one of his own in return. Things are going to be different now. We all file out the door, and when we reach the sidewalk, I give Sigrid and Warren a hug. Thank you, I say softly to each of them. I can't tell you how much I appreciate what you've done tonight. They both brush it off, like it's no big deal. Then they bid us good night, and we go our separate ways. We climb into Elena's waiting car, and just a few minutes later, we arrive at Godfrey Tower. Things are going to change now, aren't they? Elena asks as we walk to the elevators. Yeah, they are, I say softly. She doesn't have to ask more. Elena doesn't always have to know every single detail. It's one of the things that I love about her. She takes me as I am, mess and all. So, we ride the elevator to the top floor in silence. She loops her arm through mine and leans her head on my shoulder. When the elevator doors open on the penthouse level, I immediately see the 4 guards. They are all extremely tough and dangerous looking. Anything? Elena asks as we step out. One of the guards shakes his head.
There has been no activity since we arrived. Mason is not happy that we're not letting him out of his penthouse. No one in the rest of the building has seen anything.
Elena nods and thanks the man. Together, we walk to Mason's front door. My eyes meet his the second I walk through. He is sitting on the couch in the living room, and the moment he hears it open, his eyes rise. There's panic there. Absolute terror. His hair is wild and insane, as if he has been pulling at it for the past few hours. He bolts to his feet and crosses the space between us in just a moment.
Juliet,
he whispers as he pulls me into his chest. He cradles the back of my head, and I rest my temple against his shoulder. His grip on me is so tight that if I were human, it would hurt. But I'm hurting in a different way. My chest is tight. My throat feels slightly closed off. Because I know what needs to happen. Just maybe not right this second. I'm okay, I say, but my words come out too tight. Sebastian stitched me up. He said I will be okay in a few hours. He said you need to rest, Elena points out. Shower, Juliet. Get in bed. Drink as much as you need tonight. We will get everything sorted in the morning. For now, Roman and his teams are sweeping the city. Mason releases me just slightly, but his hands shift to either side of my neck, and he brushes his thumb over one of the rows of stitches. His gaze is intense as he stares at me. I see so much regret there. Maybe guilt. Because Mason is the kind of person who thinks he can fix everything, that he can save everyone. It's just the golden heart that he has. Okay, I answer Elena. I'm not going anywhere tonight. I look back at my best friend. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Her eyes tell me that she wishes she could do more, that she could tear down the entire city to find the man who hurt me. She has the power to do it. With enough money, you can accomplish just about anything. But there is a certain order that must be exacted here. I would do anything for you, Juliet. I know she would, just the same as I would do anything for her. Good night, she says softly as she walks back to the door and opens it. She speaks softly to the guard, and I watch as he steps in front of the door and closes it.
I'm so sorry,
Mason says as he looks down at me and shakes his head.
I tried coming to find you, but Elena...
She told me what she did. I cut him off. And she was right. So long as you're human, this kind of stuff is too dangerous. I'm glad she did it. I'm okay. It's all that matters. I reach up and I brush my thumb over his lips. He has the most beautiful lips. He has the most beautiful eyes. He has the most beautiful soul. But he can't be mine. I'm going to go take a shower, I say, instead of speaking the truth that I know needs to be said. And then I think I might actually sleep tonight. Mason nods, and I step out of his grasp and aim down the hall. I hear him following after me, though he gives me a little space. I feel his eyes on the back of me. I can only imagine what's going through his head right now. It has to feel like I might disappear at any moment now, like I might just evaporate into thin air after what he's been through tonight. But I'm a selfish person. I can't ease his pain right now. I can't comfort him. All I can think about is getting out of this damn bloody dress. I close myself into the bathroom and peel it off of me. I stare at it on the floor for a moment and debate. Mostly, I want to watch it burn. But Elena wasn't wrong. That dress is magic. Burn it, or try to save it. For now, I ignore it and climb into the massive shower. It looks like a murder scene. As the hot water cascades down my naked body, rivers of blood streak down me and then swirl in the water before disappearing down the drain. As I raise my hands into my hair, I realize just how much I was bleeding. My hair is crusty, and flakes of dried blood coat my hands. I wash my hair 3 times before finally there is no more red that comes off on my hands. I scrub my body 5 times before there's finally no more dirt or blood coating me. I wrap myself in a fluffy white towel and look at my reflection in the mirror. Sebastian was right. Already, the bruises on my face are disappearing. Already, the cuts in my skin are beginning to heal. I still look tired. I still look exhausted. I still look like someone beat the shit out of me. But I turn away from myself. I dress in comfortable pajamas, brush my teeth, and walk back out into my bedroom. Mason is lying in my bed. It's not the first time we've slept in this bed together. We still haven't had sex. But having someone next to you at night is kind of comforting. So even though I know what's coming, I still climb into the bed. I pull the blankets over us and curl up into Mason's side. He wraps his arms around me, and I relish every second that is remaining between us. Neither of us says anything. For now, each other's presence is all that's necessary. I take one deep breath, savoring the comforting scent of this man. I close my eyes, and I let the exhaustion pull me under. 15. It used to be that when I woke up, dawn would be dancing on the horizon. I would hear the sound of the city waking and getting ready for the day. I would do a big yawn and a big stretch, and I might dread the day because I knew I was in for a long day of work and a long day of school. But now, when I wake, the sun is beginning to fall into the horizon. As soon as I open my eyes, I can tell that it's beginning to fall in the west. Even though it is pitch black in my bedroom, I know sunset is nearly here. I can just sense it. A warm arm is wrapped around my middle. At my back, I can feel Mason's warm breath on the back of my neck. It's comfortable here. It's calm. This feels almost normal, like we're just any other couple sleeping in on a Sunday. But as he stirs, and I hear his breathing quiet as he tries to evaluate if I am awake or not, I know that there is nothing normal about this.
"How are you feeling?"
he asks. His grip on me tightens protectively. He leans forward and presses a kiss to the back of my neck. Fine, I answered simply, because it's the truth. I still was in a little bit of pain last night when we went to bed, but now everything feels normal. I reach up and touch the stitches on my face, but they're already gone. Sebastian said they would dissolve as my skin healed. Some kind of special vampire stitches he developed.
"I'm dying to know what happened last night,"
Mason murmurs. He brushes the tip of his nose along the ridge of my neck.
"But at the same time, I don't think I can handle knowing how you got to look the way you did when you came home last night."
That's okay, I say, trying to keep things light and sarcastic as I always do. I'm not really excited to relive how it all went down.
"We will double the security at the tower,"
Mason continues.
"I would never try to tell you what to do, but I think until this man is caught, you need to stay here, Juliet. I'm sure this will all be over in a couple of days.
I nod, but I'm barely listening to what he's saying. Time is ticking. I'm stalling. And the longer I wait, the more I feel like a part of me is rotting. I roll over onto my back and Mason shifts, so he's propped up on one elbow, looking down at me. Mason, we need to talk. I watch as his face blanches just slightly. Very few times in the history of mankind have those 4 words led to anything that wasn't heartbreaking. You're the very best person I've ever met in my life, I say softly. I feel sick. I want to run. I want to rewind time and give my former self a good scolding, but I have to be a big girl and do the right thing. And the last few weeks, they've been some of the very best of my life.
Juliet,
Mason whispers. There's dread in his eyes. I see pleading in them. I shake my head. But what we're doing isn't good for anyone, I continue, before he can talk me out of this. It's felt good, and it's exciting, and I have loved every second of being with you, but we have to put an end to this before either of us gets hurt. Mason is too quiet. I can see the gears turning behind his eyes, but I can't read what he's thinking right now. I don't want him to feel sad. I don't want him to be upset. Mason Godfrey is a saint. He deserves to feel every single bit of joy this life has to offer. You are going to find the perfect woman, I say. Emotion bites the back of my eyes because I want to be that perfect woman. I want to be the type of woman who is the perfect woman for him. But I'm not. I'm just not. And I know that I've been fooling myself these last few weeks. I love being with Mason, but I don't really know him, and he will never be able to understand why I am the way I am. And you are going to love her more than you've loved anything in your life, and the 2 of you are going to be so damn happy, and it's all just going to fall into place. So we can't keep pretending anymore, Mason. His eyes fall to the bed, and I watch as he swallows once.
I know. It's hard to believe it. I've never felt what I feel for you with anyone, Juliet. But I know.
He shakes his head, and I think I know what he was thinking. He knows that we were not meant for each other, not under the current circumstances that our lives had led to. We might not be able to continue what we've been doing, but Mason, now it's my turn to swallow and look away for a moment. I don't want to lose you as a friend. I know it's a big ask, and maybe it's impossible, and maybe you don't want it, but I hate the thought of losing you as my friend, Mason. I feel his hand on my jaw, and he turns my face to him. Through the dark, I see his intense gaze. I see the sincerity on his face before he even speaks a word.
I will always be your friend, Juliet. This is going to hurt for a while. I think we both know that. But I swear it, I will always be your friend.
My throat is so tight. I'm barely keeping my emotions contained, so I consider it an act of strength that I don't do anything more than lean forward, cupping my hand behind his neck, and pull Mason Godfrey's lips to mine one last time. Under different circumstances, maybe this would have turned out differently. If I hadn't tried to save Elena from that mugging, maybe I would have come back to Chicago, and Mason and I would have had time to develop a real relationship that stood a real chance. But that's not how things turned out. Maybe fate has other plans. For one last moment, I let myself feel how good it is to be cared about by someone like him. I kiss him soft and gentle. This kiss is filled with appreciation and pain. It's full of longing and grief, but also love. Maybe not romantic love, maybe not the kind of love that lasts forever, but I know that Mason and I will stay friends. This is the kind of love between 2 friends, friends who will do everything for each other. Even break up, so the other can live life to the fullest. I love you, Mason, I say softly, as he leans back, just barely.
I love you too, Juliet,
Mason whispers, as he presses his forehead to mine. No, this isn't the romantic forever love, but this is a promise that we will have each other's backs no matter what happens in the future. There's a knock on the door, and the moment is done. This chapter has closed. The chapter where Juliet and Mason recklessly throw themselves at one another, all in the name of feeling good. We've both grown up. We're moving on. The end. We climb out of bed and both head into the living room. Mason goes to open the door and finds one of the guards there.
Pablo was spotted early this morning, about an hour ago. He was across town, but he got away. We're continuing to track him. Just thought you would want an update.
Mason nods and let out a slightly frustrated breath.
Thank you.
The guard nods as well and turns away from the door. Mason shuts it, and the two of us linger in the entryway.
Roman's team will get him,
Mason says confidently.
It's just a matter of time. Just give him a day or two, and you won't have to worry anymore, Juliet.
I nod. This feels slightly awkward. I'm confident that, yes, we will be friends, but for these few moments immediately following our conversation, it feels a little strained. I told Dr. Vincent that I was going to start my apprenticeship with him in 5 days. I guess it's been 1 day already, so 4 days? He has an apartment for me close to the hospital. And it just gets so much worse. Because not only are we breaking up from whatever this was, but now I am moving out. Of course I am moving out, but it's being said out loud. I see that pain on Mason's face. He hasn't thought about that part until right now either. He gives a pained-looking nod. We're going to get through this somehow, I say. I wrap my arms around my waist. Someday, we're going to look back at this time and we're going to laugh at how awkward it felt. It's not going to last forever. Mason nods.
I know.
His eyes linger on me, and then they fall to the floor. He swallows once and takes a shallow breath as his eyes slide closed.
What can I do to help you get ready for the move?
16. 1 day passes, Pablo isn't captured. 2 days pass, and Pablo still isn't caught. On the 3rd day, I was getting antsy as all get out. I'm supposed to start my apprenticeship with Sebastian tomorrow. I was supposed to move into my new apartment today. But Pablo still hasn't been caught, so no one wants to let me out of Godfrey Tower. Screw that. I'm dying for some fresh air, and I'm craving a Chicago-style hot dog. Mason? I call out, even though I'm sure he's still at the office. It's nearing 8 o'clock, and he's worked 14-hour days nearly every day since we had our talk. We're kind of avoiding each other to try and make this easier until I move out. So he doesn't respond, as I knew he wouldn't. I step out of the penthouse, and immediately I'm met by the guards still stationed round the clock. Mason just asked me to bring him dinner, I say, indicating the bag of leftovers I grabbed from the fridge. I'll be back in about 20 minutes. The guard nods without asking any questions. Casually, I walk to the elevator and wait for it to arrive. Only I push the button for the 2nd floor when I step inside. The doors open a minute later, and I step out. This floor is all sectioned off into offices, larger ones, that could be their own businesses. The hallway is bright and airy, but it goes on for a long stretch before it dead ends with a big glass door. I chuck the leftovers in the first garbage can I can find and make my way down the length of the building. When I reach that glass door, I push it open and walk out. I step outside onto a small balcony. It would be a nice space, only it's so low to ground level. Who would hang out here? But I take the stairs down to the sidewalk and slip out of the building without having to walk past any tattle-telling guards. The night is warm. Summer is nearly here, but the temperatures don't seem to know they're getting an early start. I pull my hair up into a ponytail as I head off down the sidewalk, getting some of the heat off my shoulders and neck. I'm armed. I have 2 wooden stakes tucked into my shorts and a gun holster beneath my jacket. I'm wearing cut-off jeans and combat boots, so if need be, I can move without being encumbered. I'm ready. I just want to stretch my legs and get a freaking hot dog. But I'm ready. The traffic is getting lighter. It's a weeknight, so most everyone is headed home by this time to get some rest before starting another mind-numbing day. But still, I eye the shadows, avoiding those who might want to see if they can tango. I don't feel like bashing any skulls in tonight or draining anyone because I can justify the attack. Finally, I get to my destination. I order my food and step back outside to eat on my very slow walk home. I nearly moan when I take the first bite, and all the flavors hit my tongue. It doesn't taste as good as blood, but it's a pretty close second.
When my phone vibrates, I pull it from my back pocket and groan. I was having a nice day, Roman. What do you want? I ask impatiently.
I'm calling you,
He snarks.
What the hell do you think I want? My guys got eyes on Pablo 5 minutes ago. Sigrid said you were in the same vicinity.
Which means he knows I've left the tower. And he's not biting my head off for it, surprisingly. "'Kay," I say, looking up and down the street, and above, considering that's how he got me last time. I haven't seen anything to worry about yet, but I'm definitely keeping my eyes open.
Lay low,
he says, and through his phone I can hear him moving. Fast.
Stay put somewhere you can watch your back. I'll be there in 2 minutes.
Fine, I say, as I bite into my meal. Like a bulldozer slamming into me, I'm thrown to the side, and my entire body smacks the pavement. My phone shatters against the sidewalk. Both stakes fly out of my shorts. And I'm the worst gunman ever, because it goes rolling out of its holster, clattering into the middle of the road. I barely have time to look to the side before he's on me again. Pablo rushes me, grabbing me by the front of my shirt. He hauls me up once more before slamming me back against a building.
It's good to have friends,
he says in a low growl.
You have friends who are willing to stick their necks out for you. Yet here you are, alone. You're not a very smart girl, are you?
I react on instinct. I whip my head forward and crack the crown of my skull into his nose. With an animalistic yell, he releases me, his hands going to his nose as it gushes blood. "Come back for more," I growl, and I take a swing, landing a punch into his ribs as he tries to wipe away the blood. I'm not a fan of bullies or whiners. You still have your daughter. Move on. Let it go. Be like Elsa. I land another blow to his ribs, but just as I connect, he grabs my wrist. He snaps it out, hard, across my body, throwing me off balance. I overcorrect, but I hook my elbow and snap back, right into his temple. The asshole jerks to the side, losing his grip on me. He staggers to the side.
"Juliet!"
I hear a voice yell out for me. I shouldn't have looked. I knew I shouldn't have looked, but it's instinct. Someone calls out your name and you look for them. My eyes meet Roman's, and when I see his eyes widen and his mouth open in panic, I know it's too late. A split second. That's all I took. But in a split second, Pablo plows into me, and something sharp breaks my skin. There's a glint of wicked satisfaction on his face as I hear my ribs crack.
"Juliet!"
I hear a panicked snarl as I feel the tip of the stake reach my heart. I lose my breath as it pierces all the way through and hits my back ribs. I blink once, and the world feels as if it's all in slow motion. Roman is nothing but a blur. Pablo never even looks his direction. Roman's hand reaches up inside Pablo's stomach, his fangs attached to Pablo's neck. And as every bit of warmth begins to leave from my extremities, my toes, my finger, it's as if Pablo explodes. Organs go one way, his head goes another. Roman gives a feral snarl that's quite possibly the most terrifying sound I've ever heard. And then an arm goes flying into the street. A leg hits the wall beside me with a wet thud. He might be a prick, but at least Roman DeLuca has instantly avenged my death. My world goes cold, and my knees give out. I reach a hand up and pull the stake from my chest, pain obliterating everything left in me.
"Juliet?"
Roman asks as he turns, his eyes filled with panic. His entire front is covered in blood. But it's too late. I collapse to the sidewalk, and I meet death for the final time. 17. A raging freight train on a runway track. A bullet fired from a gun. A 747 on takeoff. I feel this rush, and with a gigantic gasp, my eyes rip open, and I sit up.
"What the hell?"
Someone yells, and then the world lurches to the side, and then the other side. And then there's the sound of screeching tires, and my head smacks into a back seat. Then it cracks back into a windshield. I was lying in the trunk of an SUV, and with an angry curse on my lips and a hand on my throbbing head, I look to the driver's seat. Roman DeLuca looks back at me with huge, terrified eyes. "What?" I groan. My head hurts, but my chest hurts worse. Why the hell are you looking at me like that?
Because you were dead 5 seconds ago.
He bellows. He throws the SUV into park and twists around. His eyes scan what he can see of me, complete horror and confusion in his eyes. And the memory comes back to me. Pablo. The stake. My hand rises to my chest, and my eyes drop. There's a hole in my shirt, right above my heart. And beneath that, my skin is angry and red. But there's no hole. I rip my shirt off, down to just my bra without thinking, and blink in confusion at myself. There's definitely no hole in my chest.
How?
Roman stutters, narrowing his eyes as he stares at my chest. Vampires are supposed to die when they get staked, right? I ask. My words come out breathy and panicked.
It's a hard rule, yes.
Roman growls.
Juliet, I watched him stake you. I watched you turn gray and fall to the ground. I checked after I killed Pablo. You were definitely dead.
Well, how long have I been dead for? I grasp for any words, any logic, because right now, there's too much of both missing.
It's been 20 minutes, but it shouldn't matter.
Roman yells.
Dead is dead when you're a vampire.
My eyes flick over to him, and cold realization washes over me. Roman is dangerous. He's the person who hates me the most in this city. And now, he knows my biggest secret. Being different is dangerous. Being different puts you under a microscope. People feel threatened by different.
You're a vampire who apparently can't be killed.
Roman says, his voice low and dangerous, his eyes dark, sparking red.
How?
I start shaking when his words hit me. Gifted. Cursed. A vampire who can't be killed. What the hell? The end of Book 1. This has been Born Reckless, Blood Rose Nights Book 1, written by Keary Taylor, narrated by Raven Wildwood. Copyright 2022 by Keary Taylor. Production copyright by Keary Taylor.